story begins in the year 2077 when the virtual game Apocalypse became a reality. The world's order collapsed, and the world turned into hell. Humans awakened supernatural abilities, and in that chaotic world, Zhang City's richest playboy Ye Xiao still managed to protect Qin Yanran very well. He invades her personal space and assures her that he spent a fortune on hiring 10 experts to help her level up, making sure she gets the best. Xiao spared no expense, even exhausting his fortune, to buy a divine artifact for Yanran. Any opportunity or equipment, Xiao would bring it to her immediately. Thanks to him, Yanran finally became a god-tier powerhouse in Dragon Country. The day of their wedding came. A lot of people envy them because they truly are a match made in heaven. Ladies dreamt of having such a devoted man like Xiao. When Xiao asked her to be with him for the rest of their lives, Yanran covered his mouth and hugged him tight. Then Yanran replied that she wouldn't. Unexpectedly, she shoved her hand to his chest. Then she took something out. Xiao asked her why. She took his heart. She asked him if he thinks that he can buy her true feelings, and if he thinks that gifting her equipment allows her to morally coerce her. Well, looks like he's wrong. She accepted his gifts, but it doesn't mean that she agrees to his affection. She stated that she's not cheap. And everything she achieved that day was earned through her own hard work. She told him that the only person who understands her struggles is Zhou Hong. She gave Xiao heart to him. That way, being with him, she would still hear his heartbeat, and she thinks that's touching. Xiao got angry. Hong stepped on his face and told him that everything he owns is now his. Xiao fell at the bottom of the sea while wondering why Yanran did that when he wholeheartedly gave everything. In the end, she betrayed him. He felt that he turned into ash. He asked if that is how it ends. Now he no longer has a heart, but he grits his teeth and refuses to end it that way. He vowed to take his revenge. He planned to make those despicable people pay the price. Suddenly, he went back to his senses, and Yanran was talking to him. She asked him if he thinks she needs her money. She set the record straight, saying that accepting his money was just her saving his pride and face, and she warned him that if he keeps clinging, he shouldn't come find her again. Xiao was confused. He wondered if it was reincarnation. He remembered that it's a week before the game Apocalypse descends. He's holding a card with 200,000 wen, and it's Yanran's monthly allowance. He realized that he really had been reborn. Yanran told him that she endured mental anguish by taking his money, especially that many of his classmates say that she's a gold digger. She doesn't understand why when she's doing it entirely for his own good. Xiao glared at her and loomed over her. She asked him if he's regretting it already. When she was about to reach out to him, he slapped her hand away, then suggested she goes to hell instead. Yanran was taken aback. He told her that it must have been hard for her, so he'll never give her anything again. She got annoyed. She assumed that it was just one of his little tricks. She told him that since he came all the way there, she'll reluctantly accept his card. He told her to get lost at once. She couldn't believe that he dared talk to her like that. She warned him that he would regret it. Then Xiao came back since he suddenly remembered that the shoes she's wearing are also the ones he bought. He took her off her feet and told her to take it off before she leaves. She got mad and screamed at him. She warned him not to think that it will make her yield to him. She threatened him to remember what he's done that day, and even if he kneels at her and begs her later, she will never acknowledge him. Xiao replied that it would be a blessing. Then he begged her not to show up in front of her again. Xiao had thought that he had more important things to do than to waste time on her. Apocalypse, at that time, during the first 10 minutes of the beta test, the recharge system had been briefly activated. He needed to gather enough funds before the test began. He called someone. A woman in an office answered the call and teased him by naming him the legendary romantic. She asked him why he suddenly called. She's called Yelin, and he knew that she always wanted her shares. He offered his shares to her in exchange for a lump sum of 20 billion. Lin couldn't believe that he's selling his shares. He told her that it's 20 billion and not a cent less. He instructed her to complete all the paperwork within 5 days and transfer it to his money account. He expected that it wouldn't be a problem for her. She replied that it's not a problem. She's glad that he finally decided to hand the Ye Corporation over to her. Xiao told her to cut the crap and call him when he's ready. The next step for Xiao is to wait for the Apocalypse Beta to arrive. He was determined that in that life, he'll climb the throne alone. 1 week later, the system showed a welcome message. That is the version of the game in beta. The player was congratulated for gaining beta access. The test will last for 3 days, and after that, the public version will be launched. Xiao is now inside the game, and it felt familiar to him. He arrived at the starting point of the Apocalypse game. His nickname is Night Xiao. Then he chose his class. In his last life, A guild was once destroyed by a god-tier beast tamer leading a dark abyss dragon. With this life, being abundant in money and resources, Xiao decided to be a beast tamer. His body started to glow. The most important moment arrived. He clicked top up. The system congratulated him for the successful recharge. 20 billion gold coins have been credited to him. That made him happy. He was expecting that the 20 billion would increase tenfold in 3 days. Then, he was congratulated to be the first player to recharge over 1 billion. The system unlocked a unique hidden profession reward. His hidden profession was identified, and it automatically merged. Red eyes showed as a sign. Until he was congratulated to have obtained a second profession called wealth. That surprised him. He didn't know that a hidden profession could be unlocked by spending too much money. On top of that, his hidden class is a god of wealth. A frog creature with red eyes appeared and expressed that he didn't expect that a young brat would unlock him. Xiao asked where this frog jumped out from. That offended the frog. He introduced himself as Ebisu, Xiao's wealth mentor, and Xiao became his 709th god of wealth under his training. Xiao was skeptical about having a toad as a wealth mentor. He even teased it for selling financial products. Ebisu was determined to show this brat what real wealth is. Several screens appeared containing details of different innate talents. First is Wealth Rolling In, by level 1, which expresses that the most basic ability of the wealth god is to generate wealth. The gold coins that Xiao carries increases by 1% daily. Penny Pincher, LV1, shows the power of a wealth god. He rejects all losses. Upon death, the gold coins and items won't drop. Then there's the Extraordinary Luck, level 1, where it abides by the belief that money brings good fortune. The player will possess immense wealth and excellent luck. Next is Unmatched Charm, level 1, wherein even the ugliest person becomes handsome with generosity. The player increases its charm plus 50. Lastly, Power of the Wealth of God, LV1, wherein as a god, he possesses divine power. For every 1,000,000 gold coins spent, it will earn plus 1 random attribute point up to 100 points daily. Xiao didn't expect this. Xiao expressed that it's no wonder that it's a hidden class. There were so many innate talents. But he also noticed that none of it seemed offensive. Ebisu replied that Xiao doesn't get it. Any one of those wealth god talents can bring immense riches. Xiao was looking at the screen about wealth rolling in. Then he contemplated that with his current wealth of 2.2 billion, he'd earn an extra 22 million daily. Ebisu added that with the power of the wealth god, he could earn 22 free attribute points daily. He asked him if he knew what it meant. Xiao realized that the wealth god class is too overpowered. In his last life, he spent all his money on Yanran. Now, being a wealth god, he planned to show the world the true meaning of money power. Being happy with that, he grabbed Ebisu with both of his hands, but Ebisu protested. He placed him down and pressed the button to go to the newbie village. They arrived at the 9,527 newbie village Flower Plains. Xiao concluded that the server just opened since not many people are there, but it was the perfect time to grow quickly. He knew that starting as a beast tamer is dozens of times harder than other classes because early on he can't tame powerful beasts. To grow quickly, he needs to think of a strategy. Ebisu told him that choosing beast tamer class was reckless. He doesn't even start with a weapon. Xiao replied that Ebisu doesn't understand. He uttered that beast tamer has the highest potential and the most growth. Some monsters came running towards him. Those were goblin warriors at level 5 elite, and they rushed when they smelled human meat. Xiao felt unlucky to have faced that. He doesn't know if he should fight or flee, but he saw the toad running away so fast. Ebisu told him that there's nothing to think about when he's practically naked since he had no weapons, and he'd be up against level 5 elite. He yelled at him to run. Xiao ran as fast as he could. He yelled for someone to save him. The goblins told their food not to run. They finally made it to the main city. That was a close call. Xiao almost died at the start. He was pissed since he had never suffered such humiliation. The players in the village noticed him because he's a beast tamer. They couldn't believe someone actually chose that class. And what's more is that his beast is a toad. Xiao yelled at them that they are the toads. As he passed by, the players laughed and gossiped at him. Ebisu advised him that there are beast eggs for sale in the city. He can go buy one. He replied that he's not settling for any ordinary beasts. Ebisu asked him what he wanted. He made his way to a hidden dungeon where there's a god-level beast egg in a dragon's lair. At the Supreme Hall, Ebisu called him crazy for coming there at level 1. Only level 100 plus players can hire guards there. He told him to stop talking since he knew what he's doing. He ascended the staircase when someone told him to wait. A grand archmage at level 80 blocks the path and tells this young man that it's not a place for him. He told him to return when he had trained more. Only with the city lord's recommendation letter can he enter. Xiao said that it's no wonder that the place is so grand, because even the guard is a level 80 archmage. He replied that he doesn't have a recommendation letter. The archmage responded that he should leave. He added that the place is the Empire's pride, and it's not for someone like him. Xiao replied that he doesn't have a letter, but he heard that the archmage recently lost something, and he had come to return it. The archmage asked him what the something is. He warned him not to fool him. Xiao pointed at something and told him to look there. The archmage saw gold coins on the ground. He picked it up. Xiao kept pointing out that there's more. Xiao asked him if he likes it. The archmage was blinded by gold. He became docile and friendly when he immediately directed Xiao to the VIP room at the War God Pavilion upstairs. Xiao replied that he liked the archmage's demeanor earlier and requested him to be like that instead. The archmage coughed and shifted his attitude to a more strict one. Xiao liked it. Ebisu realized how money could work wonders. He entered a large room with red flooring and had several pillars in it. At the center, there was a throne. They passed by a Supreme Hall Honor Knight Golem level 100 and level 80. Ebisu commented that the Supreme Hall really lives up to its name. He told Xiao to re-equip the level 100 hireable guardian, and with it, he can dominate the newbie village. Xiao replied that it doesn't interest him, since they're beneath him. A knight appeared in front of them and asked who let them in. It is the Berserk Blood Warrior. Xiao informed it that he wanted to hire a divine-level golem guardian. The Berserk Blood Warrior replied that divine-level golems are extremely rare, so it's impossible that they could be for hire. Then it commented that for Xiao's stats, hiring an 80-level guardian is already more than enough, so he assumed that hiring a divine-level golem isn't something he can afford. Xiao replied that he will pay 1 billion per day. Berserk Blood Warrior had to process that information for a few minutes. Then he replied that technically, it's impossible since rules are set by people. And, by coincidence, he actually knew a divine-level spellcaster who might help. Ebsiu was surprised to hear that because a spellcaster is a hidden class. Xiao stated that divine-level spellcasters are incredibly versatile. Protection, defense, offense, all in one package. And hiring them right from the start is a great choice. Xiao decided to go with that. Berserk Blood Warrior replied that he can summon them anytime, but first, he needed to confirm one thing, on when Xiao would pay the 1 billion. Xiao told him that they can sign the contract at once and he'll pay whenever needed. Berserk Blood Warrior replied that there's no issue. So, once the contract is signed, he'll summon them right away. Xiao replied that it's perfect, since the sooner, the better since he's tight on schedule. Suddenly, a woman spellcaster wearing skimpy red clothing, thigh-high black stockings, a witch's hat, and silver hair appeared. They were surprised how fast it was. The woman saw Xiao and commented that he's a handsome young man. She introduced herself as Dorlos, a divine-level spellcaster. According to the contract, she will follow his orders for the next 24 hours. Xiao was overwhelmed with her level. It was so high that he couldn't even view the details at all. She grabbed his jaw and asked him what he needs, and she'll handle it for him. Xiao blushed and told her that it was nice to meet her. Then he informed her that he hired her to tackle a difficult task. She was arrogant. She asked what hard dungeons could be in the newbie village. She questioned if it was the Goblin King, or maybe his entire family. She stated that all of them are a wave of her hand away from defeat. Xiao replied that they shouldn't waste time and he'll trust her on it. She told him that it's easy, and told him to lead the way. Dolores created a large fireball, and it hit several goblins at once. Xiao was surprised at how much damage it caused. It was so much that Xiao joked that she beat her enemies into revealing their phone numbers. Most had turned into ashes. Ebisu cheered her on to destroy them to take his revenge since they nearly killed him earlier. The other player asked if they were seeing it right. The man that they laughed at earlier is now partnered with a spellcaster, and the numbers are insane. Another player stated that it doesn't look like a spellcaster since it doesn't reveal a level. He thinks it's a hack. The other man stated that there's no such thing as hacks. He thinks it's a high-level NPC hireling. The system showed messages to Xiao congratulating him for leveling up to level 10. He earned 10 attribute points for free allocation. He is the first player in a newbie village 9527 to reach level 10. He earned an additional 10 attribute points, and he's also congratulated in being the first player worldwide to reach level 10. He earned 50 bonus attribute points and the title Speed Ascender. Ebisue couldn't believe that the kid had reached level 10 already, The highest among other players isn't even beyond level 5. There was an announcement to all that the player Nightshao has successfully reached level 10. It triggered the unlocking of the leaderboard. The players were surprised because it hasn't been a full day and someone's already level 10. They questioned who that person was. It gave them the impression that the person was absolutely overpowered. One planned to cling to that person's coattails if it's not too late. One player even thought that they could be the game's GM running tests. Xiao lets them doubt all they want. He knew that they don't have an idea when the game apocalypse will become reality. It would make them understand that he's a true god. He's satisfied with the level up attribute points and the 100 points earned from spending 1 billion for that day through using wealth power. He stated that it's about time for them to head to their true destination. Ebisu noticed that it was far. He asked if it was the hidden dungeon that he mentioned. Xiao replied, yes. They are off to Dragon's Lair. The world level leaderboard was displayed, and at rank 1 is Nightshao. His name is the only thing there because level 10 is the minimum for the leaderboard entry. In another setting, we see a player in white robe arrive. This player is named Stealthwalker at level 3. He had been hunting elite monsters since entering the game, and he's still only at level 3. And yet, someone had reached level 10 already. It made him wonder if there's some exploit in the game. And he had never heard of the name Xiao before. He finds it exciting that a rival showed up. At Newbie Village 9527, deep within Whispering Valley. Coordinates are 1102-254. Xiao finally saw the place. He touched a stone, then its mark glowed. Suddenly, it exploded. He entered a hidden area called Dragon's Lair. The system informed him that the area is extremely dangerous and told him to leave immediately. Dolores questioned how it was possible. She felt the overpowering aura. She asked how a dragon could reside there. She was surprised to find out that there's actually a hidden dungeon inside. She asked him how he even found it. Dolores expressed that if it's a dragon, she's not confident that she can handle it alone. Xiao replied that he's not dumb enough to fight a dragon. He decided to go in and take a look first. Years ago, a level 100 berserker accidentally triggered a hidden quest and explored the dragon's lair. At the time, no one believed him. Everyone thought it was impossible for a high-level dungeon to exist in Newbie Village, so he had to venture in alone and never returned. Ebisu asked Xiao how he knew about it. Xiao replied that he bought his battle footage at a high price and discovered there's a rare dragon egg inside the dungeon. Ebisu was even more so when he realized that Xiao was intending to steal the egg. Dolores was taken aback with that thought, since it's harder than slaying a dragon. She asked him if he's messing with her. He reminded her that she's a god-tier spellcaster, so she doesn't need to be modest. Xiao buttered her up, saying it's just a dragon, and she, a great god-tier sorceress, could take it down in seconds. The dragon was laying on the mountain of treasures. The skill of this one is Holy Judgment, Radiant Dragon at Tier 5. Upon seeing what they're up against, Ebisu told them to head inside while he waits outside the cave. Dolores was concerned, also relieved that she brought a teleport scroll. Xiao asked her if she could manage. She told him what a Tier 3 dragon alone could destroy an entire guild. That Radiant Dragon is one of the top-tier dragons. They have less than 1% chance against it. Xiao replied that it sounds terrifying. It also made him think that the dragon egg is more valuable than he thought, so he wanted to get it. Dolores told him no and decided to leave. Xiao told her that he'll pay her double the commission. She told him that doubling up won't help. It's not that she doesn't want the commission, but she can't just beat it. Xiao told her that they won't fight it. Instead, he just wants her to buy some time. She told him that there's no buying time since no one can withstand a Tier 5 Radiant Dragon. He offered her triple the commission. It made her stop walking. It made her turn around and accept the deal even if she had to risk her life. She told him that she'll go all out for 3 minutes. It's the max time she can buy him. The system window appeared to inform Xiao that he received the blessing of the God of Life, thus, his life attributes doubled. He also received the blessing of God of Strength, where his strength doubled. Lastly, he received the blessing of God of Agility, where his agility attributes doubled. Xiao was amazed. The buffs are active too. It's a little preparation to survive in the world. Buff duration is 3 minutes, then Xiao will be left on his own. Xiao was impressed with the god-tier sorceress. It was truly a terrifying skill. Dolores told the beast that normally she'd fear him, but for those 3 minutes she claims that it will bow to her. She used Ice Arrow. The dragon got hit on several parts of his body, while Xiao stealthily approaches the egg. He was careful not to let the dragon see him, or else he's dead meat. The dragon breathes fire in Dolores' way. She told Xiao that there's only 1.5 minutes left. She's running out of steam. Xiao struggles to carry the egg since it was heavier than he thought. He asked the toad to give him a hand. Ebisu expressed that he had never done something that shady before. Unfortunately, something fell on his feet, and he made a noise. It caught the dragon's attention. The dragon screamed out loud. Xiao called him a useless toad. Ebisu got offended. Xiao told him to run and stop talking. Xiao asked her to help them. She created an ice wall when they got past her, but it was not holding up. The dragon activated the skill Dragon King's Breath. She yelled for them to run. Xiao was surprised to see that she's running too. She replied that it's natural that she runs because she isn't invincible. And her 3 minutes were almost up. They were almost at the exit when the explosion blasted them away. That was close, but they managed to get the egg. She told him that if it hatches into a Tier 5 dragon, it would have been worth it. She reminded him to pay her commission. She told him not to worry, as she will get him paid. The system showed that her favorability towards him had increased to plus 60. Now, it was time for Xiao to contract the beast. She hoped that it wouldn't hatch into something strange. Otherwise, that 300 million would have gone to waste. He told her to shut up and not jinx it. He prayed not to be disappointed. The egg hatched, and a green dragon appeared. Dolores commented that it doesn't look like a radiant dragon hatchling. Xiao was confused as to why the color seemed off. He thinks that the radiant dragon got cheated on. The system displayed information about the dragon. It doesn't have a nickname yet, but it's an Azure Sky Dragon, mythical tier, at level 1. Its base stats are composed of 500 strength, 500 constitution, 500 agility, 500 spirit. It has a talent called Absolute Suppression. As a mythical tier beast, it naturally suppresses lower tier creatures. It deals 30% damage and takes negative 30% damage from creatures below the mythical tier. And it also has the ability called Dragon King, wherein, as the supreme being of the dragon race, it naturally suppressed dragon-type creatures, dealt plus 50% damage to dragons, and took minus 50% damage from them. Another ability is the Mythical Bloodline. It boasts an incredibly robust physique and gains all stat bonuses upon leveling up. It has HP regen of 200 per second, mana regen 200 per second, 100% HP and mana. One of its skills is Earth-Shaking Dragon, a group stun skill. It unleashes a thunderous roar, shaking the world itself. Creatures within a 20-meter radius are forcibly stunned for 1.5 seconds regardless of tier or type. Cooldown is 30 seconds and it costs 2,000 mana. It also has a skill named Dragon King's Breath for a single target. It breathes scorching flames that deal 500% damage to a locked target. It cannot be dodged. It has a cooldown of 5 seconds and costs 1,000 mana. The last skill it has is Dragon King's Wrath, a unique talent skill. It enters an uncontrollable rage, determined to destroy everything. It deals true damage indiscriminately to all creatures within 50 meters. Its cooldown is 30 days after activation. All stats permanently decrease by 5%, and the Azure Sky Dragon falls into a 5-day slumber. Xiao stated that with 500 strength at level 1, equipping basic gear means its breath attack deals over 2,500 damage, and no one could probably withstand that. Ebisu told him that he really struck gold this time. Dolores expressed that the hatchling's stats are absolutely ridiculous. Plus, it has immeasurable growth potential. If it matures, its destructive power would be unimaginable. Xiao pets it, while expressing that he didn't expect it to be that strong. He decided to name it Gray. Ebisu was glad that he wouldn't be mistaken for a pet anymore. Xiao noticed that he's holding something. Ebisu got annoyed that Xiao kept calling him Toad. Xiao inspected the item that looked like a badge. He grabbed it and asked where the toad had gotten it. Toad replied that he had picked it up from the dragon's nest. Dolores thinks it's the Calamity tier Mark of Ferocity. The system showed details of it. It is called Mark of Ferocity with a Calamity grade. It has base stats of 10% and increases all stats plus 10. It has a unique passive skill called Ferocity's Might, wherein the bearer of the Mark of Ferocity gains unparalleled strength. All skills trigger critical hits, base crit at plus 20%, and crit damage plus 100%. It also has Ferocious Massacre, which activates the power of the Mark of Ferocity, instantly dealing 1,000% spirit as true damage to a target. This attack has double critical hit chance. If crit chance exceeds 100%, overflow converts to crit damage. Has a 5% chance to trigger instant death. If target HP is below 20%, it guarantees instant death. It has a cooldown of 10 days. Dolores confirms that with its insane stats, it's definitely a Calamity tier. Ebisu told the brat to give it back since he risked his life to get it. Zhao moved it away from Ebisu while telling him that they almost lost their love because of him, and as compensation, he will borrow that. Ebisu refuses to let him borrow it unless he pays 10,000 coins a day. Xiao acted friendly, called him by his name, and told him not to be so stingy. He reminded him that they are buddies, so he shouldn't bring up talking about money. Ebisu told him to stop with the sweet talk. He noticed how Xiao called him Ebisui when he needed him, and when not, he's called Toad. Xiao wore the badge. He was excited because with it, farming goblins will be like slicing through butter. The system window appeared and displayed that a hidden quest had been triggered. It stated that even if the King of Ferocity was mighty, it was consumed by the abyss, and the bearer of the Mark of Ferocity should seek truth. The task is to find the Fang of Ferocity. Xiao asked what the Fang of Ferocity was. Dolores was surprised that he didn't know about it. Dolores informed him that it's a god-tier assassin's dagger, forged from the fangs of the abyssal beast. It is known as one of the most explosive weapons. She realized that there must have been some connection between the mark and the fang. Xiao expressed that it sounds amazing, but reaching the Abyss continent is a long journey. The system displayed that he will be forcibly logged out in 3 minutes. Xiao realized that his time is up, and it's time for him to log out. Dolores opened a portal. She expressed that she didn't expect that a dungeon in a starter village would take that long. As they have built rapport, she playfully calls him Peachy Sister as she says goodbye. She encouraged him to call her if anything comes up, but he better be ready with his coins. Xiao called him brother instead and said goodbye. Xiao knew that the Apocalypse game is still in beta and hasn't fully merged with reality yet. He decided it's best to rest for now. The next day at Xiao's home, he watches the news about the virtual game Apocalypse taking over the gaming community. It was at the top of discussion charts. A player being interviewed expressed that the game is so hard. He played all day, and his hands are killing him, and yet, he's only at level 2. He narrated that he died 3 times, and when he dies, his stats resets. There was another complaint that the devs made the game so hard. To their surprise, there's a player named Knight Xiao who's already at level 10 in just a day. They suspected him to be hacking. One even called it a trash game since he can't use cheats. On its first day, Apocalypse caused mass player deaths. Many experienced physical symptoms after logging out, leading to hospitalization. Later, organ failure cases emerged among survivors. Governments issued warnings against entering the game. Xiao saw that multiple nations had banned the game. He laughed at them and called them weakling. He knew that when the game merges with reality, they will all suffer. Xiao received a message. He was told to go to Northhua Hospital at once, and he was told to bring food for Zhou Hong and to pay his bills. And if does that, the person who texted him will pretend that nothing happened before. He got irritated upon receiving it. He totally forgot about that lunatic. He decided to block her first. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Hong was surprised to find out that Gao hasn't contacted Yanran all this time. He asked her if he would still come now that he called for him. Yanran asked him if Gao wouldn't dare to come. Hong knew that Gao loves Yanran so much that it's in his bones. He's certain that he will come running to her. The doctor informed Hong that he can be discharged early, and he should go pay the bill first. Yanran asked him why he's being discharged early. The doctor explained that the hospital is overwhelmed with patients suffering from organ failure, and just like them, it was caused by playing a game called Apocalypse. Now, the hospital is short on beds. Yanran got angry, and she uttered that it's like they're saying that poor people's lives are worthless. The doctor explained that it was a special situation, and they asked for understanding. He told them to settle the bill and vacate the bed by the end of the day. Hong told Yanran to stop arguing. He uttered that the game isn't really simple, and he plans to get discharged and continue playing. He asked her if she had any money, and requested her help to pay the hospital bill first. Yanran replied that she doesn't have money since Xiao didn't give her allowance for that month. Hong was confused because he knew that Xiao gives her 200,000 every month for her living expenses. She replied that Xiao had a bit of filthy money, and he's giving it to her to win her over, but she feels sick just seeing him. Hong encouraged her to send Xiao another message and ask him for some money since he plans to create an Apocalypse gaming studio, and that money means nothing to Xiao, and it will be very important for them. Yanran told him not to worry, since once Xiao gets there, she'll just see a few sweet words, and she expects him to obediently hand over the money. Meanwhile, at Xiao's home, Xiao was deep asleep. His alarm eventually rang, so he got up. It was time for him to enter the game. When he logged in, he arrived at Newbie Village 9527. Ebisu complains that Xiao is barely awake and he summons him already. Xiao argues that the early frog gets the worm. He told him that they have to level up fast and leave the village. The street was bustling with players looking for teammates. Xiao noticed how the number of players increased so much in just a day. He eventually caught their attention and players started flocking to him. They wanted to be carried by him since he's already at level 10. Ebisu told him that even if he switched to a masked outfit and hid his face, he can't really hide the level above his head. What an idiot. Xiao had no idea what he should do. Ebisu yelled at him to run. The crowd started chasing him. The crowd yelled at him to slow down. Ebisu told him to move or they'll catch them. Xiao didn't expect that many people would be running. The players eventually stopped since they couldn't chase him. The location he headed to is a level 10 trial zone, and they knew that monsters there would destroy them. It was too risky for them to go in. Some people think that Xiao will take the trial alone. Another person replied that it would be suicide. Ebisu was relieved that they finally lost them. Xiao knew those people weren't stupid, so they wouldn't dare to come there. Xiao was in front of the entrance of a castle. It was guarded by a single knight. The guard told him that the place wasn't for him. He expressed that he's there to start the trial. The guard was surprised that he reached level 10 that fast. He inquired where his team was. He replied that he's doing it solo, and he doesn't need a team. Upon hearing that, the guard warned him that even on normal difficulty, going in alone is suicide. He let him pass through. Xiao assured him that he has plenty of life to live. The guard thought that he's just another reckless kid. He stood in a magic circle. Several screens appeared before him. He was prompted to choose a difficulty starting from normal to abyss. Xiao thought that soloing abyss should be fine. His body glowed. The guard announced that the advancement trial has begun, and the selected difficulty is abyss. He thought that it was crazy to solo in abyss. Then, our MC was transported into another place. Ebisu questioned him if he's seriously going to do that. Xiao asked him if he really thinks he can't do it. He uttered that last time. He got a full bronze gear and an elite team, but they got almost wiped out because he had to carry Yanren. But this time he's there for revenge. He took out little Gray. With it by his side, he's confident. He sensed that someone moved near them. He told them to be alert. It was a savage snow wolf at level 10. Its HP is 5,000, MP at 5,000, Strength at 300, Constitution at 500, Agility at 300, Spirit at 500. This is a mutated abyss creature capable of total destruction. Once it locks on a target, death will come to it. Xiao didn't expect to face that right off the bat. He yelled that it was insane, especially with that 5,000 horsepower. Even a shadow assassin would be desperate facing it. He told Gray to prepare. The snow wolf roared loudly. Gray used Dragon King's breath and unleashed fire through its mouth. The snow wolf received minus 2,500 damaged. Then Gray scratched it, dealing damage consecutively. The snow wolf became angry. It has gone berserk. Gray used world-shaking dragon's roar. It stunned the snow wolf. Then Gray breathes fire on it, dealing several damage. Eventually, it was defeated. The system screen popped out congratulating them with their feat. With that, Gray had leveled up to level 4. Xiao was pleased that he increased 4 levels all at once. Xiao checked its stats and was impressed. It even has plus 50 to all stats per level. He commented that mythical grade beasts grow insanely fast, and it even unlocked such a broken skill. Xiao asked Ebisu what loot it dropped. Ebisu replied that there were 2 dark gold items. No surprise there because mutated bosses drop insane loot. There was a Blood Wolfgang dagger and Snow Wolf bow. Xiao was happy with it. He claims that it's so much better than his past life. Suddenly they sensed something. It was an abyssal tiger, demonized, at level 10. It has 8,000 HP, 8,000 MP, 400 strength, 800 constitution, 300 agility, 500 spirit. It is a twisted creature born from the abyss. Its power is overwhelming and deadly. Xiao dispatched Gray. It was just like a Pokemon battle at this point. At the same time, the tiger jumps towards it. Half an hour later, Xiao rested on a pillar. He expressed that if he knew it was exhausting, he wouldn't have soloed. He complained that his legs were about to fall off. Ebisu told him that he had already picked up several pieces of gear, and once he heads back to town, he will sell them for a good amount of gold. One of the loots he got are Dark Blade, a one-handed sword, and a spiked tiger shield, a one-handed shield. But Xiao stated that he has no plans on going back yet when the trial boss is just ahead. He planned to take it down. Ebisu couldn't believe him. He agrees that they have killed a lot of monsters already, but Gray is only level 7, so he doubts if it can handle a boss. Xiao replied that it's not a problem. In his previous life's Abyss trial, the final boss was just a Lord tier. He knew Gray can already easily kill 2 demonized monsters. And together with them, he's confident in taking down a Lord tier boss. He was to demonstrate his skills as a pro player. Ebisu feels like he sounds less and less reliable. The system screen displayed that the adventurer had fallen into the abyss. Xiao replied, "So what?" The system screen warned him that he entered a highly dangerous area and was told to evacuate immediately. Zhao narrated that in his previous life, despite being a great man, he was stuck on silly love affairs. So in this life, he would claim the Abyss Emissary, the ultimate power of Apocalypse. He happily shouted that the Abyss should be fully embraced. He eventually reached the boss who was sitting on a throne. It was called the Abyss Wandered King. Its level is 10, HP is not shown, strength is 0, constitution is 5,000, agility is 0, spirit is 5,000, talent and skill is unknown. That was surprising. Ebisu now questioned where the Lord tier that he mentioned. Xiao replied that in his previous life it was clearly a Lord tier. He wondered why it turned into a King tier. The 5,000 spirit points means that it is a pure magic class. 0 strength and agility meant that it has no physical damage, and the attacks are slow, but it could one-shot kill him. Ebisu told him that if he dies, he shouldn't expect him to pick up his corpse. Xiao is aware that a King tier boss isn't a joke. He asked Gray not to use his skills randomly and wait for his command. Then he advised Gray to keep changing positions as the opponent moves slowly, and he shouldn't engage in direct combat. Gray lets out a roar in response. It breathes fire. It looked like a tiny lizard, spraying the boss with tiny flames on the shoulder. Xiao encouraged it to keep moving in circles. The boss blacks the flame with its forearm. Xiao told Gray not to let it cast its skills. He encouraged it to keep going and wear the big guy down. The boss shifted its attention. It made Xiao curious as to why the Wandered stopped moving. He felt that something was off. It felt like it was looking at them. He noticed how it turned toward them. They got concerned. Ebisu yelled at Xiao to dodge. Xiao felt the impending danger, so he doesn't have to say that. He got attacked. He called Gray to save him, because he can't hold on much longer. The boss released a barrage of attacks in his way. Gray released fire. The boss got annoyed, but it lost its balance. Gray roared loudly, and the boss fell. Xiao expressed that if it doesn't die soon, he's going to run himself to death. Ebisu told him that next time if they come to such a dangerous place, he shouldn't be involved in it. The system screen appeared and displayed a congratulatory message for completing the Abyss level advancement trial. Gray levels up to level 10. Xiao was congratulated on being the first adventurer to complete the Abyss trial. With that, he has been rewarded with +5 all attributes. At this point, Xiao was breathing heavily. He expressed that he didn't expect Ebisu to be afraid of dying. Ebisu got annoyed and teased him that he was running so fast for someone who isn't afraid. He approaches the boss to check the items it dropped. The system screen announced to everyone that player Knight Xiao from the Xia Nation has completed the Abyss level advancement trial, becoming the first ever adventurer to complete an Abyss trial. He has earned the legendary title Abyss Emissary. Most of the players couldn't believe it. It was big news. They found out that the first clear player is from the great Xia Nation. On top of that, he's the only one on the leaderboard, which makes him so extraordinary. One man told a woman to investigate it. The woman understood and saw that the player was from the Jiangcheng area. He called a knight to send someone to the Jiangcheng area to investigate immediately. Most of the players couldn't help but be impressed that it's only the second day, and there's already a pro player at level 10 from Newbie Village too. Hong told Yanren that if they can team up with that pro, they are sure to get rich. Then, even the rich kids like Xiao will have to look up to them. Yanren asked him if he really thinks that a silly game could make him reach the peak of his life. Then Hong reminded her of his request, to contact Xiao and get him in the game since he's rich and good at games. Yanren replied that she's not stooping that low, and if he wants to do it, he could do so. She claims that she's not that shameless. Because of her response, Hong questioned her on how she's going to manage her living expenses for that month. Yanren yelled at Hong to stop bringing up Xiao. She pointed out that it's rare for them to have some time alone together. She never played a game before, and she wants him to teach her already. Hong was flustered with her reaction and told her that they will have to level up first. Meanwhile, at the Abyss, Xiao was disappointed that after all that effort, it's all that was dropped, and it's just a fragment. It's a fragment of abyssal stone and had never seen that in his previous life. He didn't pay much attention to it and just decided to have it appraised later. Since Xiao had passed the trial, he can now leave the newbie village and head to the main city. The guard was surprised that he came back. He couldn't fathom someone actually solo cleared the trial at Abyss difficulty. He told him to stop wasting time and have him connected to the main city at once. He wished to leave the newbie village at once. The guard understood and prepared the door. He congratulated the respected warrior on passing the trial and informed him that he's no granted a guide token, allowing him to freely enter and leave the main city. Xiao thanked him for that. Additionally, since he cleared the Abyss level advancement trial, he is entitled to an epic item badge of valor. Xiao was pleased to receive this commemorative item. The epic badge of valor is a proof of a hero. Only those who clear the Inferno-level trial are qualified to receive it. It's the Empire's highest honor. Its basic stats is +20, and Charisma is +3. It has a passive skill where when HP falls below 30% strength, it increases by 10% for 1 minute. Basically, it's an epic tier with all attributes enhanced. And he liked it. He called Gray and Ebisu to keep up as they will leave for the main city through the gate. They arrived at Windleaf Main City. Ebisu looked around. Xiao was amused by how quiet it was. In his previous life, the job transfer square was packed with over 100 people. He could see that coming in early makes such a difference. Xiao was set to find the Beast Master Gutal. Ebisu was confused why he would look for him when he's already a beast tamer. Xiao replied that he will find out soon enough. He made his way in the city and reached Beastmaster Gutal. Xiao approached him and expressed that he would like to transfer his job. Gutal shooed him and told him that he should find someone else. He didn't like to be bothered. Xiao told him that he wants to transfer to the hidden class Beast Whisperer and no one else can handle that. Gutal glared at him and asked him if he really thinks that anyone can become a Beast Whisperer. He challenged him to prove his strength first. He ordered him to go to the outskirts and bring him 100 eyes from the Demon Wolf cubs. The system screen informed Xiao that Gutil has issued him the quest of Eyes of the Demon Wolves. He must head to the outskirts, defeat 100 elite monsters called Gale Demon Wolves, and bring their eyes back to Gutal. Ebisu asked him how he even knew about the hidden class quest. Xiao scoffed and replied that there's no way he's wasting his time killing 100 monsters. Gutal called him a useless fool and told him that if he can't handle that, he should get lost and stop wasting his time. Xiao clarified since Gutal must have misunderstood. He doesn't think he needs to kill any demon wolves because he has an item which should be enough to prove his strength. Gutal was surprised to see the epic badge of valor. He couldn't believe that someone so young has already cleared the Inferno level advancement trial. Xiao clarified that it's not Inferno but Abyss level. Hearing that, Gutal got curious on how many people were in his team. Xiao proudly responded that it was just him. Gutal was happy to hear that. He uttered that front the moment he saw him. He could already tell that he was an extraordinary talent, a true dragon among men. Xiao was dubious about it since the moment he saw him not long ago, he called him a useless fool. Ebisu commented that the guy is changing his tune faster than flipping a page. Xiao asked if it meant that he could transfer to the Beast Whisperer now. Guto replied yes, but he had one small request. He would like to see what kind of beast could pass an Abyss-level trial. That wasn't a problem for Xiao. Gray appeared in front of him, and he was surprised for 2 reasons. First, it's a god-tier beast. Secondly, it's a dragon hatchling. He sweated a lot. He shared that he never thought he'd see a god-tier beast with his own eyes. It was his dream beast. Xiao asked him if he's okay, and told him that there's no need to get so worked up. Gutal told him that he might not be able to transfer to the Beast Whisperer that day. Xiao asked why. He replied that the Beast Whispered isn't worthy of a god-tier beast. He planned to introduce him to the Royal Chief Beast Tamer. He gave him a referral letter and instructed him to follow the address to find him, and he'll give the answer that he's looking for. Xiao felt fortunate. The system screen informed him that he had triggered the hidden class quest called the Dragon's Whisperer. He had to head to the Royal City to find the Royal Chief Beast Tamer. Ebisu told him that he's lucky that he's getting to transfer to a hidden class. Xiao replied that the Royal Chief Beast Tamer is in the Royal City, which is far from there. And besides, he had other things to take care of. Ebisu asked what those are. Xiao told him to follow, and he'll find out. He needed to complete another hidden quest. Ebisu asked him how he knew about so many hidden quests. They saw a woman who's wearing white strapless bra, white armbands, and white skirt, which was very short in front and long in the back. She's also wearing white heels. She's gorgeous, and she's guarded by 3 soldiers. Xiao told Ebisu that they needed her. Ebisu asked him if he plans to sell himself out. He replied that he doesn't understand. He informed him that the woman is Lady Charelle, the widow of the former city lord. She's a wealthy, beautiful widow. He tried to approach her, but he was blocked by the guard. He moved past him and talked to the lady. He told her that she seemed so sorrowful and asked her if there's a problem that he can help her with. She replied that there's a personal item that she had lost. She told him that if he could find it, she'd be grateful. That triggered the hidden quest of needing to retrieve Lady Charelle's beautiful flower. Xiao assured her that he will take care of it. Then, they went roaming the city. Ebisu was confused as to why they are wandering around the town when the flower that the lady seeks should be in the garden or outside the city. Xiao replied that Ebisu knew nothing. The flower that the lady is looking for isn't an ordinary flower. He asked if he knew where her flower was. Xiao replied, and they just perfectly arrived where it was. Ebisu was surprised to see a tool shop. He thinks that Xiao must have been mistaken. The shopkeeper saw them and asked what they would like to buy. Xiao expressed that he heard that this shop sells treasure boxes. The man enthusiastically replied that the treasure boxes they sell can contain prehistoric dragon bones or even legendary grade staff. He asked how much of the budget he has for it. Xiao requested for the most expensive one. The man brought out the highest grade treasure box in his store with 10,000 gold coins each. Xiao replied that one isn't enough. He threw a bag of gold coins while saying that he'll take all of what he has. The shopkeeper was surprised that he's buying them all. Xiao was slightly arrogant when he ordered the shopkeeper to open every single one. He opened the first treasure box, which contains a dual blade axe, bronze grade. The second one is a large healing potion. The third treasure box is a size-increasing bread. Half an hour later, they are in the last treasure box. Xiao ordered it to open. He was expectant. They were impressed with it. It contained a beautiful flower, however its use is unknown. Once he had it, he called Ebisu so they could leave at once. Meanwhile, Lady Shirele is soaking in the bathtub. She asked her servant, Liz, if someone would really find that flower for her. Liz assured her that with her charm, luck won't fail her. Suddenly, another servant barges in to inform her madam that a young man is outside asking for an audience, saying that he had brought the flower that she requested. Liz immediately got up the tub. The knight ushered her to the young man who claimed that he found what she was looking for. She approached him and asked if he really found it. He gave her the treasure box. When she opened it, she found a truly beautiful flower. She was happy since she had been searching for it for so long. She apologized for her rudeness, as she was just so overwhelmed. She told him that he had helped her so greatly, which leads her to asking what reward he would like. Xiao replied that he's not interested in money or artifacts. Since he's not interested in money or artifacts, it made her think that she had no choice but to offer herself. Xiao blushed. He was taken aback, especially when she said that in broad daylight. Xiao clarified that there must have been a misunderstanding. He told her that she only needed her to help him obtain a citizen's status. The system screen appeared and displayed that due to his noble actions and outstanding charm, Lady Shirele's favorability increased +20. Lady Shirele told him that what he wanted was easy. She ordered one of her servants, Eliza, to prepare the papers and her seal. Xiao expressed that he also had another request. He wanted to purchase some property in Windleaf City and settle down. It made her ask if he doesn't want to wander around anymore. She commented that it's a stable choice. She looked at the map and told him that she understands him wanting real estate, but the West District he's eyeing isn't exactly a bustling area. She asked him if he's certain that he wants to buy there. Xiao expressed that he's certain of his decisions and hoped that she can assist him in making the connections. She agreed to it and promised him that she'll make arrangements for someone to contact the real estate agents in the West District. Ebisu scolded this brat for not asking for the prosperous East District instead. He told him that he's intentionally making a loss. Xiao told him that he knows nothing. He informed him that soon the Windleaf City will be attacked by strange creatures, and under the assault of powerful beings, even the current city lord will fall in battle, and most of the East District will be destroyed. But the West District, being sparsely populated, won't attract as many monsters, suffering the least damage. Later, it will become the most functional and valuable area of Windleaf City. He was confident that he won't ever make a losing investment. Xiao, accompanied by Lady Cheryl, had met up with the agent. The agent informed him that the real estate contracts for his purchases have been finalized. He acquired 340 residential units and 184 commercial properties, totaling 1.2 billion gold coins. He asked when he would like to make the payment. Xiao was surprised that he bought so much for just $1 billion. It was a steal for him. He replied that he can pay at once. The agent expressed that it was a pleasure doing business with him. Lady Cheryl then gave him his citizenship document. Xiao was surprised to know that he became a citizen of Windleaf City already. Lady Cheryl corrected him. It's not a Windleaf citizenship, but a first-class citizen of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. He was surprised to learn that. Even Ebisu couldn't believe it. Even many powerful warlords don't have first-class citizenship in the Dragon Phoenix Empire. He told the kid that he hit the jackpot. Xiao realized that the madam is actually of royal descent. She posed and teased him, asking if she couldn't be a royalty. He replied that it's no wonder that she exudes such noble and regal elegance. It made Xiao ask if she knew about the royal beast tamer. She knew that he's talking about Uncle Stir. It made her ask why he's looking for him. Xiao expressed that he wanted to learn more about the beast tamer profession and related missions. She told him that Uncle Stir should be in the imperial capital, but he's an eccentric and unpredictable person. Still, she would try to contact him for Xiao. He told this beautiful madam that he doesn't know how to thank her and instead offered her his sincerest kiss. Xiao kissed her finger, and it made her blush. It made her giggle. She told him not to call her madam anymore. Instead, he should call him Sophia. Xiao agreed to the beautiful Sophia. The system screen displayed that due to his charm, his favorability with her increased by +20. He was also congratulated for obtaining his first-class citizenship of the Dragon Empire. The prestige ranking has been unlocked, and Great Sia players can now check the leaderboard. He was also congratulated for acquiring real estate. The regional housing system is now open. All Great Sia players' daily game time limit has increased by 1 hour. Ebisu noticed him fawning over her. He commented that it was like he sold his looks or something. Xiao replied that he loved seeing him irritated but powerless against him. Another system screen appeared to show that he leveled up to level 11, as well as Gray. It was announced to all the players that Knight Xiao has obtained first-class citizenship of the Dragon Phoenix Empire. The prestige leaderboard has been unlocked. Great Sia players can now check the rankings. Then another screen appeared to announce that Knight Xiao had successfully purchased real estate. The Great Sia regional housing system is now active. All Great Sia players' daily game time limit has increased by 1 hour. Upon learning that there's housing and citizenship, one player commented how the game is so realistic, and they get to receive an extra hour of game time. There are some players who got offended with the class system. Since someone had reached first-class citizenship, it made them feel bad about themselves that they think they're on the bottom. Another player felt that he's already a nobody in the real world. Now, it would be the same while in game 2. The guy behind him told him to stop complaining and questioned if there's even someone who knows who the developers are. Yanran was impressed with Knight Xiao's accomplishment. Hong thinks it's impressive, but also commented that Knight Xiao's name is kind of weird. She then sighed and uttered that if they had a top player like him leading them, they would probably be level 4 or 5 by then. Unlike their current disposition, wherein they struggled to kill a single slime. The other woman heard her and got annoyed. She pointed out that with Yanran's tone, it looked like they were unhappy with their team. The other woman told them that they did nothing, yet they gained levels just by tagging along, and it seemed like she's still not satisfied. The swordsman in the party told them that if they didn't like it, they could leave. Hong tried to mediate. He told them that there's just a misunderstanding and that his friend didn't mean it that way. He apologized for it, but Yanran got pissed and decided to leave. She told Hong that they are leaving. Hong asked him what she was even doing. The woman told her that just because she's a little pretty doesn't mean that she can act like a princess. Hong got annoyed that it was just them left. He questioned how they are going to level up now. Yanran was angry because he said he'd help her level up, but when they insulted her, she didn't defend her. She questioned him if she even cares about her. He admitted that he was wrong. Then he asked her if she had already contacted Zhao to play Apocalypse with them. Yanran questioned as to why she would have to when it's Zhao who always reaches out to her first. He understands that she has her pride, but he begs her to do it just once. He encouraged her to do it for him instead and to help them level up. She told him that since he's begging her, she will consider it. She planned to message him after she logs off. He told her that he would be waiting for good news. She said goodbye since she's about to log off. At her home. She reasoned that even if his way of throwing money around is a bit crude, she can't completely blame him. She decided to give him one more chance. She decided to take the initiative of messaging him one more time. In her message, she told him that she's playing a game called Apocalypse, then she ordered him to hurry up and buy the equipment, then help Hong and her to level up. And if he can get her to a ranking board, she might consider being his girlfriend. She asked him if he's touched by it. She hit send, and while doing so, she was thinking of how generous she is for forgiving him this time. 5 minutes later, she noticed that he hadn't replied yet. When she checked, she saw that Xiao deleted her from his friends list. She got mad. She yelled that from that day on, they were completely done. And if he really had dignity, he shouldn't come begging to her like a dog. She vowed that even if he kneels, she won't ever forgive him. At Windleaf City Eastern District, Xiao was imagining that his Western District would flourish like that. He arrived at the place. The shopkeeper immediately told him that their shop only appraises silver gate equipment and above. He was advised that if he has bronze equipment, it's better for him to go outside the city. Xiao challenged them if they can appraise dark gold tier. He showed the shopkeeper the night pendant accessory. The shopkeeper couldn't believe that it's really dark gold. The shopkeeper assured him that the shop owner himself will handle it to ensure success. Xiao told him to cut the nonsense and straightforwardly asked for the success rate. The shopkeeper replied that he's a gold tier appraiser, highly skilled, with over 80% success rate. Then he told him that the dark gold grade appraisals cost 100 gold coins each. Xiao told him that it's not a problem. He threw the bag of coins on the table and ordered the shopkeeper to start appraising. He added that he has several other dark gold pieces that he wants to be appraised. He took out the equipment. The shopkeeper was surprised that he was loaded. Xiao told him to hurry up. Night pendant is level 10 with dark gold grade, plus 40 spirit, plus 40 strength, minus 20% dark attribute damage. The man replied that the stats are absolutely insane. Zhao was actually pleased. He told the shopkeeper to continue. He left when it was done. His current stats is level 11, with base status of HP 990, MP 2640, Hunger 100. His base attributes are Strength 142, Constitution 142.99, Spirit 264, Agility 110. He also has special attributes such as Luck 65 and Charm 68. Xiao was pleased that his stats have improved a lot. Ebisu told him that with his current strength he can hold his own. He asked what they should do next. He replied that Sophia hasn't sent any news yet. He decided to go to Mist Valley and have Gray level up. They arrived at a gloomy valley with several bats flying in the sky. Ebisu asked him if it was really that place because he knew that it was a level 20 monster zone. Xiao replied that it was correct. Suddenly, they saw 4 gray hyenas approaching. It is at level 21. The system warned Xiao that the gap is too large, so he's unable to view stats. The gray hyena is corrupted by gray mist. They are already violent by nature and have now become even more bloodthirsty, attacking any non-similar creature in sight. And they love attacking from behind. Xiao complained that they come in packs. He commanded Gray to attack. Gray used Dragon Breath and insta-killed 2 hyenas, while Xiao was chilling and having a sip of coffee. He told Ebisu that the monsters there have high levels, but they automatically come to them, so he suggested that they stay there. Ebisu commented that this brat really knows how to enjoy himself. Gray continued to fight in the background. While he responded to Ebisu that he used to suffer and take beatings so naturally, he'd decide to enjoy it. 2 hours later, he and Gray reached level 12. A lot of hyena corpses lay on the ground. Xiao estimated that reaching level 20 would only take a few days. Then he noticed an item on a rock. It was a fireball scroll. It had to be crushed to understand the basics of fireball. Ebisu pictured a beast tame using a fireball and thinks that it would look ridiculous. He told him that more skills never hurt. He crushed the scroll to learn the fireball. He can condense a fireball with magic power, dealing 150% spirit value as magic damage to the target. Cast time is 1 second and it costs 50 megapixels with a cooldown of 5 seconds. He practiced it with the hyena. He hit it. But the damage is too weak. Ebisu laughed at him. He teased him that his fireball's damage is weaker than Gray's fart. It was getting late and Zhao knew that he had to log off. In just 2 more hours, the 3rd day of Apocalypse begins, which means that it will be publicly released. By then, all citizens of the Great Jia Kingdom aged 16 and above will be forcibly pulled into the dangerous game. It would cause the world to change drastically. It was an eerie night. A lightning bolt struck. The people in the real world were shown screens to inform them that they are entering the game. They were suddenly transported into a vast field. They were all confused because they were doing their own business when it happened. One person was soaking in a bathhouse, and suddenly he was there. Another one was happily eating skewers. They even saw someone they knew. Yanran was confused as to why she entered the game automatically. Hong finds it weird too. He was just eating midnight snacks with Wang Wan, and then he suddenly got pulled in. When he looked around, it wasn't just them. He commented that it looked like Apocalypse is changing the world. He asked Yanran if she managed to contact Xiao and asked him to power level with them. That triggered Yanran. She replied that Xiao should go to hell, and even if he begs her, she won't acknowledge him. She planned to contact the legendary Knight Xiao in-game to power level. Hong asked if she knew Knight Xiao, the one who ranked first. She replied that she doesn't know him yet, but she's confident that her beauty had never been resisted by any man. The announcement came that all citizens of the Great Xia Kingdom aged 16 and above, regardless of gender or age, have been forced inside Apocalypse. The game's exit interface has completely disappeared. Players can no longer log out on their own. Player locations correspond to real-world geography. The close they are in reality, the closer they spawn in-game. Each newbie village corresponds to a region. If a player dies in-game, they cannot return to the real world. A group of middle-aged men gathered around a bonfire where a pot of soup hangs. They talked about something being seriously wrong since everyone has been forcibly logged in. They wonder where Night Xiao is, and if he has any idea how to log out. Since he's the only one who leveled up that fast during beta, they think that he knows something. The way he leveled up makes them think that he's a GM. They decided to find him. At Newbie Village number 001. A knight kneeled to its master and informed him that so far, they still haven't found a way to exit the game. He thinks that they might permanently be trapped. The man replied that the situation is serious. He asked where Night Xiao is and if there's any news on the top player. The knight replied that they can't reach him and he's already at level 12 and wasn't in the newbie village. And at that time, no one can leave. The man asked about Chen Kuang. The knight informed him that Kuang Blade is only level 4. The man was surprised to hear that. He knew Kuang is in beta, so he questioned why he's only at level 4. The knight replied that he's been leading his team, constantly grinding, but Apocalypse is simply too difficult. He shared that many people are still stuck at level 2. It made the man realize that Knight Xiao is no ordinary person. He ordered them to spread the word to find him. Meanwhile, our MC received a message telling him to come to the Duke's mansion. They have news on what he's investigating. He made his way there while sharing to Ebisu that he didn't expect that the news about Royal Beast Tamer would come that quickly. He met with Lady Shirelle. This widow then informed him that she missed him. Well, that was straightforward. Xiao blushed upon seeing her. In his head, she was so seductive that no one could resist it. He called her Beautiful Sophia and asked if she had any news. She told him not to rush since Uncle Stir is traveling and can't get away. Xiao expressed his disappointment. She told him that Uncle Stir wanted to tell him how to unlock the hidden class. She told him that it's not difficult and it's right in Windleaf City. Xiao was surprised to hear that. He thought he'd have to travel to the ends of the earth. Turns out the treasure was in his backyard all along. He asked her to tell him where it was. She replied that it is a bit tricky. According to Stir, on top of the dragon ridge outside the city, there's an extremely powerful dragon. Beneath its lair lies a labyrinth. He asked if he's talking about the cave maze. She was surprised that he knew its name. He made up an excuse that he just happened to overhear it. But deep inside, he was thinking how he's familiar with it because he grinded it a lot in his previous life. He heard that there's only a level 80 eerie demonized boss there. He questioned how there could be a dragon. She replied that Stare is certain that a dragon guards the place. In Xiao's mind, it was only a demonized boss. It made him wonder if it changed to a dragon this time. Whatever it was, he decided to leave first. She was surprised that he's leaving alone when it is a level 80 area. Even the city's elite have never returned alive. He cuts her off and assures her that he has his ways. The system screen detailed his task, to head to the unknown labyrinth and retrieve an item from within. Ebisu agreed since he even stole a dragon egg before, so exploring a labyrinth is nothing to him. He told the toad to shut up. Xiao uttered that as long as the money is right, he'll even take down a dragon, and dealing with dragons is his specialty. He told her that the job is best left to Dolores. Lady Cheryl noticed the Supreme Hall's badge on him. She wondered how a level 12 player like him could have that. Dolores appeared on the portal and asked who it was that summoned her. She saw it was Xiao. She asked him if he missed her. He told her that she has a big job for her. She asked if it was another dragon. He told her that she has a gift of foresight because she was right. She was only joking, so when she learned that it's for real, she was surprised. Since it's another dragon again, it made her ask if she has a grudge on their kind. She complained that last time, stealing the dragon egg almost broke her back. She refused to do it. When she was about to walk away, Xiao offered her the same deal as last time. 2 billion reward. She was enticed by it. She made it subtle, though, by saying that it's like she doesn't want to do the job, but she's still injured and has to recover. So, if he's not in a hurry, she would like to go with him after a month. Since she's injured, Xiao offered to tell her the location of the Holy Spirit Spring. Dolores was surprised to hear that. She told him that if he really knows, she'll go with him even if it kills her. They sealed the deal, and Xiao suggested that they set off. Dolores had to ask if it had to be at once. She inquired where the Holy Spirit Spring was. He told her that it was at the Lost Hands. She asked him if he had the exact coordinates. While they are walking away, Lady Shirelle watches them while thinking that Xiao is really beyond expectations. She wondered if he will become a god-tier powerhouse in the future. Her favorability with him increased to +10, outside the newbie village. A party got worried for their member named Wang Qiang, who is down on the ground. The woman shared that Wang Qiang got slashed by a goblin twice. After respawning, his organs started failing. That's when the reality that the game kills people sank in. They begged to go home, but no one knew how to log out. Someone suggested looking for the level 12 player and asking. At the Dragon Ridge. Ebisu expressed that it's such a beautiful place, and it doesn't look like a dragon is hiding there at all. Dolores answered that the more peaceful the place seems, the deadlier the danger lurking within. Xiao agreed. Especially when all the monsters in there are level 80. Without her level suppression buff, they had already been surrounded. She suggested that since they are going for the labyrinth, they should avoid fighting unnecessary mobs. He agreed to that. The dragons flew in the sky. Dolores asked if he's certain that it's where the entrance is. What they just saw is a tier 5 dragon, and she doesn't want to be spotted by it. He told her that she won't see them. He informed her that the entrance is below that steep slope on the mountainside. She warned him that he better be right otherwise. He's on his own. They reached it, and Xiao uttered, "See? I told you." There was a marking on the rock. She inspected it and stated that the problem on such a sophisticated teleportation array is that there's no magic residue. With that, she can't open it. Xiao volunteered to do it. He slashed his palm with a dagger. Then the markings glowed. It made her ask how he knew how to open it. She couldn't believe that he actually did it. Xiao simply laughed and told her that he has his ways. Dolores finds him to be a really mysterious person. The system screen appeared to warn them that they have entered an extremely dangerous area. It is called the Dark Cavern Maze, and the maze has only one exit. They need to find it within the time limit or else they will be trapped forever. They were given a hint that since it is occupied by eerie creatures, they must proceed with caution. The countdown started with 180 minutes. Seeing that, Ebisu got concerned and wished that the kid would take him somewhere safe for once. Dolores complained about entering an eerie zone, and the time limit is only 3 hours. Xiao was thinking that the last time he was there, the time limit was 3 days. He expected that something was off since the time limit got shorter too. Dolores warned him that the mission is even more dangerous than facing a Tier 5 dragon. She confirmed with him if he still wanted to go after those items. She asked the God-tier sorcerer if she's scared. She got offended that the brat thinks she's scared. She told him to stop being ridiculous. She boasted that she's a God-tier powerhouse, a supreme hall elder, and a top sorcerer, so there's nothing for her to be afraid of some eerie maze. That's exactly what he wanted to hear. After that, he urged her to move quickly. When they descended the stairs, he asked if she knew about concealment magic. She replied that it's a dumb question because it's such a low-level spell that she didn't even bother learning when she was an apprentice. He told her not to be mad. He just wanted to hide their presence and aura, and that should be enough. It was a child's play for her. She did it, and Xiao was actually impressed with it. The system screen notified them that they have received the Shadow Phantom buff, which means that they had merged with the darkness. While walking, he briefs her that there are 5 eerie monsters in the maze. 3 of them are level 60 crawlers. One is a level 60 elite boss, and the other is a level 80 regular eerie monster. Thus, they had to be careful. She asked him how he knew about it and if he's some kind of prophet. He told her that he knew a few things, but in reality, he cleared the maze 800 times in his past life, so naturally he would know. It was unbelievable. She questioned him on what else he knew. He simply answered nothing. They had to sneak past the monsters without drawing their attention. He advised her to follow his footwork. She's so arrogant that she was annoyed that he's trying to teach her when she's at a high level. She said that she cleared more mazes in her lifetime than he walked roads. He went first and told her to watch closely. He jumped to avoid the spiky floor, then he landed near the pillar. He stealthily moved past the monster. Dolores couldn't believe that he just passed by a level 60 elite and it didn't even notice him. She took back her words and claimed that his family are masters. She did what he had done. He alerted her to stay ready for combat. They hid behind a boulder. In front was a bipedal boar. Xiao noticed how different it is from his past life. The large creature was the Maze Guardian, a yin spirit beast. Other details of it are hidden from Xiao, so he asked her if she could see it. She replied that it's a level 100 berserk eerie boss. Xiao took the task of opening the chest. He told her to get ready to strike. She placed a defense buff on him. Just to be on the safe side, he warned Ebisu not to move recklessly, or he'll alert the spirit beast. Ebisu told him to worry about himself instead. Xiao got excited that the hidden class scroll is almost his. He opened the treasure chest, and to his surprise, even the content was different. But then, the eerie boss noticed him. Before it could make a move, Dolores attacked it with frost shock, and it became frozen. She told him to run. He got chased by it. She used a 5-point magic formation, and the boss monster was stunned. Xiao checked the items. He got a sheepskin scroll and a cooldown stone, which has a rank of Heaven's Doom. The cooldown stone possesses immense power, allowing it to reset the cooldown of any item regardless of rank. The cooldown is 3 days. Ebisu told him that he's incredibly lucky. He was happy with it. It could mean that the chapter's cooldown will now only be 3 days. Dolores inquired on what they should do about the boss. She questioned if they should fight or leave it. He told her that they will fight it, and encouraged her to go all out. She was ready to unleash her full power. She attacked him with lightning. The monster roared loudly. Xiao was confused as to why it was screaming. Ebisu thinks it's going berserk. Then a monster claw tore open the ceiling. They realized that it was summoning a dragon. They panicked when the dragon came out of the ceiling and breathed fire towards their direction. Xiao yelled at them to run. Dolores expressed that there is no way they could beat that thing. Ebisu complained that it always comes down to them running for their lives. Dolores questioned how a yin beast summoned a dragon. Xiao replied that maybe those two are just neighbors. Ebisu got annoyed and told him to shut up and suggested that he ask it instead. She yelled at the kid to move because the yin beast was coming straight for him. Ebisu noticed that it was immune to slow effects. Xiao decided that he's going to take it down first. She told him not to be an idiot. That thing was level 100 and he's just only at level 12. He was thinking that with his cooldown stone and badge of valor, it's the perfect time to test his power. She told him that he's gambling his life. He screamed at it to die. He directly hit it to the heart. He sweated a lot when he realized that the damage was so minimal. Ebisu told him that if he dies, he shouldn't expect him to pick up his corpse. Suddenly, the yin beast coughed blood, and a large hole was created on its chest, dealing negative 932,642 damage. The target's HP below 20% triggered the forced instant death effect. The system window appeared congratulating him for having successfully killed the level 100 strange demonized boss yin beast. Him and Gray increased their level to level 20. He reached the level cap and won't be able to level up in the meantime. Zhao was happy to have leveled up straight to level 20. Dolores can't believe that a level 100 demonized boss was taken down by a level 12 rookie. A world announcement came that Knight Xiao has successfully killed the level 100 strange demonized boss Yin Beast. It was the first kill on a level 100 demonized boss. His reputation increased to plus 500, attribute points plus 50, warzone points plus 1. Naturally, other people would find it unbelievable. They felt like they were not playing the same game. Some think that the game has to be bugged or that Knight Xiao might not even be human. They find it fishy. While there are some who admired him and even wished him to be their grandfather. One person even wanted to call him daddy, and it was funny. The other person who heard scolded them because they are stealing his father. The majority doubted that a level 12 rookie can kill a level 100 boss. They think that it has to be a hack. They couldn't possibly think that there's no cheating involved. One person expressed that he doesn't care if it's a cheat as long as he gets all the rewards. An old man expressed his belief that the Great Xia, the country they thought they had completely surpassed, actually produced a player like that. He wondered if the hidden force behind Apocalypse had something to do with that player. Meanwhile, at the cave, the roof is caving in. They are in a bad situation where the boss is dead, the dragon is pissed, and the cave is about to collapse. Dolores asked her if he's just going to stand there and die. Xiao replied that he hadn't grabbed the loot yet. Dolores had already opened a portal and told Xiao that if he doesn't leave at once, he won't make it. She told him to forget the loot unless he wants to die. Xiao had no choice but to choose survival first. Large rocks kept falling. Just in time before the cave collapses, they get out. Dolores expressed that she hasn't done that thing in a long time. Ebisu was so tense. He planned to splurge once he got back to calm his nerves. Xiao felt fortunate that Dolores opened a portal or they would have been done for. But when they saw the sky, they got concerned. It wasn't over yet. The dragon was above them. Upon seeing that it's a holy judgment dragon, Dolores was done. It breathed fire and they started running. Ebisu complained that they are running for their lives again. Xiao told him that if they don't, they're really going to die this time. Dolores expressed that she's done and told him to just send the location of the Holy Spirit Spring and her payment. At Windleaf, main city. Lady Shirelle was impressed that Xiao actually managed to get the item from the labyrinth. She told him that he's amazing. Xiao replied that it was a piece of cake for him. Ebisu called him out, saying that he nearly died, and yet he called it a piece of cake. Now that they have the scroll, he asked how they could unlock the hidden class. Lady Shirelle noticed that the parchment doesn't seem to be a class-changing scroll. He asked her what she meant. She explained that according to Uncle Stir, the parchment unlocks his hidden potential and awakens a unique class meant just for him. She told him to follow her. They entered a room. Xiao didn't expect that the estate had a hidden chamber. He didn't discover it in his past life. Stir welcomed him. Xiao greeted him and expressed that he's there to unlock his hidden class. Stir thought that the method of class changing had vanished from the world, but he realized he was wrong. He agreed to assist him in his transition. Xiao replied that he's excited and ready for it. Stir informed him that the parchment will awaken the deepest power within him, and he should follow his heart's guidance. Stir guided him to stay calm, not panic, and to avoid resisting. Blue orbs float in the air. Xiao paid attention to it. Stir couldn't believe that all 5 crystal balls had been activated. Lady Shirelle asked him if that is what he meant by supreme class transfer. He replied, yes. Then explained that the 5 crystal balls around Xiao represent his potential. When he changed class, he only managed to activate 3. Breaking the limits of humanity and activating all 5 crystal balls makes him ask if the guy is even human. It made her wonder if Knight Xiao is something far beyond an ordinary person. Xiao was congratulated by the system for his successful class transfer quest, Whispers of the Dragon. He also had changed his class to the unique hidden profession called Dragon Speaker, and due to the infusion of mysterious power, his class rank has been upgraded. Also, he had surpassed the class rank limit and successfully advanced to the unique god-tier hidden profession called Beast God Master. Xiao could feel his body overflowing with power. Several screens popped out to inform him about the class Beast God Master. Its innate talent is Divine Power, level 1, where he had awakened a divine body, standing tall and unshakable. All final growth attributes plus 100%. He also has the talent called Primordial Force, level 1. As a Beast God Master, he was infused with divine energy. Spirit and strength are both 100%. Then, God's Guardian Set, level 1, where he had attained divine insight. He obtained a blueprint for Beast, taming equipment called Beast God's Claw. He also has the Beast God's Aura, level 1, wherein his tamed beast has undergone the baptism of divine power, causing all attributes to increase by plus 30%. Lastly is Beast God's Dominion, level 1, wherein he gets to have control over beasts that has reached its peel. All his tamed beasts would receive 30% of his final attribute bonuses. Xiao commented that the stats are insane. Ster couldn't believe that someone actually unlocked the legendary Beast God Master class. It means mastering the supreme power of the Beast God and gaining 40 attribute points per level. Xiao said that the stat boosts are insane. He also finds it interesting that the God's Guardian set even comes with a crafting blueprint. He saw on the blueprint of the Beast God's Claw blueprint that it was an equipment that grows in power and it starts at epic rank. But the materials needed to craft it are all rare. It looked like he'll have to hunt monsters to gather everything. The class transfer has been completed. He thanked Ster. Sharel lets him know that he's amazing. Ster told him that his potential is limitless. Ebisu was amazed with him too. Xiao thinks that he's destined to reach the peak in this lifetime. But first, he needed to craft the Beast God's Claw. Some players informed the Guardian that they wished to do the Abyss trial. The Guardian saw that those 3 seemed well equipped. He asked them on what level of the trial they are attempting. Tiger Unleashed expressed that he's going solo on the Abyss level trial. The Guardian was surprised to encounter this once again, Tiger. Unleashed expressed that he lives for challenges and he'll have no regrets even if he dies. The women with him told him that they will wait outside for good news. He replied that they won't be waiting long. The Guardian commented that the visitors from another world are really built differently. 5 minutes later, Tiger Unleashed came out needing desperate help. They asked the boss what happened. He responded that it was terrifying since the monsters mutated. The woman was concerned since their boss got hurt. She quickly asked for a potion. His friend cursed. This person also learned that not just anyone can solo the Abyss level trial. At the Great Rift level 20 trial, Abyss level, Xiao got a message in their group chat. Their homeroom teacher, Mr. Lee, is asking if anyone else is in the game. The school is taking attendance, so he requested them to respond. Wang Jun replied that he saw Hong and Yanran. You guys could just pause this if you want to read the whole conversation. Let's continue. Xiao didn't want them to know his identity, so he decided to lay low and focus on leveling up. Gray was fighting a golem. He told Ebisu that they would get back to work. Gray used Dragon Claw and inflicted negative 2,354 damage. The golem fell on the ground. It dropped 2 pieces of equipment, a rock great sword, which is a 2-handed sword with a dark gold rank, and a rock-shattering hammer, Warhammer, with a dark gold rank. He praised Ebisu for the good work. When he was trying out the equipment, another golem appeared, and it looked like a boss. It was called Abyss Watcher King, level 20 with unknown HP, strength is 3,000, constitution is unknown, agility is 2,000, spirit is 3,000, talent and skills are unknown. Basically, it was a king tier boss, but Xiao felt relieved that it was only at level 20. He told Ebisu to go first and he will cover him. Ebisu replied that he doesn't need him to. Back to the party of 3. The women were surprised that the boss actually died in the trial. They thought it was impossible to happen because they exactly followed Xiao's leveling path. They thought that if Xiao had cleared the Abyss trial, it meant that he found an exploit. There was a world announcement that the player Knight Xiao from the Grand Jia Nation has successfully cleared the level 20 Abyss trial. He is the first in history to do so. His reward is an epic item, Stone of Valor, and Grand Jia Nation Warzone points +1. Back to the location of Xiao and Gray. Xiao commented that it was an easy win. They were waiting in front of the body. There was no loot, just another abyss stone fragment. Xiao noticed the pattern wherein the Wanderer dropped fragment, and now the Watcher dropped fragment too. It made him curious about what it is. He questioned if it's used for crafting some god-tier items. He didn't dwell on it since there's no point in overthinking. He decided to figure it out later. It was time for him to head back. Once he was out of the portal, he was greeted by congratulations. The Guardian announced that he cleared the trial and presented him with the reward. It is a Stone of Valor. Epic grade. It holds immense power and can be used to enhance the Badge of Valor. Xiao liked it. He didn't waste any second in joining the two items. Because of that, the Badge of Valor increased to legendary rank. This badge is a symbol of true warriors. Only those who conquer the high-level trial can obtain it. It represents the Empire's highest honor, strengthened by the Stone of Valor. Its base stats increased +50, all attributes are raised +5%, and charm +3. Its passive power is that it triggers when HP drops below 30%, increasing strength by 10% and spirit by 10% for 5 minutes. Xiao thinks that with it he'll be unstoppable in the level 30 zone. He told Ebziu that they will go, but suddenly he was informed that there will be a system maintenance, so he will be logged out of the game soon. Zhao wondered if it meant that they were finally able to return to reality. The other players were also confused, too. But at the same time, they are hopeful to get back to the real world. Their bodies started glowing. Back at home, the news reported that after the Great Saiyan Nation, the United States had also fallen into the apocalypse. Experts predict that this supernatural game phenomenon will gradually spread worldwide. It was reported that falling asleep means entering the game, and it made them question what will happen to humanity. It was also reported that player Tiger Unleashed dies in the Abyss trial. It made them wonder how terrifying the Abyss-level trial is and what it would mean for ordinary players. In that segment, they invited a high-level player, Qingfeng Kuizhu, who will share the latest updates on Apocalypse and strategies for leveling up quickly. Qingfeng recently led a team to clear the hard-level advancement trial in the livestream, and he'll reveal whether dying in reality affects reality. Xiao never heard that name before. He was interested to see what this guy got. The interviewer asked him what his thoughts are on the recent events. He replied that he didn't do it alone and his team barely made it through. Then he was asked what he thinks about the fact that players are automatically logged into Apocalypse when they fall asleep. He replied that even officials can't explain Apocalypse's existence, but surviving inside the game is far from simple. The host also brought up that Night Xiao not only cleared the Abyss trial, but he's done it twice as a top player. Qingfeng replied that Night Xiao is completely on a different level, and even if all top-ranked players are combined, they won't stand a chance against him. One man in an all-white suit was watching. He uttered that, if someone like Xiao is in his ranks, he'd have absolute control over Apocalypse World. He called Fu Bo and instructed him to use every resource available to dig up everything on Night Xiao. Fu Bo replied to the young master that he will get on it right away. Xiao was reading that the game suddenly went into system maintenance and forcibly logged everyone out. Now, players can only enter by falling asleep. It made him think that the invasion of Apocalypse is happening slower than in his past life. But he also saw it as a perfect chance for him to level up. For Beast Tamers, level 30 is a crucial milestone. That's when he can unlock an extra pet slot. He didn't dwell on it and just focused on reaching level 30 first. At level 30, Grey Mist Valley. He commanded Grey to do a stunning shock attack. Grey followed. The golems were stunned. Xiao was impressed. Then Grey released a fire breath. And that crushed the golems into pieces. Both him and Grey leveled up to level 24. There was a crowd on the world rankings, and they noticed that Night Xiao increased levels again. He was so far ahead of the second-ranked player. They firmly believe that he's hacking. Qingfeng thought that Night Xiao would be slowed down at higher levels and they would be able to catch up, but instead, he just keeps growing. At this point, the first on the ranks is Night Xiao at level 24 and Qingfeng Kuizhu at level 10. One of his members told him that he's amazing. Qingfeng Kuizhu replied that there's always someone better, and second place isn't so bad. His other team members agreed and were okay with it since they are in control of the ranks, having all the members in rank 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. At Newbie Village 9527 Dragon's Nest. The dragons were talking that the egg's been missing for days, and yet the other dragon was just sleeping. This is a conversation between Radiant Dragon, a red one, and Skyfire Dragon, purplish-black in color. Skyfire Dragon told the Radiant Dragon that with it being the prophet, it carries the fate of their race. Radiant Dragon questioned if he can't sense the presence of the human. He stated that it was disgusting. Skyfire Dragon asked if he's talking about those wretched gods. He uttered that it's impossible for a human worm to wield that kind of power. Radiant Dragon replied that he can see more than him because he is the Dragon Prophet, and he is willing to entrust their race's future to the mortal. Skyfire Dragon disagreed because it's reckless. They flew hurriedly as there's no time left. Radiant Dragon stated that devouring all mortals is their last hope. He told Skyfire Dragon to follow him. Skyfire Dragon asked if they are really entrusting the fate of the dragon race to a mortal. One player was relieved that he finally made it to Windleaf Main City. It was Qingfeng and his party. He expressed that besides Nightshao, they are the first players to reach Windleaf Main City. Unexpectedly, they saw two dragons soaring the sky above them. We then see our MC yelled for help as the dragon caught him. Abisu told him to stop yelling because it's not like there's anyone strong enough to save him. Qingfeng and his party were amazed. He noticed that it was carrying someone. One of them thought it was Nightshao, but he also thinks that it's impossible. Qingfeng replied that even if someone reaches level 100, there's just no way to be involved with a dragon of that caliber. One of them asked him if they should follow it. That sounded absurd because it was a judgment dragon. Qingfeng knew that if one sneezed from it, they'd be gone. Suddenly, breaking news appeared to all the players. It was reported that a dragon boss appears outside Windleaf City. One of the main cities, a poor, unlucky player was captured. Qingfeng revealed that the unlucky player might be Nightshao. A lot of speculation came up on what it meant by being caught by a dragon. It was talk of the town. One person thought that he's grinding speedily because he had been dealing with dragons. Some expressed that they are jealous. They couldn't believe Nightshao can interact with such high-level creatures. The dragon arrived at something that looked like a ceremonial circle. Xiao feels that those dragons are familiar. Ebisu asked him if he had forgotten the good deeds he had done. He reminded him not to mess with the dragons. Our boy thinks that they're done because one of those dragons had its egg stolen by him and the other one had its home looted. He knew things weren't looking good. The Skyfire Dragon asked him if he's not afraid. Zhao acted tough and told them that they could kill him or slay him as they wished. But deep inside, he's afraid. He's thinking that there's no one who wouldn't be afraid. The Radiant Dragon told him that there's nothing to be afraid of. He told him that the egg that he took was the last hope of their race, and bringing him there is to bestow him with a great opportunity. Xiao asked if they were talking about Gray. Hearing that, Skyfire Dragon got offended. It was outrageous that he gave such a disgraceful name to a dragon. Xiao haven't think it that way, especially when Gray liked his name. Radiant Dragon told him that they should get down to business. That subdued the Skyfire Dragon, and he agreed. They flew and casted a spell in the name of the dragon god. Xiao asked them what they were going to do with him. He clarified that he was joking earlier and begged them to let him live. He tried to play dumb, saying that he doesn't know the egg thief. Yellow and red light shone. The dragon's eyes glowed. They bestowed him the blessing of the dragon clan. Xiao received a part of the dragon's power. His body was enveloped with that warm light. In the Apocalypse Forum. The talk about the Great Xia Nation continues to dominate, occupying the entire top 100 of the level rankings. Another brewing news is that the second spot on the leaderboard has changed. Jinyi Yexing showcased top-tier assassin skills, skyrocketing to level 14, replacing Qingfeng and widening the gap. Also, they noticed that Xiao remains at the top, but he hasn't leveled up in 3 days. They were all curious if he had fallen. Ever since being taken by dragons, he stayed at level 30 for 3 days. They all wanted to know the story behind it. They questioned if someone really knows what's going on, but most of them have no idea. They speculated judging from his usual pace. Something unexpected probably happened. Being taken away by a dragon was too extreme, and it made them wonder if it's some kind of extreme plot. They wondered if Nightshao made some shady deal with the dragons to level up. Then they thought that since he maxed out, it was time for him to pay the price by offering up his ass. They all assumed that he used some kind of trick to take the top spot, and that now it's being exposed, he's being punished. One even gossiped that he has someone who has insider info and that Xiao is now done for. He told them that Xiao won't come back in 3 days nor 30. The person he's gossiping to is questioned on who is the person who has inside info because even top players admit that they don't know. Meanwhile, Xiao was left lying on the ground. He complained that his head hurts. The system screen congratulated him for receiving the blessing of the dragon. With it, he became stronger. He stood up and checked his surroundings. He asked what that place is because it looked like a level 40 area. Ebisu noted that 2 dragons are gone. Xiao was confused, because after all that trouble, he didn't feel much of a change in his attributes and skills. Then he saw that he had a new skill called Money Shield. It means that 100 gold coins can be converted to a 1 shield point, and currently, He has 1.81 billion gold coins. He couldn't believe it. It became more awesome when he read that there's no cold down. He felt really fortunate. Since God of Fortune got new talent skills, it made him wonder if Beast God Controller had one too. He was astonished to see the innate talent. Infinite Beast Mastery, level 1, which meant that there's no limit to his number of beasts. That was amazing because even Royal Beast Masters only get 3 core pets, and yet he gained no limit. He felt like he's dreaming. It made him kneel and pray and thank the dragon gods. At the trial hall, level 30, the Guardian asked Knight Xiao if he would like to attempt the Abyss level trial. He replied yes and was asked to wait for a moment. The door opened. It emits icy air. The Guardian wished him good luck. When they entered, they were transported to a mountain in the winter season. Xiao complained that it was too cold. He stated that if he had known it would be that freezing, he would have worn more layers. He noticed a large snowball behind him. Fortunately, he stepped aside on time, otherwise he would have rolled over. Ebisu asked him why he's dodging it instead of using his shield. Yao had been reminded that had one. Suddenly, a large bipedal monster appeared. Xiao told Gray to go and show how fierce he is. Gray breathes fire on this monster and instantly defeated this white-furred mutant yeti. Xiao was overwhelmed that in just a single attack, everything was over. He checked Gray's stats. It showed that Gray is a celestial dragon mythical grade at level 30, with base attributes of 7,066 strength, 6,975 constitution, 7,589 spirit, 6,949 agility. It has several talents like absolute suppression, where it has innate dominance over lower-tier creatures. After carrying the luck of Dragon Race, it has grown stronger. Again, pause the video if you guys want to read all of these. To sum it all up, Gray was just too overpowered right now. Suddenly, several monsters came marching in. Xiao encouraged Gray to go wild and kill them all. Gray released a fire breath at the center of the mob, and half an hour later, the last monster, Seeker of the Abyss, King Tier, has been slain. Xiao commented that it's too weak for a King Tier. Ebisu reminded him not to get too cocky when he was badly crushed before. There was a system announcement for all. The screen displayed that Knight Xiao has passed the Abyss level advancement trial, becoming the first ever hero to pass the level 30 Abyss trial. He was awarded an epic item called Heroic Radiant Stone, and plus point to Great Xi'an Nation Warzone. One player was impressed since he had faith that the Night God had been preparing something big the whole time. Another player was in disbelief that Knight Xiao had been taken by a dragon and still came back. Another player expected this since he had faith that Knight Xiao isn't someone who would die early. The man with him commented that Knight Xiao is full of potential. The other man replied that they should go back to the city since he's interested to meet him, and when he had brought him under his command, he would take the game seriously. Meanwhile, Xiao had received the Abyss Stone Fragment 3. Upon receiving that, Xiao questioned how many pieces are there, and he also got a Heroic Radiant Stone, Epic Grade. It is a rare material infused with radiant energy from the Heroic Stone. It can further enhance the Heroic Emblem, and only powerful heroes are qualified to own it. Xiao finds that stone useful since it can enhance his Heroic Emblem again. The Guardian wished him well. He waved goodbye to it. At Windleaf Main City, he noticed that it was getting crowded. Ebisu replied that it wasn't a surprise since Xiao had been missing for several days. They wanted their gear to be appraised, but when they arrived, there were so many people at the shop. Xiao gets in front and orders the shopkeeper to appraise his item. Without looking at him, the boss told him to get in line. But Xiao is a first-class citizen. When the shopkeeper saw him, he was surprised, and his attitude shifted. He welcomed him warmly. The players who were in line got annoyed that Xiao gets cut in line just because he's a first-class citizen. Xiao showed the shopkeeper the item, and the shopkeeper recognized it as the Heroic Emblem. Xiao wanted that to be enhanced first. The shopkeeper immediately got to it. He was cautious because it's so valuable, and if he messed up, he's ruined. The player on the line saw it and commented that it's just a shabby emblem. The shopkeeper hammered it. Suddenly, a blinding light shone on the players, and the status screen of this emblem appeared. Apparently, it's a legendary grade item, and it serves as a proof of a hero. Only those who pass the Abyss level trial are worthy of it. It is an ultimate honor of the Empire. After 2 enhancements, it will become even more powerful. It has plus 100 base attributes, plus 5% all attribute resistance, plus 3 charisma, and a passive skill that triggers when HP drops below 30%. It also adds plus 10 strength and plus 10 spirit. Xiao commented that it wasn't much of an upgrade. Given that he has an item like that, the players started to realize that he must be the famous Knight Xiao, Immediately, they approached him and spoke their intentions all at the same time. The shopkeeper blocked their path and told them to calm down and not disrupt the business. Xiao expressed that staying low-key is so hard. He brought out other items that he wants to be appraised, too. The shopkeeper was up to the task and guaranteed him satisfaction. The other players' jaw dropped when they saw that it was a dark gold gear. They all spoke at the same time, while the shopkeeper tried to make them stay back. Consequently, at Apocalypse Forum, it was announced that Night Xiao had just showed up in Windleaf City, and every single item he had appraised was dark gold. One player asked if it was legit, because last time someone said they saw Night Xiao, but it ended up being fake. The one who posted it claims that it's real, especially that there are live pics taken. He gave them the location. A player immediately headed back just to see. They all came running and competed with one another on who gets a hold of Night Xiao first. It forced Night Xiao to hide, and fortunately, it looked like no one had followed him. He complained that no matter where he goes, people are watching and it drains him. He didn't realize that a player was on his side until he talked to him. He asked what it was about. The man in red armor assured him that they only want to talk business. Xiao asked if they wanted to buy his dark gold gear. It was something like that, but the man had another offer that he's certain Xiao won't turn down. Xiao replied that if he's throwing around billions of gold coins, he would have a hard time saying no. The man replied that Xiao had his head stuck in the game. In his mind, Xiao is trying to remember this guy from his past life. Only the assassin at the back looked familiar. He could remember it being one of the top players back then who never joined a guild and always ran solo. He asked what the real goal was. The man replied that he saw Xiao's potential, but it doesn't seem like Xiao realized just how much power his in-game fame can bring him in real life. Xiao listened, and the man assured him that he doesn't make any empty promises. He was confident that whether it was cash, women, or connections, he could grant him that. He asked for Xiao's answer. Xiao taps him on the shoulder while saying that the fact that he came to him for a partnership tells him that he knows his skill is real and he's flattered. The man assumed that they were on the same page. Our MC continued to say that for someone his age, he's a show-off. And that really rubs him the wrong way. He decided that the guy needs to cool off at respawn point. He created a flame on his hand. The man was dumbfounded that he's attacking him. He persuaded him to talk it out. But Xiao already released the fireball at him and called him an idiot for talking too much. The party members were triggered when he killed their young master. The assassin in the group blocked them and warned them not to make any moves since they are in the main city and killing is strictly forbidden. They just couldn't risk the fallout. Xiao told them to get the money and gear on the ground and consider it their severance pay, and advised them that they should stop chasing the guy when the guy isn't going anywhere. They couldn't believe what Xiao did. Someone from the back asked who's fighting and scolded them for causing a scene. The party members heard the sirens and knew that the city guards were approaching. The guards had surrounded them. The leader asked who had the guts to kill someone in the main city. He threatened that the person must have had a death wish. Xiao admitted that it was him. The guard couldn't believe that he's calm after killing someone. But then the guard noticed that he's a first-class citizen. His attitude shifted and explained that it must have been an understanding. He politely asked what happened since he needed to file a report. Xiao replied that the guy threatened him, so he took out the trash. The guard was surprised to hear that nobody tried to threaten a first-class citizen. The guard expressed to him that protecting citizens like him is their geo, and if anything happens again, he should leave it to them and not get his hands dirty. He replied that it was nothing. The guard thanked him for his kindness and left. The party members couldn't believe that they were just letting him go. The leader of the guards dispersed the squad. One of the guards asked why they weren't arresting the man. The leader scolded this moron for not paying attention to details. He explained that the guy is a first-class citizen, and not just any. It's the person that the Duchess has been desperately searching for. And there's a word that she's been going crazy trying to find him. He knew that this person is not just a random VIP, and that if he reports that, their futures will be set. At the Duke's estate. Lady Shirley looked worried, since she had not heard any news about Xiao. Suddenly, her maid came rushing in to report that them finally got a word. Her expression brightened as she asked where he was. Meanwhile, at respawn point, the man on red armor called his party members fools for not taking down the guy. The guy calmed down and admitted that he lost his cool. He assumed that his party members got beaten by the guy since he's already at level 30. He expressed that he made the guy think they're equals, but he believes that he will realize just how wrong he was. Then, he told the assassin to use his stealth skills and get back in the city to grab the gear he dropped. Someone arrived and told them that there's no need for that because he didn't bother taking his gear. And he already can see that the guy on the red armor won't even need it. It was Xiao and he's standing on the roof. The red-armored guy asked what he was doing in the respawn zone. He warned him that surveillance there is several times tighter than in the main city. Xiao raised his staff, while saying that it is necessary to remove the root, otherwise the grass will grow back. And in an instant, he hit the guy with a fireball. The party member cursed at him, but before they could say more, he told them that they shouldn't move, otherwise they would also die. He declared that killing one or many makes no difference to him. The red-armored guy was back. He screamed at Night Xiao to ask why he's taking things too far. He warned him that if anything happens to him, not only him, but all his family and friends will pay the price. Xiao replied that the guy is still boasting even when he's about to die. He attacked him again because his threat meant nothing to him. They caught the attention of other players. They all looked terrified that he's killing someone at respawn point. The party members got worried about their young master. Eventually, the guy couldn't respawn and was forced to log out. The black robe judge appeared and asked who dared to kill there. The assassin told Xiao that even if he's strong, he won't be able to escape the judgment of the black-robed judge. He assumed that now, Xiao is really in trouble. Xiao was taken aback that they alerted the black-robed judge. He knew that with his current level, facing him head-on would be a huge loss. Xiao admitted his deed and surrendered to come with him. The black-robed judge ordered the guards to take him away. Meanwhile, in a mansion outside the game, Fubo got worried for the young master. He tried to wake him up. The master of the house approached them and asked what happened. Fubo reported that the young master has been killed. That angered the master and ordered to kill the killer along with his family. Consequently, at Dragon Phoenix Empire Court, Xiao was interrogated for his deed. Xiao replied that the person brought a group to harass and threatened him. He claims that he did that to defend the dignity of a first-class citizen. The people on the side talked about how Xiao admitted that he blocked the respawn point and killed the guy 5 times in a row. They find it terrifying that even the respawn zone isn't safe. And they felt that if Xiao wanted to kill someone, that person is doomed. The judge ordered silence. He considered this being Xiao's first offense and sentenced him to lifetime exile in the Eastern District with no right to enter. Xiao tried to reason, but someone spoke that emotionally and legally it was justified action. It was Lady Sherelle. Everyone was surprised to see the Duchess. She claims that it's unfair. Judge Ada respectfully greets her. She replied that there's no need for courtesy. Then she shared that Xiao is her friend, and she doesn't want him to be treated unfairly. The judge admitted that his judgment was rushed. Then he stated that according to Windleaf City law, if a vagrant offends a first-class citizen, that person will be executed. Lady Cheryl then suggested that they remove the handcuffs on Xiao. Judge Ader ordered him to be released immediately. Then, Lady Cheryl asked if they may be excused if there's nothing else. Judge Ader told her she can leave any time. She told Xiao that they will be going. Once they were out, Xiao thanked her. She told him that she saved him again. Then she heard that he was captured by a dragon. She sent people all over to look for him, and she's glad that he's okay. Xiao shared that he was captured by 2 dragons, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise because he got some stuff. She invited him to come home with her to tell his adventures. He kissed her hand, and it made her blush. It was his form of greeting, while telling her that it has been a long time, and he has a lot to tell her, too. But before that, he asked if Steer is still at the mansion. He wanted to ask him about the second-class mission. Bringing that up, it made her conclude that he's already in level 30. She couldn't believe how fast it was, at the main hall of the Duke's mansion. Steer met him and expressed that it's no wonder for someone who made 5 crystal balls appear to level up that fast. He felt inferior. Zhao told him that he's too humble. Then he expressed that he wants to consult him with the second-class mission. Steer admitted that the second-class missions for hidden professions are not his field, and even if he traveled the entire continent, he still wouldn't find a clear answer. It is because the domain of the gods is far too mysterious. Lady Sherelle asked what they should do. She inquired if it meant that he won't be able to obtain his second-class mission. Steer told her that there's nothing to worry about. He knew that to be able to advance to a hidden class to its second profession, one must gain the recognition of the gods. Xiao asked if it referred to the Lost Temple. Steer was impressed that he actually knew about it. He replied that he heard about it before, but he doesn't know where it is. When it comes to mysterious places in Apocalypse, the Lost Temple is among the top. Sherelle was enamored by how wise and knowledgeable he is. Steer told him that HTE Lost Temple appears randomly, like a mirage. 1 second, it's in front of him, and the next, it vanishes without a trace. The system window appeared and notified him that he accepted the class change quest to search for the Lost Temple. Ebisu told him that it's such a mysterious place, and it would make his advancement tough. Xiao realized that the matter of the second class needs to be planned carefully. Lady Shirelle saw him off and told him that when he's done, he should go find her. He agreed to that. Ebisu asked where they would even look for the lost temple. He commented that it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Xiao replied that they won't search for it yet because there's something more important. He knew that tomorrow would be the first strange invasion in Apocalypse. Ebisu asked about it. He explained that the gate to another world will open and countless strange creatures will rise from the abyss. By then, all beings in Windleaf Main City will be massacred, and every building in the city will be destroyed. Ebisu got concerned. He suggested that they run. He told Xiao that he can't protect all his property in the city. Xiao had one person in mind to deal with those creatures. He opened a portal and called Dolores. He popped his head inside. Dolores wasn't pleased to see him, because every time he looked for her, it's never anything good. She asked him if he found another unlucky dragon's nest. He told her to relax because there's no dragons this time. He told her that it's just in the main city and that he won't go anywhere else. She was a bit suspicious. She asked what danger could it be for it to be in the main city. She asked if he wanted her to beat up a lord or something. He told her that it's not that serious, that he just wanted to ask if she could guard his property in the West District for one day, starting at midnight. He offered the same pay. She finds it suspicious that it's that simple. He tried to sweet-talk her by saying that they have been friends for a long time now. Dolores agreed to it. He told her not to be late. Ebisu sarcastically congratulated him for tricking someone again. He played dumb, saying that it's not a trick, and it's for Dolores' own good too. He decided to use the time left to level up one more time and get fully ready for the strange invasion, simultaneously at the forum. They talked about how Xiao killed a player 5 times in a row at the respawn point and caused real-life death. Since he wields such terrifying power, people think that he'd get away with whatever he wants. Some people expressed that it's trampling with human life. They uttered that Apocalypse shouldn't be a place where players do whatever they please. They brought up the idea of supporting identity verification in-game. Xiao read that and assumed that they were making noise just to expose his identity. He finds it childish and decides to go rest since that night might be a long one. He laid on his bed. Many started entering the game. They got confused because they haven't slept and yet they're already in the game. They got alarmed with this another forced entry, and they couldn't log out either. One person uttered that even if he can't log out, as long as the monsters don't enter the village, everything will be fine. Xiao praised Dolores for being punctual. She yawned, as if she's still sleepy. She replied that the city is quiet at that hour. It made her think that he called her just to chat. He told her not to be impatient. He added that soon, all the shops in the West District will be in her hands. Dolores assured him that as long as she's there, not a single tile or stone will be lost. He replied that her presence alone makes him at ease. Lightning had struck. Xiao immediately requested that she cast a buff. She's confused as to what it is. The sky was ripped and several monsters came out. It was the start of the strange invasion. A lot of the monsters are winged ones. The guards announced that there's an invasion and the whole city is under level 1. No one was allowed to leave. They called the mages to the walls while others were tasked to evacuate the people. People started running. Dolores asked Xiao how he predicted the strange invasion. She stated that the current level of the creatures doesn't worry her, but there's a probability that the levels rise. He replied that she has to believe in herself because she's a divine-level sorceress. Then she saw the level 100 boss lord class. She realized that she fell into his trap again. She whined that every time he looked for her, it was never something easy. He reminded her that she promised to protect every brick and tile of his West District. She attacked the monster with the skill called 5 Heavenly Lightnings. The monster fell on the ground. Xiao was impressed that she took out a Lord-class boss with just one strike. She asked him if he thinks she's his puppet. Another large monster appeared. She noticed how more and more keep coming, and now there are flying elite bosses too. She yelled at him to stop staring and help out. He brought Gray out and told him it's his turn. The monsters were so humongous that the humans looked like ants. The mages and the guards on the wall tried their best to hold them off. Meanwhile, Gray breathes fire on a monster and instantly kills it, despite it being a strange elite-level boss. Xiao reminded Gray to be more careful because another shop just got destroyed. He saw that there's a wave coming, so he ordered it to move fast. The system screen notified him that he killed an elite-level boss and a normal boss. The notifications about killing the bosses continued. He was pleased with it because, just as he expected, killing the bosses was the fastest way to level up. Xiao told Dolores that he's counting on her to protect the West District while he and Gray hunt more bosses. She got annoyed with this brat who must have thought that she has 3 heads and 6 arms. She yelled that he should pay more. It was not a problem for Xiao. While Gray attacks the monsters, Xiao inspects the loot. He saw that the monsters even dropped an epic grade gear. He picked up the Devourer's ring and was pleased with it. Meanwhile, outside the Windleaf City, a large bipedal reptile monster spit some purple flame. The players scattered trying to stay alive, while some were fueled by anger and were determined to take those monsters down. The monster tried to claw a player, but the player defended himself with a shield. He told their boss, Ching Feng, that he couldn't hold on any longer. Ching Feng instructed them to look for a chance to escape since the bosses are too strong, and they are no match for it. The tank urged them to go and hurry, since he can only distract the monster for 5 seconds. He was pushed back and dropped his shield, but he kept telling them not to worry about him. A female caught him when he fell and tried to wake him up. Ching Feng felt that there's no hope. They all start to think that they are all going to die there. Unexpectedly, the monster was hit with a fireball on its back. Ching Feng was impressed that it was taken down with just a single strike. He saw the attacker. It was a baby dragon. Gray roared loudly. Once the monsters are stunned, he breathes fire on it. They were fascinated by how strong the baby dragon is. Storm felt like his prayers were heard. Xiao informed Gray that there are more boss monsters on the side. Those players immediately recognized Xiao. Ching Feng chased after him. Xiao asked what they needed. Ching Feng thanked him for saving them. They promised that if he needs something, they will do anything, even if their life is at risk. Xiao told them not to worry about it since he's just passing through. Then he informed them that the West District is relatively safer now, and if they don't want to keep hunting bosses, they could head there. When he left, they gossiped among themselves like how cool he is. Storm even said that if he's a woman, he'd want a kid with him. Ching Feng told them to stop the chit-chat and pick up the gear and items because they will head to the West District. Gray attacked another monster, but Xiao told it that killing the normal monster is just a waste of time. He encouraged it to go to the city gates because that is where the real battlefield of the strange invasion is. The city was in flames. Ching Feng's party arrived, and they confirmed what Xiao said. It was relatively safer there. But they couldn't help the question as to why Xiao is patrolling outside the city. They speculated that he's patrolling the city to level up. They saw him leveled up again. He's now at level 35. It was shocking for other players because he was just at level 31 yesterday. It made them wonder how many bosses he had to kill to reach that fast. They saw something like a flamed cannonball, which came from the direction of the main city gate. It's about to crash in the city. Xiao arrived at the main gates and he couldn't help but think that massacre happened there. A skeleton king appeared. It's a level 100 Lord-class boss, so he knew it's going to be tough on his own. The guard informed Lord Ador that the wall at the main gate had been completely destroyed. And the archer and the squad can't hold out, plus their healers are overwhelmed. Basically, they couldn't take it anymore. They asked if they should abandon the front lines and fall back to the rear. Ertor ordered them to prepare to retreat. Out of the blue, lightning struck. They felt hopeful when they saw a divine-level expert had stepped in. It boosted their morale to attack. Dolores was called by this brat in panic, and upon seeing the monster, she knew he wanted her to kill that level 100 Lord boss. Xiao chuckled and commented that she's sharp. He instructed her to help him get too close to it so he could kill it. She pointed out that it's a strange level 100 Lord-class boss. That even her wouldn't dare to say that. Xiao replied that he's serious. She agreed to send him there. First, she gave him some buffs. He suggested that she clear a path for him so he can face it head on. She saw his guts, so she agreed to it. She struck the monster. Several monsters were stunned at once, then she yelled at him to go. Xiao rushed while telling her that she's awesome as always. Ator told Dolores that with her help the city will be safe. She told him that it's enough talk and he should take his men to defend the north side. She told them to leave that side to her. They counted on her. Then a guard reported to Ator that a level 30-something tamer is trying to attack the Lord boss. Ator told them not to worry and to follow Dolores' orders to fall back to the north zone. Now, Dolores and Xiao stood in front of the gigantic skeleton. It's now all up to Xiao. Ebisu told him that if he dies, he shouldn't drag him with him. He doesn't even plan to pick up Xiao's corpse. Xiao assured him that he wouldn't die. It was the beginning of the hunting hour. The skeleton king moved and attacked Dolores. She puts up a barrier to defend herself while telling the brat to move already. He told her to calm down and just watch. He took out the emblem and activated Brutal Massacre. It released a laser beam directly to the Skeleton King. It was a brutal execution that led to the instant death of the Skeleton King. Its bones disassembled. Xiao was happy that he had done it. Ebisu couldn't believe that the Lord-class boss was taken down in one hit by the brat. That was followed by a world announcement that Knight Xiao had successfully killed a level 100 Lord-class boss. He achieved the first Lord-class boss kill. His reputation increased by plus 1,000, attribute points by plus 200, and Great Shi Nation war points plus 1. The players never imagined that it was possible. Qingfeng realized that he must have left the city earlier to slay the boss. Storm was amazed to the point that he wanted to be Xiao's disciples. Qingfeng expressed that he wanted to be one too, but Xiao doesn't just accept anyone. The woman in their party had made up her mind in creating a fan club of the great knight, Xiao. Xiao collected the loot. There was a divine protector's shield, epic grade, and blazing stones which can be used as a material. There's also a star caller's staff, an epic grade item. Just as he expected, the rewards are on a different level compared to other monsters. He asked Ebisu if he found something good. Ebisu replied that it's an artifact. Xiao told him that he's lucky since it was something nice. It is the frenzied horn of the destroyer. Xiao stated that the strange invasion is even better than completing a legendary level quest. They saw that the strange monsters were retreating. Everyone celebrated that they survived. Meanwhile, inside a manor, the guard asked the governor if he had awakened. The man asked this guard turn to help him up. He instructed them that no matter what happens, they shouldn't let those strange creatures in the city. The guard reported that it has been an hour since the invasion ended. The governor couldn't believe that it was already over. The guard reported that while the king is unconscious, with the help of Xiao and Dolores, the invasion was repulsed, and the city is now undergoing repairs. He expressed that he never expected that besides Dolores, there would be another outstanding talent saving the Windleaf City at such a critical time. He instructed Turn to make arrangements because he wants to meet this person and express his gratitude. Turn replied that he'll arrange it right away. With Lady Shirelle on his side, he invited Xiao and Dolores inside his home. He expressed his gratitude for their brave assistance. He told them that if it hadn't been for them, they don't know if Windleaf City would have survived the calamity. On behalf of all the citizens of Windleaf City, he offered his sincerest gratitude. Lady Shirelle uttered that Xiao had once again performed another miracle. Dolores replied that he's too kind. She told him that it was mainly Xiao who took down the Lord-level boss. Xiao gained favorability with Aaron plus 20. He also gained the respect and recognition of the governor of the Windleaf City. He obtained the title Friend of Windleaf. Xiao replied that it wasn't a big deal. Then, he went straight to the point. Dolores excused herself as she needed to return to the Supreme Temple to handle some matters. The governor told her to be careful. Lady Shirelle asked the governor if he needed something from her. The governor replied that half of the Windleaf was destroyed, and the once prosperous East District is in ruins, and most of the intact buildings are in the West District. He wanted to ask if she could spare some properties in the area. She replied that she can't make the decision, because at that moment, most of the properties in the West District were under Xiao's name. The governor didn't expect him to be the owner of the West District. He asked him if he would consider transferring some of the properties. He replied that as long as he got the fair price, he had no problem. Ebisu knew this brat was going to cash in. The governor asked for his price, and he will immediately have the bank prepare gold coins for him. Since the governor is straightforward, he also replied the same way, by expressing that he'll just keep a few large shops at the corners and transfer the rest to him. The governor thanked him. Lady Shirelle expressed that there's something she needs support with. He told her to tell him. She stated that the incident has been reported to the royal family, and Xiao's bravery has been witnessed by all citizens. So, she decided to request that the royal family grant Xiao a noble title. Deep inside, Xiao thinks it's good news. Ebisu told him that he's really lucky. The governor replied that he supports that decision. She asked Xiao what he thought of it. Deep inside, the governor was surprised that the Duchess has such an appreciation for the young man. He speculated that something is between them. Xiao kissed her hand and thanked her. He also thanked the governor. The governor replied that it is what he deserves for saving the city. He admitted that he should be the one thanking him on behalf of the Windleaf City. Concurrently, at Yanran's home, she's yelling at Hong to stop joking around. She was on her phone worried, and she's yelling at him that if he keeps it up, she's going to get angry. She begged him not to die. She's watching him on her phone. He was laying on the ground, bleeding. She called him useless because she had given him the gear she bought with all her savings, and he still couldn't defeat one strange monster. She's lost on what to do now. She decided to look for Xiao. She realized that she's wrong to trust that stupid Hong. She concluded that he was the one who led her astray. Otherwise, Xiao wouldn't be like that to her. Now, she understands Xiao is the one who best treated her in the world. She decided to find him. Because she thought he deeply loves her, and that if she sincerely apologizes, she's certain that they can go back to how things were. She was determined that this time, no matter what he wants, she will give it to him. She's certain that as long as she lowers her head, he'd forgive her. She left her house at once to go find him. Back in the game, the players planned that as soon as they log in, they'll find a way to transfer to Windleaf City. They think that other areas are dangerous and only Xiao can guarantee their safety. One person planned that too and suggested that they form a party together. They think that paying a high price for a city transfer scroll is worth it. The bidding for a house started. Xiao was confused as to why there were so many people suddenly coming to Windleaf City. He knew it was late to go for challenges, and he planned to forge his equipment first. The shopkeeper asked him what he needed. He replied that he's there to forge and identify some equipment. The shopkeeper replied that it would be an honor to serve him, but unfortunately, his shop was destroyed. Xiao suggested that he come with him and he will lend him a forge and identification device. Xiao invited him in. The shopkeeper asked what that place was. He replied that he will find out inside. He was surprised to see a top-tier forge. He didn't expect that there would be a luxurious forge in the West District. There's even identification equipment too. He questioned who owned the shop. Xiao replied that if he wants, he can be the owner, and as for the profit mode, it can be the same as he had before. He revealed that it's his property and has been vacant for a while now, and the shopkeeper happens to be there. The shopkeeper was surprised. He replied that he's deeply honored, especially now that so many identifiers are unemployed in Windleaf City. He was truly grateful that Xiao took him in. Xiao replied that there's no need to thank him, and what matters is the work. He suggested we start identifying the equipment. He showed him the first item. The shopkeeper was confused that an artifact needs identification. He explained that even with the most advanced identification devices they have, he can't say that he'll be able to identify the artifact. Xiao urged him to still try. Since Xiao trusts him, he decided to give it his all, and just as he expected, the identification failed. Xiao asked if it was that difficult. He replied yes, since no one has ever successfully identified an artifact before. He apologized that he couldn't help. Xiao realized that it's complicated. He decided to move on to identifying the other 3 epic grade items. The shopkeeper replied that epic grade ones are not a problem. Xiao went to the governor's place and saw that a guard blocked a man requesting it to leave since the governor was busy. When Xiao asked if the governor was in, he was treated differently. He was led inside. The governor didn't expect Xiao to visit. He asked if Xiao needed something. Xiao went straight to the point and said he wanted to search for the lost race. The governor replied that legends said the lost race vanished over 100 years ago. Searching for them would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Xiao already knew that, but he still had to try. That made the governor ask what he specifically needed from him. Xiao asked the governor to issue a bounty. Anyone who found the lost race would be rewarded with 5 million gold coins and 3 dark gold-grade equipment pieces. The governor was impressed by such a generous reward. It made perfect sense to him. He agreed to issue the bounty immediately. Xiao thanked him, but the governor said there was no need since it was no trouble at all. The next day, everyone gathered when news spread that the great Xiao had leveled up again. People were shocked to learn that he had started grinding levels once more. A system announcement echoed across the server. The Chinese player Ye Xiao had completed the level 40 Abyss trial. He became the first player ever to pass it. The reward was an epic grade item, Stone of Valor, and +1 to China's Warzone score. Everyone was stunned. They admired Ye Xiao's achievement, but now that he had reached level 40, they expected his leveling speed to slow down. At the level 40 Abyss trial grounds, Xiao stood face to face with the Abyssal Guide. It attacked him, but it was deflected by a shield. Then, Gray spewed fire at the Abyssal Guide. Abisu commented that it was a good thing Xiao had the money shield. Otherwise, he would have been finished. Xiao told him not to joke about the Dragon God's blessing. It was obvious how much his stats had skyrocketed. Another fragment dropped from the enemy's body. This made the 4th piece. Xiao couldn't help but wonder how many fragments were needed to complete it. Suddenly, Xiao received a system message from Aaron. He told Xiao to come to his residence immediately because he had news about what Xiao was searching for. People went into a frenzy when a dwarf was spotted. They rushed to inform Xiao, hoping to claim the massive reward. Everyone competed over who saw it first and raced to report it. After hearing the news, Xiao went to visit the governor. The governor immediately urged the soldier to share what he knew. The soldier greeted Xiao and reported that a group of strangely shaped dwarves had been seen in the forest outside the city. He believed they were the lost race Xiao was searching for. Xiao asked if he was certain. The guard answered without hesitation. He said he had encountered them while hiding in the forest during the strange invasion. He added that if Xiao hadn't ended the invasion, he might not have survived. Xiao said there was no need for pleasantries and asked him to escort him there. The guard asked if Xiao wanted additional soldiers. Xiao declined, saying he could handle it alone. The dwarves were deep inside the forest. Several men hid nearby, watching from a distance. They planned to capture the dwarves alive and claim the reward from the great Xiao. One man suggested they work together. One would take the gold, while the other would receive the dark gold equipment. The other man disliked the deal. One of the dwarves noticed them. He hurled his hammer toward the men. They laughed it off when they saw the damage was only 80. It was laughably weak. They didn't expect the hammer to unleash lightning damage of 87,231. The men were instantly roasted. The others hiding behind the trees saw the massive 87,231 damage appear in a single hit. They couldn't help but mutter that the dwarves were ridiculously overpowered. One dwarf complained to another that the damn humans were clearly up to no good, and it was making him angry. He said he had warned Thor that they shouldn't pass through human territory. Thor told him to calm down, but Dulin refused to be treated like some kind of circus attraction. If not for their tribe, he would have smashed the humans to death already. Thor told him that was enough and decided they would leave immediately. Meanwhile, Xiao was informed that the dwarves were just ahead. Hearing that, he quickened his pace. The people hiding behind the trees noticed Xiao. They were thrilled when they recognized him, knowing how powerful the dwarves were. The soldier told Xiao that the dwarves were just inside the forest. Xiao suggested they head straight in because he wanted to personally see their strength. The soldier warned him to be careful. The dwarves were extremely temperamental, and their damage output was insane. Xiao replied that he knew exactly what he was doing. Xiao told the guard that his task was complete and that he could leave the rest to him. Ebisu asked if Xiao was seriously planning to walk straight up to them. The dwarves spotted Xiao and grew irritated that a human dared to approach them. Dulin was ready to crush him, but Thor told him to stop. Thor said he found this human pleasant. Dulin agreed. Suddenly, he no longer felt like smashing him. Then, they caught his scent and sensed the presence of an artifact. Not just any artifact, but a divine one. In fact, more than one. The scent was so overwhelming that whatever Xiao carried might even surpass divine artifacts. Dulin noticed another familiar scent. It stirred an ancient memory, but he couldn't immediately recall it. Thor was shocked when he realized what it was. It was the scent of a god, a deity. Dulin nodded in agreement. Dulin used his telescope to examine Xiao. At first, he felt disappointed when he saw that Xiao's level was quite low, but then he noticed something strange. Xiao's spiritual power was unbelievably high. He immediately told Thor to take a look as well. Thor peered through the lens and was stunned. He commented that Xiao was truly blessed by the gods. The spiritual power radiating from him was overwhelming. The crowd hiding behind the trees was confused. They couldn't understand why the dwarves weren't fighting. To them, it made no sense. They had been beaten badly, yet Xiao stood untouched. The dwarves coldly asked if they really wanted to talk about sense in front of a god. One man scoffed and muttered that he thought two-faced people only existed in the real world. Even dwarves who looked stern and honorable turned out to be shameless traitors. He found it amusing and thought Xiao must have another trick up his sleeve. In his mind, tomorrow's headline was already written. Shocking news! The #1 player shows off his muscles in front of two buff dwarves. Thor asked Xiao what he was doing there. Xiao introduced himself and said he needed their help. The dwarves assumed he wanted them to forge a weapon. Xiao clarified that he wasn't there for forging. He explained that he was searching for the lost temple. That immediately sparked their curiosity. He assured them he meant no harm. This was only for his class advancement quest, which required the help of the gods. The only way to reach the gods was through the lost temple. Thor felt uneasy after hearing this. Dulin then stated that the lost temple was sacred and couldn't be shared with outsiders unless Xiao proved himself to be righteous. Xiao admitted that proving his righteousness would be difficult. Instead, he made another request. He wanted them to identify an artifact he possessed. That instantly excited Dulin. He urged Xiao to show it at once. Xiao explained that even the blacksmiths in his city couldn't identify it and asked if they could. Dulin laughed arrogantly and said dwarves were the greatest craftsmen in the world. The so-called blacksmiths Xiao mentioned were trash among trash. Thor told Xiao to take it out so he could examine it himself. The moment Thor saw it, he frowned and said it didn't look like a forged artifact. Xiao asked what he meant. Thor explained that the item showed no signs of forging, yet its quality was terrifyingly high. He believed it was a natural artifact formed by the fusion of elemental forces. In other words, it was truly one of the horns of the god of destruction, either cut off or naturally detached. They asked Xiao where he obtained it. Xiao replied that he got it after defeating a boss during the strange invasion a few days ago. The dwarves' eyes widened and their jaws dropped. They asked if he truly entered the realm of the gods and killed that boss. Before answering, Xiao demanded their response first. Could they identify it or not? They said they could. It wasn't difficult, but it would be expensive. They asked if Xiao could afford it. Xiao asked how much. Ebisu could already sense that the kid was about to get ripped off. Thor raised 5 fingers, confusing Xiao. Then Thor clarified. It was 500 coins. Both Xiao and Ebisu were stunned. Dulin asked if that was too much or too little. Xiao replied that 500 gold coins could already buy 50 sacks of rice. Thor hesitated and lowered the price to 300 gold coins, refusing to go any lower. Xiao calmly replied that if they could identify the artifact, he would pay them 1 million gold coins. The dwarves were shocked. They couldn't even imagine how much rice that amount could buy, but they estimated it would support them for a lifetime. Xiao handed them 2 bags of gold totaling 1,000 gold coins as a deposit. He also promised to have food delivered to them later. The pile of gold was too tempting for the dwarves to resist. They eagerly began working on identifying the artifact. At the same time, Xiao saw a notification. He gained plus 20 favorability with both Thor and Dulin 1 hour later. It was a success. The artifact was identified as the Horn of Wrath, God of Destruction grade. It was believed to be one of the horns of the God of Destruction. After being tainted by a mysterious force, the horn emitted a ferocious aura. Once reforged by expert dwarven craftsmanship, it revealed its true form. Its stats were terrifying. Strength plus 55%, spirit plus 55%, vitality minus 50%, agility minus 50%, critical rate plus 10%, and critical damage plus 20%. Wrath of the God of Destruction was a unique passive skill that reduced enemy health recovery by 50% on all attacks. It also granted an active skill called Divine Destruction, unleashing divine energy to deal 300% of strength plus spirit as magic damage. Additional effects included removing damage immunity for 30 minutes, dispelling all high-tier buffs for 5 minutes, and triggering forced destruction on buildings while purging divine power. It consumed 5% mana and had a 5-minute cooldown. Xiao praised the dwarven craftsmanship and was stunned by the artifact's description. Still, he wondered if the divine power was directly connected to the gods. Thor then brought up payment, reminding Xiao that the artifact had already been identified. Xiao assured him he would pay, and told them to pack up and follow him to Fengia Main City to collect their reward. Dulin hesitated and asked if Xiao meant a human city. Thor was also uneasy, as they had never entered a human main city before. Xiao confirmed it was exactly his plan. He said he had prepared a feast for them and mentioned that he also had other artifacts he wanted them to work on. The dwarves behind Thor and Dulin became excited at the thought of visiting a human city and partying. When they arrived, they immediately attracted attention. The humans were surprised to see Xiao bringing dwarves with him. Soon after, they began thinking about how they could take advantage of the situation and asked the dwarves to craft equipment in the future. The food was served. The dwarves exclaimed in delight. The food was delicious, unlike anything they had ever eaten before. The knight who had escorted Xiao earlier encouraged them to enjoy themselves, reminding them that Xiao was covering all expenses. While Thor ate, Xiao asked him about the lost temple. Thor agreed to share what he knew. He took out a temple detector passed down by their ancestors. When brought near the lost temple, the device would react and reveal its location. However, Thor advised Xiao to abandon the idea. Xiao asked why. Thor replied that a truly terrifying being resided there. Xiao asked what kind of creature was guarding the place. Thor admitted that even the dwarves had never seen it themselves. He explained that long ago, under the guidance of the fire god, their ancestors fled the fire temple. A terrifying being had appeared there. To seal it, the fire god created a land of extreme flames where no ordinary being could approach. Because of this, their ancestors warned every generation of dwarves to stay far away from the fire temple. Even so, Xiao still wanted to go. The fire temple was essential for his class change. He had no choice. Thor admired his courage, and since Xiao insisted, he decided to give him 2 items to help. The first was the temple detector. Once Xiao got close to the fire temple, it would react. The second item was the Fire Spirit King Crystal, given as thanks for treating them to a great feast. The Fire Spirit King Crystal was a unique crimson crystal that radiated brilliance while sealing mysterious power. For centuries, the dwarves had crafted fire spirit crystals in preparation for returning to the fire temple. Among tens of thousands, one evolved into the Spirit King's crystal. Compared to regular ones, its effects were far stronger and lasted much longer. It granted the Dance of Flames buff. Dance of Flames increased fire resistance by 90% and lasted for about 3 hours. It could not stack with similar buffs, but using multiple crystals extended the duration. Xiao was impressed by its quality, though it was exactly what he expected from dwarven craftsmanship. He asked if they had more and said he was willing to pay gold for them. Thor shook his head and told him that it was the only one. However, Thor showed him regular fire spirit crystals. They were weaker, but if Xiao needed them, he could give them to him. Xiao thanked him but admitted it still wouldn't be enough. Fire spirit crystals were magical items crafted by the dwarves over centuries in preparation for returning to the fire temple. They granted fire resistance, 30% fire resistance for 1 hour. They could not stack with similar buffs, but repeated use extended the duration. Thor replied that this was all he had. Xiao decided he would figure the rest out on his own. He bid them farewell, and they wished him luck. Ebisu asked what Xiao planned to do about the fire temple. Xiao explained that it was for his class change. He had to go, no matter the danger, but he couldn't go alone. Then, in another setting, Dolores tried on a bunny suit. She thought it suited her perfectly. She imagined that it wouldn't be long before the 2 old geezers in the temple were no match for her. Suddenly, a knight burst in and informed her that someone had arrived. She asked why he was panicking and demanded to know who it was. Then Xiao appeared. She groaned the moment she saw him. He only ever showed up when trouble followed. She asked what it was this time. A dragon? A creepy boss? Something worse? Xiao couldn't believe she saw him that way. It was as if her image of him was someone who existed only to fight. She argued that even if he didn't look like it, that was exactly who he was. She told him to stop stalling and get to the point. Xiao replied casually that it wasn't a big deal. He just planned to visit the fire temple. That shocked her. She assumed he had finally grown bold enough to provoke a god. She immediately said she wanted no part of that. Xiao tried tempting her by saying the reward was negotiable. She refused without hesitation. She argued that even if the fire temple really contained countless treasures, even if he insisted on going, he wouldn't know where to find them. Xiao admitted that he hadn't planned to go until he accidentally obtained a dwarven compass that could locate the fire temple. She accused him of trying to fool her with some random compass. Then she hesitated. She said that since it was a temple, it involved gods, and she had no desire to die a meaningless death. She asked him why he was so determined to go. Xiao revealed that it was for a class change. That explanation finally made sense to her. She told him to give her a week to prepare. Xiao rejected the idea and said there was no time. They had to leave immediately. If she refused, he would go alone. She was caught off guard, especially since they hadn't even discussed payment yet. Xiao reminded her that the fire temple supposedly held countless treasures and told her to think carefully. He turned and started walking away. She stopped him and argued that without her protection, he wouldn't even make it past the entrance. 2 days later, at the Scorching Lands. She asked Xiao if he was sure about the path they were taking. She complained about the heat and asked how much farther they had to go. They had already been walking for 2 days, and she felt like she was about to collapse. She even suggested that the dwarves had tricked him. But Xiao noticed that the compass was reacting more strongly than before. That meant they were close. Suddenly, a level 100 molten mud crocodile appeared. Xiao left it to her. She complained that she was sick of seeing them and swore she would never eat roasted crocodile again. She froze it, but it broke free. Then dozens of them emerged at once. She was completely caught off guard. Xiao noticed that the compass was now reacting violently. Even she could tell something was wrong. Then, without warning, a massive door appeared before them. The molten mud crocodiles surrounded it. It was the gate of the fire temple. It was their first time seeing it. But the mud crocodiles began to move. They charged straight at them. Dolores struck them with a thunder strike. Meanwhile, Xiao protected himself with a honey shield. He told Ebisu to hold on tightly and asked Dolores for a speed buff as he charged forward. She agreed, calling him a brat, and reminded him about the payment. Xiao assured her he wouldn't forget. The mud crocodiles blasted him with fire breath. His shield took 2 hits of 150 fire damage. He didn't expect to take that much damage even with the fire spirit crystal active. Ebisu screamed at him that he was getting burned alive. As he pushed forward, more mud crocodiles spewed fire at him. But Xiao didn't slow down. Nothing was going to stop him, not even the gods. And with that resolve, he burst through the second door. But the scene inside was completely desolate. A massive presence demanded that he state his purpose. Xiao replied that he came to explore the ruins. The entity told him that to awaken his potential, he required a blessing. For that to happen, Xiao had to kneel before him. Xiao asked if his second job also required a blessing. The massive figure replied that he must offer his sincerest praise. If Xiao submitted, he would receive blessing and protection. Ebisu warned Xiao that the statue felt suspicious. Xiao agreed. It was clearly just a statue, yet it demanded that he kneel. The statue suddenly grew furious. It declared that kneeling before the great god of fire and craftsmanship, Hephaestus, was the highest honor Xiao could ever receive. It roared in anger and demanded Xiao offer his sincerity at once. A powerful force pressed down on him, forcing him to kneel. Xiao took 1,000 fire damage twice. Rage boiled inside him. A living person was being bullied by some lousy statue. He was ready to fight this so-called god, especially since he wielded a divine artifact. Suddenly, Gray emerged on his own. It attacked the statue. Xiao tried to call it back immediately, but Gray unleashed dragon breath and dealt a devastating 99,999 damage. Xiao realized that the dragon's hatred toward the gods had already been etched deep into its blood. The statue was shattered, yet it continued to speak. It warned Xiao that he had made a grave mistake. A demon sealed below might break free because of his actions. Suddenly, the system issued an alert. Xiao was being struck by an unknown force and was ordered to evacuate immediately. He realized that destroying the statue had enraged the god. The ground shook violently and Xiao lost his balance. He wondered if this truly was the wrath of the fire god. If he was facing a real god, he knew he had no chance. For the first time, he thought he might die there. Then someone shouted that Hephaestus deserved to die. Xiao froze in confusion. The ground beneath him collapsed, and he fell. He realized the temple was crumbling. As he continued to fall, he was attacked by rays of light that activated his money shield, causing him to lose lots of money. A few seconds later, he finally crashed onto solid ground with tremendous force. Disoriented, Xiao looked around. 4 massive pillars stood on a circular platform beneath his feet. The entire surrounding area was engulfed in flames. Before him stood the undying divine phoenix, bound in chains. All other information about it was unknown. Xiao immediately understood. This had to be the terrifying creature Thor mentioned, the one sealed by the fire god. The phoenix asked if Xiao was the one who shattered Hephaestus' statue. From what he had overheard earlier, Xiao realized that the fire god and the phoenix were locked in an endless conflict. He admitted that he had destroyed the statue. The phoenix praised him, then calmly advised him to leave while he still could. Otherwise, he warned, Xiao would be in serious trouble once Hephaestus arrived. Xiao was shocked when he learned that Hephaestus would return. The phoenix replied that it was inevitable. By shattering the statue, Xiao had awakened him. It wouldn't be long before the shackles broke, and before that happened, Hephaestus would definitely arrive. Xiao was confused. If the phoenix was strong enough to break the god's shackles, why had she been sealed in the first place? That question triggered the phoenix. She said the disgraceful false god Hephaestus had ambushed her while she was weakened after giving birth to her offspring. That made Xiao ask if there was a baby phoenix. He thought he might be able to save it. The phoenix shut him down immediately. She told him not to be delusional. Her bloodline was far too noble to be handled by a mere human. Xiao pushed back. He said he wasn't there just to entertain her. He summoned Gray and told it to show its power. The phoenix was stunned. She couldn't believe a human could control such a powerful dragon race. What shocked her even more was that an ancient dragon god had chosen a human. A mere mortal had received its blessing. Xiao pressed her to reveal where her offspring was. The phoenix accepted it as fate. She handed him a feather and said it would guide him to the sea of fire. Xiao grew excited at the thought of another mythical beast. But Ebisu warned him not to celebrate yet. He still had to enter a sea of fire. Then Xiao saw the lava. It didn't stop him. For a mythical beast, he would dive into a sea of fire without hesitation. He felt relieved that the fire spirit crystal granted him 95% fire resistance. Otherwise, he would already be ashes. He stepped onto the lava and moved closer to his destination. Then he saw it. An egg lay before him. It was a phoenix egg. The egg was enormous. Xiao felt thrilled. He asked Ebisu if he knew how to hatch an egg. Ebisu casually replied that he could make a fried egg. Suddenly, a voice demanded to know who was there. Something struck Xiao, forcing him to drop the egg. A massive lava hand burst from below. Ebisu screamed at him to stop standing there and run. Xiao grabbed the egg and sprinted away. As always, Ebisu complained that Xiao had a habit of stealing eggs from extremely dangerous places. They returned to the phoenix. She was shocked to see the egg in his hands. She never expected a level 40 mortal to cross such terrifying lava. Xiao replied that stealing eggs wasn't a big deal to him. It wasn't his first time. Hephaestus roared in fury. Xiao had destroyed his statue and now dared to touch the egg. He declared Xiao's crimes unforgivable and swore to tear him apart. Xiao would face the wrath of a god. The phoenix urged Xiao to flee immediately. Hephaestus was already on his way, and once he arrived, escape would be impossible. She told the Xiao to take her child far away. When it grew up, she wanted it to return and tear that scum to pieces. Xiao knew that without Dolores, even with his money shield, his funds would burn away quickly. He asked if there was truly no way to break the seal. The phoenix said there was a way, but Xiao was too weak. Even the strongest human wouldn't be enough. Xiao still urged her to tell him. She pointed at markings flickering with a black aura. She explained that they were divine seals. Both seals had to be broken at the same time to free her. Xiao replied that it didn't sound too difficult. The phoenix immediately corrected him. Divine seals couldn't be broken by mortals. Xiao revealed his divine artifact and said he would use it. The phoenix froze when she saw the horn of the destroyer. She couldn't believe a mortal actually possessed a divine artifact. But one wasn't enough. To break both seals at once, Xiao needed 2 divine strikes. He only had 1. Then Xiao showed her a cooldown stone that allowed him to activate the power of destruction twice in succession. Once again, the phoenix was shocked. She wondered how a mortal like him had obtained such items. Hephaestus's furious voice echoed as he announced his arrival. He swore to tear Xiao apart and consume him. Xiao had no choice. He had to try his plan. He refused to let Hephaestus have his way. Xiao leapt high into the air, charging straight toward the divine seals. Xiao activated the cooldown stone. He poured everything he had into shattering the seal. The phoenix stared in disbelief. She couldn't believe what this mortal was doing. Then, suddenly, someone appeared behind Xiao. It was the god of fire, Hephaestus. He was no longer bound to a statue. He demanded Xiao offer his life. Xiao felt overwhelmed by the god's massive presence. Hephaestus announced that the great god of fire had descended and ordered Xiao to kneel before him. At that exact moment, the phoenix broke free from her chains. She laughed and told Hephaestus that he had arrived at the perfect time. Hephaestus stared in shock. He couldn't believe the seal had been broken. The phoenix's hatred burned fiercely as she vowed to make the despicable false god pay for his crimes. The phoenix boiled with rage as she declared that only Hephaestus's filthy blood could wash away her shame. She soared across the lava, radiating blinding light like a burning sun. Xiao knew this was not something he should be caught in. He quickly hid. Hephaestus sneered and said she had been sealed for years. Her origin had been drained, and she no longer had enough power left. But she didn't hesitate. She struck him with fire. The force was so overwhelming that Xiao was caught in the blast. The impact sent him flying. Pillars collapsed toward him. Xiao immediately activated his money shield to survive. Hephaestus was completely caught off guard. His arm was engulfed by the attack. The phoenix mocked him and told him to feel what it was like to be melted. Hephaestus roared and called her a traitor for defying a god. She coldly replied that he was not worthy of being called a god. Then she slashed at him with her claws, and he fell. Xiao muttered that her claws were terrifying. They had torn the fire god apart with ease. Ebisu nervously whispered that Xiao might be next, since he'd stolen her child. The phoenix announced that she would be reborn in fire. Xiao panicked. He quickly explained that it was all a misunderstanding and offered the egg back to her. She told him there was no misunderstanding. Instead, she said she should thank him. She handed Xiao an item. He asked what it was. She explained that it was 2 drops of false god blood, her gift to him. The value of the divine blood was unknown. The powerful god of craftsmanship and fire, Hephaestus, had existed on the lost continent for tens of thousands of years. His blood was filled with divinity. Xiao replied that he was honored. Ebisu muttered that Xiao didn't look honored at all. The phoenix told him the blood would help hatch her child. Xiao froze. He hadn't expected her to entrust the egg to him. She explained that her child had yet to hatch, and she wanted Xiao to bring it into the world. The phoenix expressed her gratitude. She warned Xiao that the place was about to collapse and that news of Hephaestus's fall would soon spread. With that, she entrusted her child to him. They needed to leave immediately. Xiao hesitated. He still hadn't looted anything. She told him there was only broken junk left and nothing worth taking. Xiao argued that even broken items from a god were still rare drops, and leaving them behind would be a waste. He picked up Hephaestus's divine staff. It was epic grade, granting plus 500 spirit, plus 5% spirit, plus 30% fire damage, and minus 30% fire skill cast time. its passive and active skills were unknown and unavailable due to damage. Even so, it was still epic grade. Xiao believed that if fully restored, it would reach divine grade at the very least. The phoenix urged him again. The temple was collapsing fast. Xiao finally agreed. They began moving upward. Meanwhile, above the ground, lightning cracked across the sky. Several gods had gathered. Hephaestus stood among them, sensing the loss of one of his avatars. One god asked why he was making such a scene. Hephaestus replied that the lost avatar had been guarding the Phoenix of Death. If he was correct, that world had already collapsed. Another god snapped back. The Phoenix of Death was vital to their plan. They had consumed their own divinity to seal it, and now Hephaestus claimed the world had collapsed. They demanded an explanation. Anger spread among them. Some cursed Hephaestus for his incompetence and said he deserved death. Another god intervened and told them to stop. He reasoned that after years of draining, they should already have enough essence. What mattered now was identifying the source of the problem. The others agreed. Meanwhile, outside the temple, Dolores waited. She grew anxious as the fire temple began to collapse. She wondered if the brat had died inside. Then a magic circle appeared in the sky. Xiao emerged with the phoenix. Dolores froze. She couldn't believe he was alive. Xiao greeted her and casually asked if she had been hoping for his death. Her eyes locked onto the phoenix. She asked if that was the Phoenix of Death. She demanded to know how he managed to get involved with something at that level. The phoenix folded her wings and condensed energy. When she spread them again, a massive wave of power burst outward, wiping out all the mud crocodiles. Then she flew off, telling the mortal to take good care of her child. They would meet again soon. Everything happened so fast that Xiao could only respond with a simple, "Okay." Dolores stared in disbelief. Not only had he survived, he walked out with a phoenix egg. She declared that he must be blessed by the heavens. She wasn't wrong. Xiao knew his fortune was absurd. She then asked what else he managed to grab. Xiao said he got plenty and showed her the divine blood. She was stunned. A system notification rang out. Xiao had bathed in divine blood and gained the divinity of the fire god. Due to the divine infusion, the latent potential of his possessions was activated and successfully advanced. In addition, his class god of wealth had its potential awakened and advanced. Xiao was shocked. Both of his classes had leveled up. Ebisu congratulated him. Because of Xiao's class advancement, Ebisu leveled up as well. Under the God of Wealth class, Xiao now had level 2 Endless Fortune. This innate talent generated wealth, increasing his on-hand gold by 2% daily. As the God of Wealth, he suffered no financial loss upon death. No gold would ever drop from his body. He also possessed level 2 Incredible Luck, where wealth nourished life. His massive fortune granted him plus 60 luck. Another innate talent was level 2 Unmatched Charisma. Even the ugliest man became attractive when rich. Xiao now had plus 60 charisma, giving him the aura of a billion gold heartthrob. He also gained level 2 Power of the Wealth God, where every 1 million gold spent increased a random stat by +1, up to a daily cap of 1,000. His money shield advanced to level 2, turning gold directly into defense. When activated, it granted a shield equal to 10% of his current gold. There was no cooldown. He became immune to shield break, execution, and instant death effects. Damage taken resulted in proportional gold loss. The class upgrade was massive. The 2% daily gold increase alone would make him insanely rich. He then checked his other class, Beast Tamer. Under it, he possessed level 2 divine power, granting him a divine body and increasing ultimate growth potential by 200%. He also had level 2 Mana Source, deeply fusing him with divine power and boosting spirit, strength, constitution, and agility by 100%. With the level 2 Beast God equipment set, he gained divine power and complete understanding of all obtained crafting blueprints. These included Beast God's claws and helmet of the ancient god. Another innate talent was level 2 Beast God Aura, blessing all his beasts with divine power and increasing their stats by 50%. He also gained level 2 Beast God's Command, giving him unmatched control and allowing all beasts to inherit a portion of his final stats. With level 2 Unlimited Beasts, he mastered true beast taming. Any non-mythic beast could be upgraded by +1 rank. With unlimited beasts, even a king-class beast could be raised to mythic level. Dolores could only comment that hidden classes were terrifyingly strong. She admitted she was jealous. Then, the eggs suddenly shook. At first, they weren't sure if it really moved. A timer appeared. 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds until hatching. Xiao realized that his divine power had triggered the incubation. He decided to return home and wait. Dolores asked if he was really leaving without exploring more. Xiao replied that he never planned to return to that place again. She then asked about her commission. Xiao waved it off, saying it was a small matter and she had nothing to worry about. They returned to Windleaf Main City. From outside a workshop, loud shouting could be heard. Someone was yelling that if he kept being bothered, he would kill someone. Xiao decided to check what was happening. Inside, they found the city lord and Dulan. The city lord noticed Xiao had returned. Xiao stared at him and asked why he was dressed like that. He looked like an egg. Xiao asked if he was playing some kind of game. Xiao tried to ask what was going on, but the city lord sighed and said it was a long story. A knight stepped forward and offered to explain. He said the city lord was doing all this to rebuild Windleaf City. That caught Xiao's interest. The knight continued. Ever since Xiao brought the dwarves into the city lord had tried everything to ask for their help in rebuilding the main city, but the dwarves were strange and completely ignored him. Xiao asked what that had to do with the city lord dressing like that. The city lord had run out of ideas and decided to cater to what he believed were dwarven preferences. He heard that dwarves were obsessed with rice. Xiao was stunned to learn that the city lord was literally cosplaying as rice. The knight worried about the burden the city lord was carrying. Xiao couldn't understand the twisted logic that led to such nonsense. Xiao told the knight to make the city lord change clothes. He said he would handle the dwarves himself. The knight was relieved and immediately went to inform the city lord. Xiu muttered that dwarves were truly something else. Thor suddenly shouted, demanding to know why Xiu was back again. He warned that if Xiao showed up one more time, he wouldn't hold back, even if Xiao was his friend. Then Thor realized it was actually Xiao. Thor immediately asked if Xiao had found the fire god temple. Xiao replied that he did. Not only that, he went inside. Thor asked if Xiao could take them back there. Xiao said it was impossible. Thor asked why. Xiao explained that the temple had collapsed. All he managed to retrieve was the staff. When Thor saw the fire god's divine staff, his eyes widened and his jaw dropped. Since Xiao carried the fire god's staff, that made him the fire god's emissary. The dwarves immediately knelt before him and entrusted him with leading and guiding their clan. Xiao told them to follow his guidance and remain in Windleaf Main City to help rebuild it. They obeyed without hesitation. Thor rushed off to inform the others. Before leaving, Xiao told Thor that he had several pieces of equipment that needed crafting. Thor replied that it was no problem at all, no matter how many pieces Xiao needed. Xiao was satisfied, but he warned Thor not to joke around when it came to gods. Meanwhile, the city lord had changed into yet another costume. This time, he dressed up as a pancake. He hoped the dwarves might like that instead. Suddenly, someone informed him that Thor had left with Xiao. The city lord asked where they were going. The knight answered that the dwarves had already gone to help rebuild the main city. The city lord was overjoyed. He claimed that his efforts had finally moved the dwarves. The knight hesitated, then clarified that it was actually Xiao who convinced them. The city lord froze. He had tried for days and failed, while Xiao succeeded within minutes of returning. He wondered how Xiao did it. The knight admitted he had no idea. Xiao just said a few words, and Thor immediately agreed. The city lord could only sigh. The knight saw him walking away and asked where he was going. The city lord replied that he was off to join the circus. Meanwhile, at the duke's estate, someone complained that Xiao had become far too arrogant. They were royal envoys sent under Prince Karami's orders. They hadn't even been able to meet Xiao, making it impossible to bestow the title. Sophia quickly realized they were trying to use Prince Karami's name to pressure her. The leader of the envoys said that Prince Karami was deeply devoted to her and that she knew it well. He suggested that she meet the prince for a heartfelt discussion so the issue could be resolved. Sophia coldly told him to go back and tell the prince to give up on that idea. The man said she was putting him in a very difficult position. Xiao arrived at that moment and overheard the conversation. He calmly told the envoy not to bother with it. Sophia smiled when she saw Xiao return. Xiao walked over, took her hand, and asked if he was late. She replied that he arrived just in time. Now that the envoy finally saw Xiao, he called out to him. He mocked Xiao for hiding all this time, only to appear now with such a grand entrance. The leader of the envoy sneered. He said he thought Xiao would be someone impressive, but it turned out he was nothing special. He called Xiao a coward who hid in the shadows and claimed he wasn't even a tenth of what the prince was. Sophia warned him to watch his mouth. She reminded him that Xiao was the hero who saved Windleaf City, and he had no right to insult him. Xiao calmly replied that he was in a good mood today, good enough to kill someone for fun. The leader of the envoy, Albert, scoffed at his words. He said that talking like that was enough to get Xiao killed without even a place to bury his body. He demanded to know if Xiao understood who he was. He didn't get to finish. Xiao punched him. Albert was knocked out cold. Xiao muttered that he might have hit a little too hard. The other envoys panicked. They quickly denied any association, saying Albert deserved it for insulting his grace and even threatening the two lords. They praised Xiao's actions and hurriedly offered their greetings. Xiao asked who among them had the authority to decide on his title. The deputy stepped forward and said there was no problem at all. They could sign the documents and allocate the land immediately. Just as Xiao expected, words didn't work, but fists did. If he had known earlier, things would have been much simpler. Sophia giggled and said he always got things done. A system announcement rang out. Xiao was officially granted the title of Viscount of the Dragon Empire. The fiefdom system was unlocked, and game time was extended by 2 hours. All players in the Daxia War Zone gained 10 extra minutes, while Windleaf City players gained 30 extra minutes. Players everywhere were impressed by how quickly Xiao obtained a noble title. They were even happier about the extra game time, since it meant faster leveling. With fiefdom unlocked, many wondered if Xiao could now take followers. Countless players expressed interest in joining once recruitment opened. Some claimed they would do anything to get in. A few even joked that they didn't care whether Xiao liked men or women. One player made a dirty joke, saying he even had hemorrhoids to add some texture. Sophia informed Xiao that since the dwarves had settled in the main city, many people were offering high prices to buy his shops. She asked if he wanted to meet them. Xiao replied that if gold was delivered straight to his door, he was happy to talk. Ebisu overheard and realized Xiao was about to make yet another fortune. He felt reassured that he had chosen the right master. When Xiao left the mansion, crowds immediately surrounded him, eager to negotiate trades. The offers kept rising. Xiao told them to calm down. He said he would sell them shops, but there was one condition. Everyone leaned in to listen. They would have to pay more. They asked how much. They didn't care about the price and even offered gold on the spot as a deposit. They believed anything Xiao offered would be worth it. Desperate to secure a shop, they competed to go first. The wealth fountain skill triggered, and Xiao's gold surged again. He gladly accepted the payments and promised that everyone would get a share. Back at home, Xiao browsed the forums. Rumors about him were already spreading. People speculated that he used some unknown method to force the dwarves to settle in Windleaf City. Many liked him because of the extra playtime. It gave Windleaf City players a massive advantage. Others hoped to commission dwarven-crafted gear. Some even believed Windleaf City could become the next imperial capital. Players everywhere were trying to migrate there, though most expected entry prices to skyrocket. Just as Xiao expected, news of the dwarves had spread far and wide. He noticed foreign players appearing on the forums. Reading further, he learned that even though the world announcements had just gone out, many players were already rushing toward Zhang City. He guessed they were coming for him. What they didn't know was that something massive was about to happen that night. Night fell and strange lightnings poured into the city. Players everywhere were furious when they were suddenly forced offline. Xiao knew exactly what it meant. The game was merging with reality. A system prompt appeared, asking him to choose a skill to extract. Without hesitation, Xiao selected Money Shield. Just as expected, once a player reached level 10, they could extract one skill. In-game attributes had now merged into the real world. It was time for Xiao to settle old scores. He leapt out of the window and landed safely on the ground. The slaughter was about to begin. People around the world were stunned. Apocalypse had arrived in real life, which meant terrifying monsters would soon appear as well. Some welcomed it with excitement. They had grown tired of their old lives. One man chose the backstab skill and planned to use it on his boss the next day. Others reveled in their newfound power. One man tested his speed and laughed. He planned to use it to deliver 1,000 meals a day from now on. A man with fire abilities laughed, saying he would never need a lighter to smoke again. Meanwhile, an invisible man planned to stroll through the women's bathhouse since no one could see him. Xiao arrived at the Ye Group Villa district. The bushes beside the road suddenly rustled. 3 men surrounded him. They grinned, glad that someone had taken the bait. In their minds, they were about to get rich. They pulled out a knife and demanded that Xiao hand over everything valuable. If he resisted, they said they would break his legs. The man in the orange hoodie bragged that his friend was already a level 11 expert in Apocalypse. Zhao commented that the world was truly full of idiots. His words annoyed them. He suddenly grabbed one of them by the neck. They shouted that if he dared hurt their friend, they would wipe out his entire family. Xiao calmly tightened his grip until the man went unconscious. Then he kicked the man in the orange hoodie. Soon, all three bodies lay piled on the ground. They were ridiculously weak. Xiao couldn't believe they had the nerve to rob people with that level of strength. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, a grand party was underway. The businessmen laughed and drank, celebrating the historic moment. They were enjoying the fruits of Ye Financial Group's massive investment in the game Apocalypse. Suddenly, the front door was kicked open. The entire hall fell silent. A man stepped inside wearing a disguise. He was pleased to see that most of the old geezers were present. It saved him the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Yi Lin, the future heir of the Yi Group, was already drunk. He sneered and asked who the man thought he was, barging in and acting tough. He mocked the mask, laughing at the word morale printed on it. Xiao removed the mask and asked if Lin really couldn't recognize his voice anymore. The room exploded into shock. Everyone stared at Xiao. They thought he had died in a car accident. Lin squinted and finally remembered him. He sneered and said he thought Xiao had run off with some woman. He asked why Xiao came back. Did he run out of money? Did he want a few scraps thrown his way? Xiao calmly asked one question. He asked if the car accident 10 years ago was Lin's doing. Lin laughed and called him pathetic for only daring to ask now. Then he decided to tell the truth. One of Lin's friends tried to stop him, worried about his drunken mouth, but Zhao punched that man aside. He warned him not to interrupt. Zhao demanded the truth, every detail. He coldly told them that depending on their answers, he might let them die with less pain. Fear spread through the room. Zhao had killed someone with just one finger. None of them could understand how it was possible. Someone trembled and whispered that this might be that Xiao from Apocalypse. Xiao heard him and commented that he wasn't as dumb as he looked. Lin scoffed. He refused to believe it. He mocked the idea, saying it was stupid to think that way just because they shared the same name. Then he admitted it. 10 years ago, he tampered with Xiao's car. It exploded. Lin smirked and said it was a shame Xiao didn't die back then. Xiao's rage exploded. He called Lin a monster. Lin showed no remorse. Xiao decided he would send him to hell to join his dead parents. Panicking, Lin suddenly shouted that whoever killed Xiao would be rewarded with a dark gold-grade item. But no one moved. Lin screamed at them, demanding to know what they were waiting for. Xiao knew none of them would dare kill him. He grabbed Lin's finger, then he twisted Lin's arm and calmly told him to relax. He said Lin wouldn't die that quickly because he planned to break his bones one by one. Lin's finger snapped. Xiao shoved him to the ground. Then he stepped on Lin's arm, forcing a scream out of him. Lin still believed Xiao wouldn't dare kill him. Xiao told him to go to hell and apologized to his parents in person. Fear finally took hold of Lin. Xiao punched him. Blood sprayed everywhere. The guests were horrified. They couldn't believe the Ye group would end like this. Some people muttered that Lin deserved it. He was worse than a pig or a dog. Uncle Ye had been a good man, yet he was killed by this monster. Voices grew louder. People began admitting how much they hated Lin. They said that if they had known the truth, they would have been the first to kill him and avenge Xiao's parents. Others cursed Lin for repaying kindness with hatred and admitted they had misjudged everything. Xiao cut them off and told them to stop pretending. He said none of them would escape. He declared that every single one of them would die. Then he started punching them one by one. Panic erupted. People screamed and ran, shouting that they had nothing to do with it. They blamed everything on Lin. They called Zhao a murderer. Zhao stood there, covered in blood. The grudge he carried for 10 years, across 2 lifetimes, was finally resolved. He walked out of the blood-soaked hall. Meanwhile, in another mansion, a man demonstrated his powers, laughing in excitement. He was thrilled by how strong he had become, and declared that he was completely in love with Apocalypse. With their current strength, they believed they could easily wipe out an entire armed squad. Their boss warned them not to celebrate too early. Zhao had already reached level 40. A blonde man scoffed. He asked what there was to fear when Xiao was only one person. Another man laughed and said he would beat Xiao until he begged on his knees. Suddenly the walls exploded. Xiao stepped in and told them there was no need to wait. He had already arrived. They froze in shock and demanded to know how he found them. Xiao looked around and sneered. There were only a few of them, yet they thought they could kill him. He punched the man closest to him and told the rest to ask the King of Hell instead. In an instant, they were all taken down. None of them even had the chance to fight back. Moments later, the room was engulfed in blazing light. Xiao walked out as the mansion burned behind him. People fled in panic when they heard police sirens approaching. One man shouted that he wasn't afraid, even if the army came. And then the army really arrived. Xiao narrowed his eyes, wondering who they were. Li Huan, the governor of Zhangcheng, stepped forward and greeted Xiao. He said he had a favor to ask. Xiao told him to speak. Zhangcheng was in complete chaos. Li Huan hoped Xiao would help restore order. Xiao said he had conditions, and told him to hear them first. On the Apocalypse forums, players discussed how the big shot Xiao had finally shown himself. Many believed that Daxia's future would now be far more stable because of his presence. Yanren couldn't believe that Xiao was actually Ye Xiao, the person she once knew. She blamed everything on Hong. If not for his bad-mouthing, she would have treated Jiang Han better. She admitted that she treated Xiao poorly, but she felt he didn't need to be so petty as to disappear completely. She decided she would find him and make him return to her side, at Windleaf City. People talked about how things had stabilized thanks to Xiao. Many viewed him as a hero. They felt lucky to have him, otherwise Zhangcheng would have descended into total chaos. Ebisu noticed that people were constantly talking about Xiao. He found it hard to believe that after all Xiao had accomplished, he had simply left. Together, they returned to the workshop. Thor spotted Xiao immediately. Xiao took out a blueprint and showed it to him. It was the Beast God's Claw, an epic-level piece of equipment. Xiao asked if it could be forged. Thor examined it carefully and realized it wasn't an ordinary epic item. With enough materials, it could be forged into a divine artifact. More importantly, it was very likely part of a complete set. Xiao then revealed the blueprint for the Beast God's helm. Thor was stunned. He hadn't expected Xiao to actually possess an entire set. Then our boy asked Thor on what he thought, and how long he wanted to wait if both pieces were forged together. Thor replied that if he and Dulin worked together, it would take about 3 days. Xiao told him he would return in 3 days to pick them up. Thor promised that Xiao would be more than satisfied. Xiao then went to another shop. The shopkeeper was honored by Xiao's visit and asked what business he had. He noticed Ebisu immediately and commented that it looked heroic and extraordinary, while also radiating powerful spiritual energy. Ebisu realized that this shopkeeper was a beastmaster. Xiao said he wanted to buy high-quality fruits for his beasts. The higher the quality, the better. The shopkeeper replied that the highest grade spirit fruits he had were grade 4 and grade 5. He asked how many Xiao wanted. Xiao told him to pack all the grade 4 and 5 spirit fruits. The shopkeeper prepared them without delay. Xiao fed the fruits to Gray. He wondered if the fruits would be enough to help hatch the phoenix egg. He reminded Gray to eat slowly so it wouldn't choke. When Xiao checked Gray's status screen, he was stunned. Gray's attributes had increased so much that they appeared only as question marks. Gray looked completely satisfied. With the divine phoenix still waiting to hatch, and the epic beast gear being forged, Xiao suddenly felt bored. With nothing else to do, he decided to take Gray out for a walk. They arrived at a mysterious jungle filled with level 40 to 50 monsters. Xiao wanted Gray to show off its power. Several massive wooden monsters emerged. Gray unleashed fire breath. They were instantly wiped out. The system announced that Xiao had defeated a corrupted boss, the wooden ginseng giant. Xiao leveled up to level 41 and gained 80 attribute points to distribute. Gray also leveled up to level 41, with all stats increasing by 100. Xiao was pleased with the level up. However, after reaching level 40, the experience required for each new level had become absurdly high. He decided to go deeper into the jungle and lure more monsters, planning to kill them all at once. The world ranking board updated. In first place stood Xiao, level 41. Players noticed that his leveling speed had slowed down, only 1 level in 2 days. The other players noticed that even the top players were slowing down. They suspected that the experience needed after level 40 must be insanely high. This made them believe that by the time they reached that level, it would take a month or 2 just to gain a single level. Some even estimated that reaching level 100 would take 10 years. Many felt discouraged. It seemed impossible, as if only true professionals could ever reach that height. Meanwhile, Xiao continued fighting, but even after taking down a boss, he still didn't level up. Ebisu reminded him that it was about time for the phoenix egg to hatch. The timing couldn't have been better. Xiao took the egg out and checked it. He felt a rush of excitement when he saw it move. Cracks started to form. Then it hatched. A bright light shot straight into the sky, and the baby phoenix emerged. Xiao stared in awe as the mythical beast, sealed for 100 years, was born before his eyes. Ebisu laughed and said Xiao had hit the jackpot once again. It didn't have a nickname yet. According to the records, its type was a mythic immortal phoenix level 1. Its health and mana only showed question marks. Its base stats were terrifying. Strength 446, Constitution 3732, Spirit 7374, and Agility 3660. It possessed an innate talent called Absolute Suppression. As a mythic beast, the Undying Divine Phoenix naturally suppressed all lower-tier creatures. It dealt 30% extra damage to mythic-tier enemies and 50% extra damage to all others, while taking 50% less damage from every source. It also had a technique called Flame Sovereign, granting 100% fire resistance and a 100% fire damage boost. In addition, it possessed Mythic Bloodline, where all stats increased on level up. It regenerated 1% health per second and 2% mana per second, while also gaining plus 100% health points and plus 300% mana points. Another skill was Heaven Scorching Flame, an area attack that burned all enemies within 100 meters for 60% spirit damage per second for 5 seconds. The cooldown was 30 seconds with a mana cost of 10%. Another area of effect skill was Meteor Fall Comet, dealing 30% spirit damage to all enemies within 50 meters, with a 5-second cooldown and a 5% mana cost. There was also Phoenix Flame, where after 3 seconds of charging, its basic attack became Phoenix Flame, dealing 100% strength plus 100% spirit fire damage. It also had a passive skill called Soul Shatter, where enemies killed by the Phoenix caused their souls to explode, burning all enemies within 10 meters for damage equal to 10% of the target's max health points and restoring 1% of the Phoenix's mana. The trigger range was an absurd 1,000 meters. On top of that, it had a unique talent called Undying Rebirth, where upon taking fatal damage, its health locked at 1 for 10 seconds, becoming immune to all damage and death effects before entering a rebirth state. It still had 3 rebirths remaining. Lastly, Phoenix Blessing enhanced its bloodline, setting all attributes at 100%. Simply put, it looked even stronger than Gray. With a skill set like this, it was practically a god of area of effect destruction. Xiao felt relieved. The Phoenix had hatched at the perfect time. Now came the hardest part. Naming it. He remembered that its father once named it Luo Hang. Xiao thought the name sounded terrible, so he tried calling it Little Fire. The Phoenix rejected it. He tried again and suggested Little Flower. It rejected that too. With no other choice, Xiao decided to respect its father's decision and called it Luo Hang. He gave it the nickname Little Luo. Xiao then noticed Gray acting strangely and asked what was wrong. Ebisu pointed out a dark mist spreading around them, resembling poison gas. Xiao suspected it came from poison rats. He knew those disgusting creatures spat venom and caused continuous poison damage. Gray breathed fire at them, but Xiao told them not to kill the rats and to run instead. The rats chased after them, and there were far too many. Xiao shouted for them to run faster, but he was surrounded. He had no choice but to fight. It was time for little Luo to show what it could do. It activated Heaven Scorching Flame. A spiral of fire erupted outward. It dealt devastating damage to the rats. In moments, they were all burned to ash. System notifications flooded Xiao's vision as his experience skyrocketed. He felt thrilled watching the skill in action. It looked like fireworks exploding across the battlefield. The Phoenix flew into the sky. It spread its majestic wings, causing another explosion below. The system notified Xiao that he had reached level 42. He gained 80 attribute points to distribute. His pet Gray also reached level 42, with all stats increasing by plus 100. At the same time, little Luo leveled up to level 13, with all stats reaching 1,200. Another notification followed. Xiao reached level 43. It was insane. The world rankings updated, shocking players everywhere. Seeing him level up twice so quickly, they assumed he had killed a powerful boss. Then another notification appeared. Xiao reached level 44. It felt impossible. But the leveling didn't stop, pushing his level all the way to 46. The notifications finally ended at level 47. A new forum post instantly went viral, discussing how Xiao had leveled up 5 times in a single moment. Many players begged to know how it was possible. All the venomous rats within a mile radius were wiped out, yet it only gave Xiao 5 levels. Just as he expected, group monsters gave far less experience. He praised the 2 beasts for their good work, and they continued forward. He pushed deeper into the forest, aiming to reach level 50, but a massive horde of rats greeted them. It was time for the 2 of them to go to work. A blazing phoenix rose into the sky. Its red and gold feathers trailed fire as rings of energy spiraled around its body. The air trembled as divine flames poured downward. The rats were swallowed by the phoenix's flames. Their bodies shook violently before being blasted away and smashed into the ground. After the battle, the system notified him that Gray had leveled up to level 48, gaining plus 100 to all stats. Luo also evolved to level 42, with plus 100 to all stats. Lastly, Xiao reached level 48 and received 80 attribute points to distribute. He was closing in on level 50. Suddenly, a system message appeared. He was informed that the Beast God set had been completed. Xiao decided to head back first to take a look. At Windleaf Main City. He went straight to the workshop after hearing the Beast God set was finished. Thor presented the finished equipment to him like a priceless masterpiece. He explained that during the forging process, they discovered the equipment had a hidden function. When Xiao equipped the Beast God's claw, its appearance could be shown or hidden at will. He decided to test it. The Beastmaster equipment required level 40 and was epic grade. It increased spirit, strength, and damage by 10%, while attack speed increased by 20%. In addition, it granted plus 500 spirit and plus 500 strength. It had a passive skill where each attack inflicted bleeding damage, equal to 0.5% of strength per second for 10 seconds, stacking up to 10 times. The claw was imbued with the Beast God's power, containing a preliminary form of the Beast God's strength. It also seemed capable of further enhancement. Thor then handed him the second piece of equipment, the Beast God's helm. The moment Xiao equipped it, the set bonus activated. He received the Beast God's blessing, increasing final damage by 10%, final damage reduction by 10%, and boosting all attribute resistances. The effect triggered when 2 Beast God items were equipped. Xiao realized just how absurdly powerful the set bonuses were. Ebisu commented that the helmet looked ugly on him. Thor disagreed, saying it actually looked quite good. Xiao told Ebisu that he simply didn't understand. Gear was about stats. Besides, he could hide its appearance anyway. Xiao thanked Thor for his hard work and left to handle other matters. As he walked through the streets, he overheard people discussing a major incident in Shuiyue City. The city had been attacked. Ebisu suggested asking around, which made Zhao think of someone. Meanwhile, Dolores was informed that someone wanted to see her. She told them to say she wasn't available, but Zhao had already walked in. She was surprised to see that brat again. Nothing good ever came from his visit, so she asked what he wanted this time. Xiao brought up Shio City. Dolores explained that a gray mist invasion was spreading near the city. Judging by its movement, it would likely engulf Shio City soon. She said she was already investigating it. According to ancient texts from the Supreme Hall, the phenomenon seemed related to an evil god. The moment Xiao heard the word god, his interest was piqued. Dolores explained that it was an evil god specializing in plagues and viruses, which was why it didn't even have a temple. That alone proved how dangerous it was. Xiao asked for the name of the evil god. Dolores answered that it was Sekhmet. Seeing his interest, she warned him not to get involved. Xiao simply replied that fortune favors the bold. He said he wanted to go there. Dolores decided to accompany him, as the Supreme Hall had already assigned her to investigate the matter. Xiao said that going with her made him feel safer. She told him to stop talking nonsense and informed him they would leave in the morning. She still needed time to activate the teleportation array to Shuiyue City. The deal was settled. Later, Zhao browsed the forums. Players from Shuiyue City reported that their health points were rapidly draining. Even NPCs were packing up and fleeing. One player shared that the forest had been green that very morning, but now it was almost completely gone. The mist was far too dense. Some joked that a big shot must have released biological weapons. Another post mentioned strange activity at an altar in Shadow City, where large numbers of NPCs were gathering. Someone else shared a shocking discovery near Silverlight City, a glowing statue that might be a boss. The moment they approached it, they were teleported back to town. Others wondered why the southwest outskirts of Greenfield City were suddenly inaccessible, claiming a new statue had appeared there as well. Everyone speculated which powerful NPC had set up these boundaries. Zhao quickly realized that other main cities were facing trouble too. He grew curious. Just what exactly was this evil god planning? The next day, Xiao arrived right on time. Dolores told him that near Watermoon City, there was a teleportation array left behind by the Supreme Hall. They would use it to teleport outside the city. She activated the array. Xiao liked how convenient it was traveling with her. She told him to cut the nonsense and hurry because the portal was unstable. They stepped into the teleportation array and arrived on the other side. They were now outside Watermoon City. Just as Ebisu expected, the area was surrounded by lakes and filled with lush greenery. Dolores pointed into the distance. It was the gray mist. It was spreading faster than they had expected. Xiao started walking forward, making her ask where he was going. He said he was heading into the city. Since investigating the mist was her mission anyway, she accepted that the little brat wouldn't follow her. She warned him to take care of himself. Xiao entered Watermoon City. He immediately noticed large numbers of people fleeing. A group of men hurried past him. As they walked, they talked about how unlucky they were. One of them said he had just bought a house and planned to settle down before this happened. Another blamed the cursed fools who ignored the warnings not to mine near Watermoon Lake. They said those miners angered the gods and doomed the entire city. But since everyone involved was already dead, there was no point complaining anymore. Only one little girl had survived. Xiao stopped them and asked who the little girl was. They asked if he was a relative. He showed them his badge and explained that he was sent by the Supreme Hall to investigate the source of the gray mist. When they heard he was from the Supreme Hall, they quickly shared what they knew. The girl's name was Aisha. She was the daughter of a miner from Bishui district. Her entire family had been infected by the gray mist. It was a tragic situation. Xiao asked where she was now. They told him that the church elders had isolated her. If he wanted to find her, he should go to the church in the Jade Water district. They warned him to be careful. Once infected by the gray mist, not even the city's best healer could save him. Xiao thanked them. He headed straight for the church. The guards at the entrance stopped him. The area was dangerous, and they told him to turn back. Xiao introduced himself as a Viscount of the Empire and said he was there to investigate the source of the gray mist. Ebisu quietly noted how much he was boasting. After hearing his status, the guards immediately escorted him inside. They informed Lady Haina that Viscount Xiao of the Empire had arrived to investigate the gray mist. Xiao told her that he wanted to examine the gray mist affecting Aisha. Lady Haina invited him to come with her. She warned him that the gray mist was infectious and incurable. Xiao asked if a shield could block the infection. Lady Haina replied that it depended on the mist's concentration. If it was too dense, only a high-grade shield would work. Xiao told her not to worry. He said the God of Fortune's shield would protect him. No matter how thick the mist was, it wouldn't touch him. He gained +20 favorability with Hina. Xiao approached Aisha. She shouted for him to stay away. She was afraid he would become infected. Xiao reassured her and activated the God of Fortune's shield. She was shocked when she saw that he was completely fine. Xiao asked to see the small bottle she was holding. It was a strange purple crystal bottle. Its grade was unknown. It was originally an ordinary toy, but after being soaked in a unique spring, it became special. It had the ability to resist damage from the gray mist. However, it also seemed cursed. Only Aisha could touch it safely. The system notified Xiao that he had taken -400 curse damage. Xiao concluded that it was a unique item that only benefited Aisha. He asked where she had found it. Aisha remembered that it was on the west side of the city. There was a cave near Griffin Lake, and there were other strange things inside. Now that Xiao had the location, he thanked her and said she had been a great help. Aisha thanked him for coming to see her. As a token of gratitude, she handed him a glass orb. Xiao received the orb and felt it might come in handy. It was Aisha's favorite glass marble. It had no grade. It was simply captivating to a girl who loved pretty things. Without a doubt, it was her most treasured possession, something even her parents didn't know about. He thanked her and set off to deal with the gray mist. Aisha waved goodbye. She trusted that he could get rid of it. Lady Hina asked if he had found any leads. Xiao told her that he planned to head to Griffin Lake. She was shocked to hear that, as the area had already been consumed by the gray mist. Xiao assured her that it was fine. He said he would clear it himself. That earned him another +20 affection from Hina. She praised him, saying he was incredible. Just as he expected, the closer he got to Griffin Lake, the more damage he took. His health kept dropping at 80 points per second. The lake was directly north, less than 5 kilometers away. He would arrive soon. Xiao was surprised to see people moving inside the gray mist. He wondered if they were from the Supreme Hall. Dolores was speaking with several warriors. She said she didn't agree with the plan because she didn't want to take the risk. They tried to persuade her, saying she was the only one who could provide a blessing buff. If she stopped here, no one would dare move forward. The mission was on the verge of failure. Another warrior suggested retreating. Xiao greeted her. Since only half an hour had passed, he asked what she was doing there. She shot back and asked what he was doing there. One of the warriors asked who Xiao was, surprised that he spoke so casually with Dolores. She thought Xiao would still be in Watermoon City gathering information. Xiao explained that he had already found some leads during the investigation and came to check things himself. He asked what they were doing. Dolores replied that they were discussing the source of the gray mist. Xiao said he would head in first. They stared in disbelief as he walked straight into the mist. To them, it looked reckless. The warriors asked what they should do next. One of them asked if it was worth trying. They had no real choice but to follow. One warrior said she had never backed down from a challenge in her life. Dolores coldly replied that she would burn incense for their funerals later. As Xiao went deeper, his body began to feel sick. The health reduction increased even more. He noticed the damage ramping up again, but he was almost there. Xiao reached Griffin Lake. The scene was horrifying. Griffin corpses were scattered everywhere. He hurried forward, searching for the source. That was when he noticed a structure. It was a cave. Xiao entered it. Crystals covered the inside. He spotted a red glow deeper within and moved toward it. To his surprise, it was an underground chamber. A divine statue stood inside. Xiao knew he had found the right place. He couldn't stop coughing as a foul aura filled the air. He suspected that this was a place where another god resided. Xiao noticed an item resting on the altar. It was a jade luster-glazed disc, a divine artifact. However, the system failed to identify its effects. Suddenly, the ground trembled. The statue's eyes lit up as it spoke. It asked if Xiao had chosen to begin the trial of the Holy Spirit. Xiao hadn't expected that. A powerful force pulled him toward a portal, and in the next moment, he was thrown to the other side. When he looked around, he realized the area resembled an arena. Ebisu knew better than to get close and kept his distance. A voice echoed through the arena, saying that Xiao was quite brave to step into the sacred arena. This was his trial, but this challenge would only end in death. The warrior was announced. He was the wrestling giant, Abak. Abak was a Lord-tier enemy at level 48. He possessed 5,000 strength, 1,000 mental, and 1,000 agility. His passive and active skills were unknown. He was a warrior of glory who had achieved 100 consecutive victories in the sacred arena. Defeating him was said to be harder than reaching the heavens. Anyone who encountered him was advised to run. Xiao froze. Cold sweat poured down his back when he realized he was facing a Lord-tier enemy. This felt even more dangerous than his class advancement trial. He immediately summoned Gray. Gray spewed fire at Abak, then it flew behind him. Xiao felt proud. Gray had clearly learned how to fight on its own. It circled Abak and continuously breathed fire, dealing 5,000 hit points each time. Abak roared in rage. Once enraged, his defense rose sharply. Xiao summoned Little Luo to join the fight. Little Luo unleashed a powerful fire breath. The blast was so violent that Abak lost his balance and took 9,999 damage. After that, Abak collapsed. The system announced that Xiao had successfully slain the Lord Boss, wrestling giant Abak. At the same time, Xiao's tamed beast, Little Luo, leveled up to level 43. All its stats increased by plus 100. Xiao was pleased to see it grow stronger again. He collected the loot. There was Abak's heroic warhammer, a dark gold item with unidentified effects. There was also a heroic shield of epic rarity and a piece of leather armor at dark gold rarity. The rewards were impressive: 1 epic item and 2 dark gold items. This time, he truly hit the jackpot. The statue spoke again, congratulating him. He had defeated the iron-willed Abak, but there was no time to celebrate. What awaited him next was the true brutality of the Holy Spirit Arena. The statue called forth Alec, ordering her to teach Xiao a lesson. The swift power giant, Alec, appeared. She was a Lord-tier enemy at level 48. Her health, strength, agility, and skills were all unknown. She possessed 9,000 constitution and 1,000 spirit. She had once achieved 100 consecutive victories in the Holy Spirit Arena and was known as a glory warrior. Escaping from her speed was impossible. It was said that fighting her head-on was the only way to die with dignity. Xiao's heart sank when he realized it was another Lord-tier boss. Alex screamed in fury after realizing Xiao had killed her husband. She revived Abak. Xiao immediately ordered Gray and Little Luo to stop her. Both beasts released fire breath at the same time. The flames engulfed Alec completely. She was burned to ashes. The system notified Xiao that he had defeated her. Xiao was stunned. He expected a brutal fight, yet she died in a single hit. Worse, she didn't even drop any loot. It was time to leave. Suddenly, Abak sat up. He declared that giants were immortal. He began searching for his warhammer. Xiao's eyes widened when he realized Abak had truly revived. Seeing that his wife had been killed, Abak roared in fury and vowed to kill Xiao. Xiao calmly commanded his beast to erase the disgusting couple. They unleashed another wave of fire breath. Xiao received more item drops. They were Alex's Swift Dagger, Epic Grade with unidentified effects, and Abak's Light Armor, Dark Gold, also with unidentified effects. After inspecting them, he realized they weren't bad at all. The statue announced that Xiao's will and strength had been acknowledged by the Holy Spirit. The next path of ascension had opened. It summoned the world-destroying Holy Spirit. The ground began to tremble. Xiao frowned, unsure what kind of special mechanic this was. A man slowly rose from the ground on a platform. Xiao noticed a glowing plate on the platform. He reached out and picked it up, wondering if it was a divine artifact. A voice immediately told him to put it down. The man on the platform said Xiu was not qualified to touch it. At the same time, gray mist began spreading rapidly. Xiu finally understood the real culprit. Gray suddenly reacted. It flew away from Xiu. Xiu asked what was wrong. Gray released a powerful gust of wind. The armor on the man shattered. There was nothing inside other than this weird green light. Xiu felt his scalp tingle. From the shattered shell, a dragon emerged. It looked almost identical to Gray. It was a corrupted, evil, holy spirit body. Celestial Dragon, level 48. Its stats and skills could not be displayed. It was originally a guardian holy spirit of the path of sanctification, but it had been corrupted for unknown reasons. It had lost its original power and undergone a terrifying transformation. Xiao was stunned. Its attributes were almost identical to Gray's. The dragon admitted that Xiao had surprised it. Because of that, it would show mercy and use the power Xiao brought to make his death less painful. Gray mist poured out as the dragon told Xiao to go to hell. The mist's damage surged. Xiao immediately ordered Gray to suppress its abilities. Gray countered with Dragon Emperor Frost Fang. The corrupted dragon's magic was suppressed. It sneered, saying Xiao's tricks could not be hidden from it. Gray was suppressed in return. Xiao immediately summoned Luo to teach it a lesson. The corrupted dragon froze when it realized Xiao had a second beast. Xiao ordered little Luo to kill it. Little Luo gathered its power and unleashed overwhelming flames that engulfed the corrupted dragon. Gray charged in at the same time and cleaved the dragon's body in half. With its last breath, the corrupted dragon warned the lowly human that offending the gods would not go unpunished. They were not finished with him. Its body shattered and disintegrated. All our MC could comment was, "Trash." A voice echoed, thanking Xiao for driving away Sekhmet and freeing the Holy Spirit arena. Xiao demanded to know who was speaking. The voice came from a golden crystal. It told Xiao that anyone who could encounter the Holy Spirit was qualified to walk the path. He had been given proof. The crystal was called Guidance of the Holy Spirit. Its grade was unknown. It was said that only those who fully conquered the Holy Spirit arena were eligible to receive it. With it, one could walk the path of ascension. Unfortunately, the Holy Spirit itself had been lost to the River of Time. Whether Xiao had the fortune to find it remained unknown. The system notified him of a unique hidden quest: find the lost Holy Spirit. Since Xiao had completed the Holy Spirit Arena challenge, he was teleported back. He muttered that hidden quests just kept piling up. Outside, the gray mist had grown even more violent. Dolores noticed how dense it had become and wondered what that brat was doing inside. One of the warriors joked that her friend must have already been poisoned to death. Dolores snapped at them, saying he was tougher than a cockroach. Suddenly, the mist began to thin. It slowly dissipated. Xiao reappeared. Just as she expected, the brat was still alive. Dolores asked how he got rid of the mist. Xiao casually replied that there was a god statue inside, so he smashed it, and the mist disappeared. She stared at him in shock. He actually dared to destroy a god statue. He truly had guts. She offered to buy his coffin. Now that Xiao had solved the source of the gray mist, he was done with his part. He immediately asked Dolores for his reward. After all, he had helped the Supreme Hall complete the mission. He casually suggested things like commissions, bonuses, or even advanced skill books. Dolores could clearly tell that he was taking advantage of the situation. She had too many things to deal with, and for now, she needed to return to the main city to report. Xiao shouted at her not to run off like that, but she had already stepped through the portal, at Watermoon City. The townspeople were celebrating now that the gray mist was gone. They no longer needed to flee. They could finally return to their homes. Meanwhile, at a distant altar, something sensed the dense divinity in the air. It was a black dragon. If it absorbed all that divine energy, there would be no need to flee anymore. It would break through its limits. The thought made it excited. It moved. The rock covering its massive body shattered as it flew free, stretching its limbs. A spirit appeared and questioned the dragon, asking if Sekhmet intended to abandon its duty. Sekhmet mocked the spirit, calling it foolish like Hephaestus. It declared that the world would be destroyed by its hands sooner or later. The Holy Spirit arena had been liberated, and this time, Sekhmet would descend in its true form and force everything back on track. The spirit warned it not to fail, or its divinity would be stripped away. Sekhmet swore to devour that ignorant human, break its shackles, and make him pay for his arrogance. At the city lord's mansion, Haina told Xiao that he had saved Watermoon City. Xiao replied that it was nothing special. He then asked about Aisha's condition. Thanks to him, she was doing well. Not just her, but everyone infected by the gray mist had fully recovered. A visitor arrived curious about the hero who had resolved the gray mist crisis. Hina introduced the city lord, Duoen. Xiao greeted him politely. The system notified Xiao that he gained plus 20 favorability with Duoen. He also received the title Friend of Watermoon City. Duoen was impressed and said he wasn't surprised that Xiao was the one behind everything. Dolores arrived shortly after. Duoen asked whether the gray mist incident was truly related to the gods. Xiao admitted that he still hadn't figured everything out, so he couldn't be certain. Duoen handed Xiao his personal communication token and told him that if he ever needed anything in the future, he should not hesitate to ask. Xiao thanked the city lord. Anyone capable of becoming a city lord was at least a level 100 powerhouse, making this favor extremely valuable. Duoen excused himself, as many issues in the city still needed to be handled. Xiao understood, since he also had matters to attend to back in Windleaf City. Dolores needed to return to the Supreme Hall to report, so she offered to take Xiao back using the teleportation array. Xiao accepted. At Fengye Main City, Thor was surprised to see Xiao return. He asked for Xiao's help in identifying an item. Xiao showed him the artifact and asked if he recognized it. Thor examined it and said it looked like one of the plates dwarves used to eat from. Xiao commented that all Thor ever thought about was food and urged him to identify it properly. Thor sniffed it and admitted that there was a scent he disliked. It was the very thing limiting the artifact's power. He picked up his hammer and prepared to restore it. When Thor struck it, Xiao reminded him to be careful, since it was an artifact. The process worked. The artifact's details finally appeared. It was an emerald glaze glass plate, crafted from an extremely precious emerald glaze glass, the only one in existence. The material was flawless, smooth, and indestructible. Though it resembled a simple fruit plate and could technically hold fruits, it was specifically designed to carry glass plates. More precisely, it could only hold items of the Holy Severance level. It was capable of containing items of emerald glaze grade or higher. Just as Thor had said earlier, it really was a fruit plate. Xiao couldn't believe it had once been used to hold a Holy Severance item. The Holy Severance tier was several levels above Heaven's Doom, an existence spoken of only in legends. Xiao decided to store it for now and identify it again once he found the matching artifact. With that settled, he told Thor there was dark gold equipment waiting outside for identification once he was free. Thor nodded and said he would arrange it immediately. After that, Ebisu chatted with Xiao as they walked through the streets. Ebisu noticed that Xiao was about to reach level 50 and reminded him that he needed to prepare for the Ascension trial. Xiao agreed. He needed to find a place where he could level up faster. He summoned Gray so they could search for a suitable grinding spot. They arrived at the Stone Fragment Wasteland. Ebisu was shocked that Xiao dared to hunt in a map meant for level 50 players. If those level 50 sand spikes locked onto him, he would be finished. Xiao replied that it wasn't a big deal. He summoned Little Gray. Gray spewed flames forward. The attack hit several enemies at once. They were blasted away. But Xiao felt it was still too slow, so he summoned Luo as well. Luo soared majestically into the sky, leaving a blazing trail of fire behind. Then fireballs rained down. The scorpions were blown apart. Almost everything was reduced to ashes. The sheer area of effect damage was terrifying. System notifications rang out one after another. Xiao reached level 50 and received plus 80 points in strength, constitution, spirit, and agility. His level had reached its cap, and he could no longer gain experience. He would need to complete the level 50 Ascension trial soon. Upon reaching level 50, he unlocked 2 new talent skills, God's Eye and Beast, God Aura. Gray also reached level 50 and learned a new talent skill called Dragon King's Body. God's Eye at level 2 allowed Xiao to spend gold to obtain all information about hostile creatures. The amount of gold required depended on his level, the enemy's level, rank, and equipment. With Beast God Aura at level 2, Xiao could freely release divine power to grant massive attribute boosts to his summoned beasts. All summoned beasts gained plus 20% to their base attributes. He could also activate Beast God Aura to grant up to 4 summoned beasts a 50% final attribute boost for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 day. Xiao found the God's Eye skill especially interesting. As for Dragon King's body, it granted the celestial dragon body of the Dragon Race King plus 100 constitution and strength, plus 50% final damage, and immunity to stun, entangle, and other crowd control effects. Gray could now ignore almost all control skills. Xiao finally understood why Gray was a mythical grade summoned beast. With everything prepared, all that remained was to pass the Ascension trial. At Windleaf City, Ebisu asked why they were heading toward the City Lord's mansion. Xiao explained that he needed to activate the World Sanctuary for the level 50 trial. In the entire Dragon Phoenix Empire, there were only 5 sanctuaries, and the closest one was on the route to the Imperial capital. The City Lord asked if Xiao planned to head to the Imperial capital. Xiao answered yes. However, he was told that the teleportation array to the Imperial capital had been destroyed during the strange invasion. Xiao had forgotten about that, making things troublesome. The City Lord then informed him that the Duchess's residence had a hidden teleportation array. Xiao was very familiar with the Duchess, at the Duchess's mansion. Sophia warmly welcomed him. She even joked that if he didn't visit her more often, she would post a missing person notice. Xiao kissed her hand. He then told her that he planned to head to the Imperial capital. She asked if he intended to use the teleportation array at her residence. Xiao confirmed it. Sophia let him inside, but warned him that the array hadn't been used in a long time. The last time she activated it, she was still a young girl, so she wasn't sure if it would work again. Xiao encouraged her to try anyway. Sophia pulled down a lever. A magic circle on the ground then began to glow. It worked, but she warned him that it wouldn't last long. Xiao promised that he would come see her again after completing the Ascension trial. She told him to send her regards to the king if he happened to meet him. Xiao agreed. Before he left, she reminded him to come back to her afterward. Xiao appeared in front of a massive gate. The level 80 guards were startled by his sudden appearance. They couldn't understand how someone had appeared out of nowhere. Xiao told them to calm down and explained that he was from Windleaf City and that Sophia had helped him activate the teleportation array. He introduced himself as Viscount Knight Xiao of Windleaf City. The guards immediately apologized for their behavior. They saluted him. Xiao waved it off, saying formalities weren't needed, and asked where the World Sanctuary was. One of the guards volunteered to lead him. Along the way, the guard asked if Xiao had come to take the advancement trial. Since the World Sanctuary had only one entry path, entering normally required many procedures and checks. However, because Xiao was a Viscount, the guard could fast-track everything. Xiao was pleased. He wanted to reach the World Sanctuary as soon as possible. When it came into view, Xiao was stunned. The World Sanctuary was unbelievably grand. The guard explained that if Xiao climbed the World Tree all the way to its trunk, he could gain the recognition of the gods. At that moment, 3 men stepped forward. The man with the long beard introduced himself as Abetz, a level 5 deacon of the sanctuary. He said he had just received word of Xiao's arrival and came to welcome him personally. He then guided Xiao inside. Abetz asked what difficulty Xiao planned to choose for the trial. Xiao answered without hesitation that he would take the Abyss. Abetz reminded him that the level 50 trial was far more difficult than any previous trial. As for the Abyss difficulty, almost no records existed. Even so, Xiao had already made up his mind. They arrived at the portal, and Abetz wished him good luck. Meanwhile, a guard rushed to report to His Highness. The prince asked why he seemed so flustered. The guard informed him that Xiao had arrived at the Imperial capital. The prince exploded in anger, furious that Xiao dared to enter the capital. He demanded to know how many people Xiao brought with him. The guard replied that Xiao was alone and had arrived via teleportation. Enraged, the prince immediately summoned his personal guards, planning to teach Xiao a lesson. Xiao had killed his people, yet still dared to walk into the Imperial capital alone. He wouldn't be allowed to leave unscathed. The guard cautiously reminded him that Xiao was currently inside the World Sanctuary and that his reputation had grown significantly. He advised against acting rashly. But Prince Karami was overflowing with confidence. This was the Imperial capital. No one would dare stop him. He shouted at the guard to do his job and leave. Meanwhile, inside the trial grounds, Xiao found the level 50 trial strange. He hadn't encountered even a single weak monster. Suddenly, a comet streaked down from the sky. It exploded in purple flames. A creature emerged from the blast. It was a black-fanged dusk tiger, a wicked beast at level 50. Its stats and skills were unknown. It was a savage creature corrupted by an unknown force. Its favorite way to hunt was swallowing prey whole while they were still alive, enjoying their struggle as it fed. It had guarded this place for countless years without encountering any living beings. Xiao was warned that if it locked onto him, his death would be unimaginably painful. Xiao didn't expect to face a boss-level monster right at the start. He estimated its health points to be in the millions. He asked Gray to test it. Gray breathed fire. It dealt 9,999 damage. Xiao was pleased and urged Gray to give it everything. The monster let out a furious roar. It chased Gray into the air. Gray formed a fire shield. The shield trapped the monster inside, dealing continuous fire damage. Xiao told Gray not to hold back. The monster eventually lost control and crashed to the ground. Xiao stepped forward to check the loot. It dropped an epic item called Sword of the Ravaged Fang and a dark gold item called Dark Twin Rings. Xiao stored them for later. After that, he and Gray moved deeper into the trial. They watched everything through a crystal ball inside the world sanctuary. The wicked Black Fang Dusk Tiger had already been killed. Judging by its massive size, they could tell it was at least a Lord-tier beast. They found it hard to believe, especially since this was an Abyss difficulty trial. At that moment, they realized just how terrifying Xiao truly was. One of them told the others to calm down and keep watching. He reminded them that a level 50 Abyss trial would never consist of only one Lord-tier challenge. Meanwhile, Xiao encountered another monster. Everything happened far too quickly. The observers inside the world sanctuary stared in disbelief. A boss of that level couldn't even slow Xiao down. They began to suspect he was some kind of reincarnated god. They admitted that even at their peak, they would have retreated if they faced his strength. Then they noticed something massive. A giant foot appeared on the screen. Suddenly the image went dark. They froze, unsure what had just happened. Abitz asked if there was a problem with the Eye of Insight. The man in the cloak replied that an overwhelming force had blocked their view. Everyone grew frustrated. They couldn't see anything anymore. Meanwhile, Xiao rested behind a rock. He commented that the Abyss trial really lived up to its name. Ebisu asked if he could actually handle it. If not, he suggested that Xiao stop forcing himself. The previous two bosses had already been Lord tier. Xiao suspected that the final boss might be an immortal tier existence that had never appeared before. That only made him more eager to challenge it. Ebisu suggested that Xiao put him into the beast space. He preferred to wait there since he didn't want to die. Xiao joked that if he died, Ebisu would inherit all his debt. They moved forward. Xiao stepped into an extremely dangerous zone. The system immediately warned him to evacuate at once. Xiao ignored it and focused on identifying his enemy. He narrowed his eyes. Just as he expected, it was an immortal tier monster. It was called an invader from the Abyss, immortal tier, level 50. Its stats and skills could not be displayed. Xiao activated the God of Wealth's Eye. Gold drained rapidly, 10,000 at a time. Xiao was shocked at how fast his gold was burning. He finally saw its skills. Invasion Power was a group skill that dealt 200% mental damage to all hostile targets within a 100-meter radius. It had a 30-second cooldown and consumed 5% mana. Evil Soul Protection placed the invader into a defensive state, reducing incoming damage for 5 seconds, with a 30-second cooldown and 5% mana cost. Abyssal Surge was a locked target skill that spat corrosive flames, dealing 50% strength-based damage that could not be dodged. It had an 8-second cooldown and consumed 3% mana. There was also Abyssal Sacred Shield, which activated when its health dropped below 5%, blocking 100% of incoming damage for 10 seconds. The final skill was Abyssal Ashes, its unique talent. It sacrificed itself by chanting for 5 seconds, then dragged everything, including itself, into the abyss, dealing true damage equal to 100% of its maximum health to all creatures within 200 meters. During the chant, its health locked at one point, and it became immune to all damage, even if interrupted. With such horrifying abilities, it was no surprise that it was an immortal tier boss. The invader declared that any being who stepped onto its land would be reduced to ashes. Xiao was surprised. It had already detected him. He summoned Gray and Little Luo. They unleashed Dragon Emperor's Breath and Meteor Fall Comet together. It had no effect. Xiao was shocked when the invader vanished and dodged the attacks. It reappeared and released a crushing aura. Xiao shouted at Gray to dodge. Gray was too slow. It was hit and took 9,999 damage. Gray retaliated with a world-shaking dragon-type attack. Little Luo followed up by releasing Dragon Emperor Frostfang. The invader's magic was suppressed. Xiao felt a surge of pride. In its anti-magic state, it could no longer cast skills. They continued bombarding it with flames. The invader snarled, swearing to turn Xiao into blood and pus. Then it activated Abyssal Ashes. Xiao felt a wave of pressure when he saw the boss begin casting its ultimate move. Gray and Little Luo were trapped inside its shield. He immediately took out the Horn of the Destroyer God's Fury. If that skill fully activated, it would deal 100% true damage. He had no choice but to risk everything. He activated the money shield, then he charged straight at it. But the impact only hurt him. The barrier didn't budge at all. Then, the Abyss Invader unleashed a massive tornado. It planned to devour those ants whole. But Xiao stayed focused and prepared his next strike. The Cool Stone effect activated. When his attack landed on the barrier, cracks finally appeared. Moments later, it shattered completely. Xiao shouted at Gray and Little Luo to get out. They sprinted toward the exit. Flames roared after them. A violent explosion followed, blasting Xiao toward the exit as well. He survived because the money shield instantly burned through more than 10 million gold. The attack was terrifying. The entire area was reduced to ruins, but at least the boss was dead. Just as he expected, there was no loot. However, he noticed something on the corpse. It was another abyssal stone, his fifth one. It shone with a blinding light. It looked like the stones were finally about to merge. He then obtained a broken abyssal key. It was meant to open a massive door, but some unknown force had destroyed it. Since it was damaged, he had no idea whether it could even be used. Meanwhile, players around the world received a special announcement. Xiao had cleared the level 50 Abyss Tier Advancement Trial. His reward was a legendary grade item, the Heroic Godstone. Because of this, Great Xia Nation gained +1 Warzone point. Another announcement followed, declaring Xiao as the first player in the world to break through level 50. He also received a blessing from the World Sanctuary, gaining +1,000 free attribute points. At the same time, the Warzone system officially activated. After reaching level 50, players could enter their respective Warzone battlefields to obtain high-quality equipment and items. The players finally understood how silver gear was obtained. They now saw level 50 as the real tutorial stage. Only top-tier pros and heavy spenders could equip gold and dark gold gear this early. Even the Jang Corporation had only secured a single epic-grade item. Still, Xiao was the only one active in the war zone, meaning he'd likely be swimming in high-grade gear. That realization pushed everyone to grind levels harder. Clearing level 50 became their top priority before attempting high-difficulty advancement trials. Xiao returned to the Supreme Sanctuary and was surprised to find it completely empty. Ebisu wondered if they had teleported to the wrong place. Suddenly, they heard someone yelling, demanding to know when the broadcast would be restored. Xiao decided to check the room. Inside, everyone was growing impatient as they waited for the crystal to show Xiao's image. Xiao asked what they were watching. Without even turning around, they replied that Xiao was challenging the level 50 Abyss trial, so the elders had gathered to watch. They told him that if he wanted to attempt the trial, he would need to wait. Xiao calmly replied that he had already cleared it. That immediately caught the elders' attention. Only then did they realize that the person standing near the door was Xiao. People rushed toward him. He explained that he had passed the trial but hadn't received his rewards yet and asked someone to confirm it. One man inspected a Bisu, assuming Xiao relied on a tamed beast to clear the trial. That instantly offended a Bisu. The elder then asked what grade the final boss was. Xiao answered honestly, it was immortal grade. Everyone froze in disbelief. The elder told Xiao to come with him. Xiao brought up the trial rewards, but the elder told him not to rush. Before that, he wanted to guide Xiao to the core of the sanctuary to receive the World Will's blessing. Xiao was immediately intrigued. They arrived before a massive tree. Xiao was confused and wondered if this was a god. The elder explained that it wasn't a god, but the will of the divine tree itself. Then the process of receiving the blessing began. The elder instructed Xiao to wait patiently during the blessing, and then left. The tree suddenly glowed with an intense light, startling Xiao. He wondered what was happening. The ground began to tremble. A powerful gust of wind swept through the area. The tree slowly floated into the air, surrounded by drifting clouds. Xiao was completely overwhelmed by the sight. Droplets began to fall from the divine tree. They were seeds. As they scattered across the land, life began to bloom. Dwarves, dragons, elves, and goblins, ancient races, rose one after another. Dragons soared through the skies, their breath alone capable of leveling mountains. The dwarves forged intricate machinery, unleashing power far beyond their bodies. The elves commanded nature itself, able to raise mountains and overturn seas. Then one day, outsiders descended upon the continent. They called themselves gods and demanded all living beings submit. Faced with the gods' overwhelming power, many races, such as the dwarves and goblins, chose to kneel. But the dragon race refused to bow and went to war against them. Then darkness once again crept into the corners of the continent, and an eerie invasion began. Xiao watched these visions unfold. He felt certain that the eerie invasion was connected to the gods. The divine tree spoke to him, seeking the traces of the holy judgment. Only the power of the holy judgment could repel the darkness. It offered to guide Xiao's path. He received a seed. It was the Supreme Blessing, Sequence 12. By clearing the Abyssal Advancement Trial, Xiao had earned the Divine Tree's recognition and gained the qualification to pursue the power of Holy Judgment. By using the Supreme Blessing, he would receive guidance tied to it. Once he obtained the power of Holy Judgment, everything would belong to him. The seeds continued to fall. Xiao received a notification stating that he had obtained the Divine Tree's blessing. Bathed in holy light, his base stats increased by plus 5,000. With the power of holy light, part of his rule restrictions were lifted. His health points and constitution conversion ratio increased to 50 times. Another notification stated that his growth attribute bonuses increased by 100%, and part of his beast taming restrictions were lifted. His beast's health points and constitution conversion ratio also increased by 50 times. A final message announced that his physique had undergone a leap, granting his base stats an additional 100% bonus. He also unlocked the Divine Tree's protection. If slain by eerie creatures, he could consume the blessing's power to resurrect. Xiao was stunned by the strength of the Divine Tree's blessing. Another notification appeared, confirming the Divine Tree's protection. As long as he was bathed in holy light, even terrifying eerie beings could not truly erase his soul. By consuming blessing power, he could resurrect within the Divine Tree. He currently possessed one charge of blessing power. The ability to revive once left him deeply impressed. With the money shield protecting him and now a one-time resurrection, the combination felt completely broken. Still, he was more than satisfied with what he gained. When he returned, the elder asked how it went. Xiao replied that everything went smoothly. Since he had earned the Divine Tree's recognition, he was now considered a friend of the sanctuary. The elder asked if Xiao would consider joining the World Sanctuary. Xiao said he had no plans for now. The elder told him that he would always be welcome if he ever changed his mind. Then he handed Xiao his reward for clearing the Abyssal Trial. It was the Heroic Divine Stone, a legendary grade item. Only heroes who cleared the level 50 Abyss Trial were worthy of it. It contained immense divine power and was used to enhance the emblem of valor. After everything was settled, Xiao said his goodbyes. The elder reminded him that he was always welcome should he wish to join the sanctuary at Dragon Phoenix City. Several esteemed officials announced for people to make way. The townsfolk recognized Lansley and immediately stepped aside. They wondered who dared provoke him, certain that person was already doomed. Rumors said Lansley killed without hesitation. Lansley stopped in front of a building and waited for someone to come out. His patience was wearing thin, and he was already itching to kill. The knight accompanying Lansley warned him to control himself. If he ruined the prince's business, he would have to pay for it with his life. Lansley decided to deal with Xiao first and worry about everything else later. He assumed Xiao was someone special to draw such a large crowd. The knight asked if he was afraid, but even if Xiao was already level 50, Lansley saw no reason to fear him. Soon, they saw Xiao walk out. Lansley moved forward, unable to wait any longer to play with him. Xiao asked who he was. Lansley found it amusing that Xiao didn't recognize him. Xiao even asked if he was supposed to know who he was. The man introduced himself as an enforcer from the tribunal. He claimed someone had entered the World Sanctuary's trial without registering with the city guard. Under Prince Karami's orders, he had come to deal with it. The elder heard this and found it ridiculous. The tribunal interfering in the World Sanctuary's affairs was a clear abuse of authority. He told Lansley that Xiao had already passed the level 50 Abyss trial and was a friend of the World Sanctuary. He asked what Lansley planned to do now. Lansley was caught completely off guard. It was supposed to be Xiao's first visit to the imperial capital, yet he had already gained the World Sanctuary's favor. Lansley had no answer. At that moment, the knight stepped forward. He announced that they had come under Prince Karami's orders to offer their most sincere blessings to the hero of the empire, Viscount Knight Xiao. Lansley's face turned pale. He couldn't believe the knight had turned on him so quickly. The knight was nervous, but he continued, praising Xiao for clearing the level 50 Abyss trial and calling it an achievement that deeply impressed him. Xiao calmly suggested that they dance for him. Lansley was stunned. The elder immediately supported the idea, saying the dance of blessing was truly a sight to behold. Lansley shouted that he didn't know how to dance. The knight politely suggested skipping the dance altogether. Xiao looked disappointed and said they weren't willing to dance for him. The elder grew visibly angry. Lansley felt completely cornered. In the end, he agreed to dance, shocking the knight, but Xiao stopped them. He suggested they perform on the main street, where more people could see. That suggestion shocked both of them. Still, they went through with it. The crowd burst into laughter at Lansley's awkward movements. Many felt satisfied seeing wicked people get what they deserved. Some even mocked him, saying his movements were graceful. Lansley was humiliated beyond words. He silently vowed that today's humiliation would be repaid 100-fold. Eventually, Xiao said he had wasted enough time on boring people and decided to head to the battlefield. Ebisu warned him that the battlefield was dangerous and chose to go with him. Xiao reassured him that if anything went wrong, he would pull him out immediately. Ebisu warned him not to joke about such things. They stepped into the portal. The moment they arrived on the other side, they saw corpses scattered everywhere. They had entered Realm City. A knight noticed Xiao was alone and asked which legion he planned to join. Xiao replied that he was still considering his options. The knight suggested joining the city guard, claiming it was the safest legion. The knight proudly showed off his armor, boasting that it was a level 50 gold-tier piece. Xiao asked why the city guard was considered the safest. The knight explained that he had obtained the armor simply by standing guard for a year. In any other legion, he would have been forced to fight those monstrosities directly. Xiao said he wasn't interested in legions that focused on safety. For now, he decided to act on his own. The knight was surprised that Xiao planned to go alone. He asked where the nearest forge was. The knight pointed west along the city wall. He told him there was an old blind man there, famous for forging quickly. Xiao thanked him. The other knights thought he was crazy for heading out solo. But the knight who spoke with Xiao felt he would be fine. He only hoped Xiao wouldn't die on the battlefield. In some areas, people were lined up. When Xiao arrived at the place the knight mentioned, he was confused by how many people were there. He didn't want to cut in line, but he still stepped forward, and the man in front immediately got angry. The person behind the angry man told him to wait. He had noticed something on Xiao's chest. They saw the emblem of valor. They instantly realized he was the hero who passed the abyssal trial. The blind blacksmith couldn't see, but he could feel the powerful energy coming from the emblem. That made things simple for Xiao. He wanted to strengthen the emblem, and the blacksmith agreed without hesitation. The blacksmith then made a request, asking if Xiao was heading to the battlefield. Xiao decided to listen. The blacksmith explained that his son, John, had entered the beginner battlefield's Lord's Forest a few days ago and never returned. If Xiao could find him, he would reward him with an epic-grade piece of equipment. Xiao was delighted. He had triggered a hidden quest. The people around warned the blind man that he was sending Xiao to his death. Even the Holy Legion avoided the Lord's Forest. That place was packed with bizarre bosses, and even full legions had to move carefully there. Still, Xiao accepted the request. The blacksmith immediately began enhancing the emblem. Those waiting in line were stunned when they saw the emblem glow. From that alone, they could tell it was either epic or legendary grade. The blacksmith returned the emblem to Xiao. After multiple enhancements using the divine stone, it became far stronger. Its base stats increased to 800. All attribute resistance increased by 8%. Charm increased by +3. It also gained a passive skill called Heroic Strike. When a target's health drops below 50%, Xiao's damage increases by 20%, and he can forcibly strip 5% of the target's maximum health. When Xiao's health falls below 30%, his strength and spirit both increase by 30%. Xiao was satisfied. It was a massive boost to his overall power. After that, he continued on his way. He promised the blacksmith that he would look for his son. The people in line worried as they watched him head toward the Lord's Forest alone. Some thought he couldn't possibly be that reckless. Suddenly, Xiao received a message from the supreme gift of heaven. He wondered if it was a clue related to the divine artifact. The message only showed fragments like a lively island, a shadowy forest. It sounded rhythmic, almost like a riddle, and he wasn't sure how to interpret it. He decided to set it aside for now and focus on leveling up first. He arrived at the battlefield entrance. The guards told him he needed to register before entering. He gave them his name. The registration went through smoothly. He was told that once inside the domain city, he must carry his token. Only then would killing monsters grant him battle merits. After he left, the guards whispered among themselves. They couldn't believe he was going in alone. To them, it was basically suicide. Xiao entered the domain battlefield. The land was bleak and desolate. Suddenly, monsters swarmed toward him. He was shocked to see that all of them were level 50. The domain battlefield truly lived up to its reputation. He summoned little Luo. It immediately unleashed a blazing fire beam. The attack swept through several monsters at once, earning Xiao battle merits. As the monsters burned to ashes, battle merit notifications kept appearing. After that single attack, he earned 570 battle merits. Since he had no legion rank, or battlefield rank yet, the gains felt low. Even after killing so many monsters, he only earned a little over 500 merits. At this rate, exchanging for equipment would take forever. Fortunately, an elite boss soon appeared. Xiao expected it to grant far more battle merits. Xiao summoned Little Gray and ordered it to attack. That instantly fired him up to grind even harder. Meanwhile, a warrior had just taken down a monster. His name was Torwen. He felt satisfied after killing an elite boss. With today's gains, his battle merit ranking should land him in the top 1,000. But at rank 1,000, the name Knight Xiao appeared. Torwen froze, confused about where this person came from. At rank 1001 was Barbaru, pushing him down to 1002. Suddenly, Xiao's name vanished. Barbaru moved up to rank 1000, and Torwen shifted to 1001. Torwen frowned, wondering if the system bugged out. Since Barbaru still held rank 1000, Torwen guessed that Knight Xiao must have killed another elite boss. Meanwhile, little Luo released a massive burst of fire. The flames slammed directly into a monster. The system notified Xiao that his tamed beast, Luo Hang, had leveled up to level 49. All its stats increased by plus 100. Xiao was pleased to see that his battle merits were already nearing 100,000. They continued pushing deeper into the battlefield. Soon, a world announcement rang out. Xiao had officially entered the top 100 of the level 50 domain battlefield battle merit rankings. Great Xia Nation gained +1 Warzone point. Players everywhere were shocked. In just half a day, Xiao's battle merits had already surpassed 100,000. At this pace, everyone believed he would easily reach the top 10. Not long after, he had already climbed further within the top 100. The speed was terrifying. It didn't feel human. Many had already heard of him from the Daxia Kingdom. Meanwhile, in Windleaf City, people erupted in celebration. Warzone points meant permanent attribute increases. Their admiration for Xiao only grew stronger. One player commented that Xiao was incredible. He had just arrived in the imperial capital, yet he was already climbing the battle merit rankings. Wherever he went, he seemed to shine. At the same time, Xiao arrived at the Lord's Forest. Ebisu sensed something strange about the area and voiced his concern. Xiao told him not to worry. He expected several Lord-tier bosses to be lurking inside and decided to investigate. Deep within the forest, a camp had been established. A tall lookout tower stood at its center. The captain was stationed at the top when a subordinate rushed up to deliver urgent intel. The scouts reported that a Lord-tier boss was approaching their base, leading an army of over 1,000 monsters. The captain ordered everyone to prepare. A storm was coming. He announced to his warriors that the monsters intended to seize their legion's base. He called on them to defend the honor of the 3rd Legion. The soldiers roared in response. Soon, the monsters came into view. The scale of the horde was overwhelming. Deer-like beasts charged at the front. They slammed into the soldiers, confirming their identity as ice-armored dark elks. The Legion quickly formed ranks as large groups of ice-armored dark elks assaulted the camp. The captain felt something was off. He ordered Larn to lead the Shield Guard Legion, taunt in waves and avoid direct engagement. Then he instructed Lei to command the archers and counterattack from a safe distance. They followed his orders, and arrows filled the sky. The projectiles pierced the charging monsters. For a moment, it looked promising as the beasts began to retreat. The captain ordered the archers to keep firing, but his right-hand man suddenly noticed something. The boss had appeared. It was the ice-armored Dark Elk King. The captain immediately shouted for full defense and battle readiness. The frontliners felt their hearts sink. The boss was massive, and for most of them, it was the first time facing such a creature. And it was charging straight toward them. Suddenly, a blast of fire shot toward the ice-armored Dark Elk King. The surrounding ice-armored Dark Elks were caught in it as well. The soldiers watched as the monsters were burned alive. The captain froze. The boss had gone down on its own. Even his right-hand man couldn't believe what he was seeing. The captain briefly wondered if the boss had used some kind of psychic illusion to confuse them. Then his right-hand man noticed Xiao. The captain instantly realized it must have been him, the one who killed the boss in a single move. The captain ordered his right-hand man, Wen, to go check it out. Wen was curious as well. He wanted to see what kind of godlike figure could instantly kill an aberrant boss. With the captain leading, they moved toward Xiao. Xiao noticed them approaching. The captain told him to wait. Xiao was surprised to see so many people suddenly appear. He was focused on clearing quests and leveling up. He didn't have time to deal with anyone. So, he ran. The captain shouted for him to stop. Wen asked what they should do next. The captain hesitated, unsure whether to retreat or continue fighting. At the same time, his curiosity about that absurdly powerful person only grew stronger. Xiao had little Luo clear the battlefield. It unleashed a torrent of flames. A level 55 black blood wolf and several level 52 monsters were instantly incinerated. Because of that, little Luo gained enough experience to reach level 50. It unlocked a new innate skill, Divine Phoenix Body. Xiao was thrilled that it had finally reached level 50. Even he found its talent skill terrifying. With little Luo's help, he decided to push even deeper. Back in town, players were constantly talking about Xiao. His battle merits kept skyrocketing, making people wonder if he even had a limit. His progress only kept accelerating. He had already reached 5 million battle merits, a full 5 million. That was enough to exchange for an entire set of level 50 epic armor. Everyone thought it was completely insane. By now, he had killed at least 3 Lord-tier bosses, along with countless aberrant monsters. It was brutal. Inside the World Sanctuary, Abetz discussed the situation with a knight. Abetz admitted that even he couldn't kill aberrant monsters at that speed. A new star was clearly rising on the battlefield. The knight thought Abetz was exaggerating and asked if he was just being polite. Abetz denied it. He explained that killing level 50 or 60 Lord-tier bosses was easy for him, but the speed at which Xiao's battle merits were increasing meant entire groups of aberrant monsters were being wiped out non-stop. Not even a large-scale forbidden curse could last that long or cover such a massive area. That explanation made the knight uneasy. He asked if Xiao was truly that terrifying. Abetz replied that if Xiao fully matured one day, he could achieve something no one in history ever had. The knight asked if Abetz meant facing the ancient monsters hidden deep within the empire. Abetz confirmed it. However, he also noticed that the aberrant invasion was accelerating. At this rate, in a little over a decade, they might reach the final stage, back in the Lord's forest. The warriors grew uneasy as chaos spread through the area. They suspected a new wave of aberrant invasion and considered retreating first before deciding their next move. The captain informed them that an extremely powerful individual was currently purging aberrant monsters throughout the forest. He suggested that each legion coordinate and advance alongside that person. Most of them didn't believe him. Someone single-handedly purging aberrant monsters? And the raging flames were all caused by that one person? It sounded impossible. The captain checked the battle merit rankings and saw a new name rapidly climbing. That confirmed his suspicion. He saw flashes of light within the flames and knew it had to be Xiao fighting another Lord-tier boss. The warriors were stunned when they learned he had already killed more than one Lord-tier boss. Seeing this opportunity, the captain proposed advancing into the forest and launching a counterattack while they still could. They agreed. The 5th Division of the Holy Legion decided to enter, even knowing the worst-case scenario was death. To them, pushing deeper into the forest would still be worth it. The 1st Division of the Skyfire Legion chose to follow as well. As they advanced, the captain noticed an enormous surge of fire. He suspected that the disturbance meant the strongest existence in the forest was awakening. Several monsters were burned to ash all at once. The system congratulated Xiao for reaching level 51. He gained 200 base stat points. Luo also reached level 51, increasing all its stats by plus 500. After leveling up again, Xiao decided to take a short rest. Ebisu was annoyed. He had been sleeping peacefully inside the beast space when Xiao suddenly pulled him out. On top of that, the heat was unbearable. Xiao just wanted to let him eat. Ebisu noticed thick black smoke spreading across the area. He immediately sensed something was wrong. Then, something flew out of the black mist. Xiao was stunned when he saw the Monarch-class boss appear. He immediately called Gray and Little Luo into action. Gray focused its energy. Then it slashed the dragon boss. The attack was brutal, knocking it down and dealing 118,640 damage. Before the dragon could even stand up, Gray released a powerful fire beam. The flames struck it head-on, dealing 80,180 damage. The dragon retaliated by releasing a wave of purple flames. The attack spread across a massive area, leaving nothing visible in its path. Gray raised a barrier around them, keeping everyone safe. Xiao realized that Monarch-level bosses on the battlefield were no joke. He knew he couldn't underestimate it. He ordered Gray not to let the dragon use another skill. Then he had Gray and little Luo attack together. Suddenly, a phantom demon wolf appeared. It was a trickster-grade monarch at level 56 with 3,200,000 hit points, 65,000 strength, 35,000 constitution, 45,000 agility, and 15,000 spirit. Its talents and skills were unknown. Xiao felt pressured the moment he saw a second monarch-class enemy. Back in town, players noticed the rankings spike again. They were stunned, wondering what Xiao had killed this time. It felt like he was about to wipe out the entire battlefield. Their jaws dropped when they saw that he had broken 10 million battle merits. He was now ranked first. No one could understand how it was possible. Many believed he had killed a monarch-level boss. In less than a minute, his battle merits had jumped by 10 million. The previous record was shattered instantly. Even Abbots commented that it was unbelievable. The warrior beside him asked if Xiao could have blasted through the level 50 battlefield. From that day on, he knew the level 50 battlefield was no longer something to worry about. Meanwhile, a massive bat monster swooped toward Xiao. It was the third monarch-class boss, a dark bat beast, trickster grade level 58. It had 4,300,000 hit points, 35,000 strength, 60,000 constitution, 20,000 agility, and 36,000 spirit. Its talents and skills were also unknown. Xiao noticed Gray growing restless. Gray breathed fire and blasted the bat directly. The bat countered with a sonic wave. Xiao felt like his ears were about to explode. He immediately unleashed little Luo to return the favor. Little Luo fired a blazing beam straight at the bat. The flame struck the bat's open mouth. Xiao felt proud seeing little Luo land such a clean hit. The bat's stomach suddenly expanded like a balloon. Ebisu warned Xiao to back off, saying it was about to explode. The bat detonated mid-air. Xiao grimaced and complained about the stench. He couldn't believe a monarch-level boss went down like that. From the wreckage, several small bats emerged. Xiao was surprised to learn that the bat could split into smaller ones. Worse, they seemed to carry venom. He immediately ordered Gray to restrain them. Gray released a sonic attack. The shockwave stunned all the bats at once. Xiao then told little Luo to burn them all. Little Luo took to the air, weaving through the swarm. Every bat it passed was reduced to ash. The system congratulated Xiao for killing the level 58 Monarch tier eerie boss, Dark Bat. His level increased to 52, and he gained 200 free attribute points. Little Luo also leveled up to 51, gaining plus 500 to all stats. Gray leveled up as well, reaching 52 with plus 500 to all stats. The burned bat remains fell to the ground, and Xiao found them revolting. He was disappointed that not a single piece of equipment dropped. With that, all 4 Monarch-level bosses had been dealt with. He recalled both little Luo and Gray. That was when he noticed someone ahead. A warrior called out his name. The man asked if he was Xiao. Xiao asked who he was and whether they knew each other. The man introduced himself as Aigale, commander of the 5th Legion of the Sacred Legion. On behalf of his legion, he offered Xiao his highest respect. Since Aigale was a legion commander, Xiao asked if he was responsible for the stationed troops in the area. Aigale confirmed it. The entire 5th Legion was under his command. Xiao then made a request. He wanted them to lure all eerie creatures from the Lord's Forest into a single location. Aigale was stunned. If all eerie creatures in the Lord's Forest were gathered together, it would be a nightmare. One warrior even said they would be wiped out within minutes. Xiao persuaded them with gold tier and dark gold tier equipment. He also promised that after the eerie creatures were killed, they could freely take any dropped equipment below epic grade. The warriors were shocked. Xiao wasn't just planning to wipe out all the eerie creatures, he was also giving them all sub-epic loot. Xiao then told them to lure monsters from the entire Lord's Forest, and even from the broader realm battlefield. The warriors immediately committed. For equipment like that, they were willing to risk everything. Xiao asked if there were any remaining concerns. Aigale admitted that they still couldn't survive against such overwhelming numbers. Realizing the issue, Xiao adjusted his plan. He instructed them to lure only as many monsters as they could, while guaranteeing their own safety. He also told them to contact nearby legions and have them lure monsters as well. As for loot, Xiao made it clear he didn't want anything below epic grade. Aigale swore that the task would be completed. Xiao finally relaxed. Ebisu noticed just how exhausted he looked. At the camp. Aigale contacted the other legion commanders and explained the situation and the plan. He asked whether they were willing to participate. One legion commander openly doubted him and chose to hunt monsters on his own instead. They thought Aigale had lost his mind and questioned whether he had even killed a single Lord tier boss before. Aigale admitted that he hadn't, But this time, Xiao would be the one doing the killing. They dismissed it as bragging, saying Aigalai wasn't even qualified to meet someone like Xiao. They said they wouldn't believe it unless Xiao personally vouched for him. Aigalai didn't argue. He told them the opportunity had already been given, and the choice was theirs. Then he cut the call. One of his subordinates asked if they were really going to lure monsters. Aigalai answered without hesitation. Yes. He ordered the entire legion to mobilize and lure monsters according to the areas Xiao had designated. This time, he was determined to prove himself and make those who looked down on him regret it. A few moments later, the archers released their arrows. They targeted a group of monsters. Meanwhile, the warriors sprinted as monsters chased close behind. The vice commander shouted orders, telling everyone to control the monsters they lured and guide them toward the designated locations. Other legion commanders watched everything through the screen. They couldn't believe Aigalai was actually helping Xiao lure monsters. The deal was too good to ignore, and they immediately asked for his location. Aigalai reminded them that he had already told them before. They were the ones who chose not to come. Now, they tried to persuade him, bringing up past goodwill and favors. Aigalai agreed to share the location, but made it clear that how many monsters they could lure depended entirely on their own ability. They understood. He sent the coordinates, and they moved out right away. Since he was sharing such a huge opportunity, Aigalai suggested they contribute part of the loot gained from luring the monsters. After that, he ended the call. He still had too much to handle. Someone commented on how fast the warriors were running. 4 hours later, a legion commander arrived and wondered if they had gone too far. There were still countless monsters everywhere. The entire battlefield had fallen into chaos. He had never seen so many anomalous monsters in his life, let alone monsters all above Lord tier. The others with him said the same. It was their first time witnessing something like this. Aigalai asked his vice commander how they managed to lure so many monsters. The man explained that the battlefield was filled with nothing but anomalies. Once the soldiers heard that all loot would belong to them, they started treating every anomalous monster like treasure and dragged them all back. A legion commander asked where Xiao was. He boasted that he had brought nearly as many monsters as Aigalai. Aigalai told the man, Charlie, to head to the designated location first. The vice commander quietly asked Aigalai if Xiao could really handle that many monsters. Aigalai didn't know either. All they could do was pray Xiao arrived on time. Otherwise, they were dead. Then he pointed ahead. It was Xiao. Relief washed over everyone when they saw him. Xiao stared at the massive horde, surprised by how many monsters they had gathered. Aigalai explained that he had followed Xiao's instructions, but even he didn't expect the numbers to reach this level. He asked if Xiao could handle it. Xiao smiled. To him, those monsters looked like shining points. He promised that not a single one would escape. He sent little Luo into action. Luo released an overwhelming breath of fire. To the warriors below, it looked like a falling star. The sight alone was terrifying. When it struck the ground, it exploded. Countless monsters were instantly engulfed in flames. The fire continued to pour across the battlefield. The attack was called Yuntian Comet Soul Shattered. Wen urged the captain to retreat immediately. The area was no longer safe. Monster corpses piled up as they burned into ash. The system notified Xiao that he had defeated a level 52 giant bull scorpion. Notifications kept appearing non-stop. Xiao's level rose to 53, and he gained 200 free attribute points. Gray also reached level 53, gaining plus 500 to all stats. Even Xiao was shocked by how terrifying little Luo's total damage had become. Even the surrounding trees were reduced to ashes. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. The warriors panicked, confused by the sudden shaking. Realm City had never experienced earthquakes before. Soon they realized it wasn't an earthquake. It was activity originating from the realm battlefield itself. The townspeople began wondering what Xiao's battle merit score had reached. Some guessed 100 million. Others even suspected it had reached 1 billion. The increase was horrifying, especially since Xiao showed no signs of slowing down. No one could even imagine how many monsters had already died. The idea of someone that powerful slaughtering everything in sight was terrifying. Even Abetz was stunned. At level 50, Xiao had already annihilated a small world. The knight commented that at the very least, pressure from the vanguard monsters had been greatly reduced. Now Xiao had already reached level 60. The knight admitted that such leveling speed was beyond imagination. Suddenly, an eerie sensation spread across the battlefield. As the scorched ground cracked open, a sinister existence slowly awakened. Xiao frowned, wondering what was happening. The captain also hesitated. At first, he thought it was an earthquake, but then he sensed a terrifying monster aura. Suddenly, the ground exploded. A massive, towering creature burst out from below. It let out a deafening roar. They quickly realized what it was, an immortal tier boss. None of them expected a creature of that level to exist on a level 50 battlefield. Panic spread. They couldn't understand how this was possible. This was the most terrifying existence the battlefield could produce. A legendary, immortal tier monster had been hiding beneath the Lord's forest. For most of them, this was the first time they had ever seen such a being. The captain turned to Xiao and asked what they should do. Since it was an immortal tier boss, he suggested retreating immediately. Xiao calmly asked if it was really that strong. He had just wiped out multiple monarch tier bosses in one go. He didn't expect a single immortal tier monster to dare show itself. Xiao summoned Gray. He let it vent its anger freely. Gray charged forward and slammed into the monster. Xiao urged it to apply more pressure. Gray attacked again. The monster gathered power in its chest. Gray instantly raised a barrier to block it. At the same time, Xiao sent Little Luo into the fight. As the monster's condensed power grew denser, Xiao ordered Little Luo to attack. Flame surged forward. The fire wrapped around the energy orb. Then it exploded. The warriors watching were completely stunned. Only now did they truly understand how terrifying Xiao was. The captain admitted that either one of Xiao's tamed beasts could wipe out their entire core within minutes. Suddenly, the monster sprouted thick tentacles. Xiao felt disgusted and immediately told Little Luo to burn it. Little Luo launched multiple fireballs. They slammed into different parts of the monster's body. Gray followed up by blasting it with fire breath. The monster's torso suffered massive damage. Its tentacles burned away and dropped from its body. Xiao grimaced, complaining that the burning stench was unbearable. The monster finally collapsed. A world announcement rang out. Xiao had slain the level 60 immortal tier boss, Beast of Wrath, achieving the first ever kill of a level 60 monster boss. His rewards were 2,000 free attribute points and plus 3 Great Xiao Warzone points. Another announcement followed. Great Xiao's Warzone points had reached the required threshold. All Warzone members received plus 1% permanent base attributes, while Xiao received plus 4% permanent base attributes. Players were encouraged to continue slaying anomalous creatures. Only then did it truly sink in. Xiao had killed a level 60 immortal tier boss. When the warriors realized this, they erupted into cheers. Their excitement quickly turned to curiosity about the loot. Many believed that from this day onward, the level 50 battlefield would become much safer. Xiao collected the drops. Among them was a legendary equipment piece called Fang of Wrath, a legendary grade item. There was also a strange crystal. Xiao didn't know what it was for, so he planned to show it to Thor after returning. The captain approached him and asked if they could help collect the remaining loot scattered across the battlefield. Xiao reminded them of his promise. All equipment below epic grade belonged to them. He gave the signal to begin cleanup. The moment the captain heard that, he shouted orders. The warriors rushed forward, scrambling to grab equipment. Everyone moved fast, afraid that someone else might snatch all the good stuff first. The warriors rushed to collect the loot. The vice commander shouted that anyone who dared slack off would taste his iron fist, forcing everyone to move even faster. Suddenly, Xiao felt tremors again. The ground cracked violently. It looked like the realm battlefield itself was about to collapse. The warriors screamed for everyone to run. The captain immediately ordered a full retreat. Evacuation to a safe area became the top priority. Xiao pointed toward a nearby mountain and told them to head there. It should be safe enough. The captain relayed Xiao's order without hesitation. The warriors sprinted with everything they had. Slowing down meant death. They reached the mountaintop. Once they were finally safe, they turned back, stunned by what they saw. A massive black vortex had formed, radiating an ominous presence. Xiao sensed extreme danger and urged everyone to return to the city using the teleportation array. The captain agreed. That power was far too terrifying to face outside the city. He ordered everyone to retreat immediately. Deep down, Xiao felt that the battlefield's collapse was unnatural. He suspected it was linked to the massive number of anomalies he had killed. It felt like the battlefield had lost the power sustaining it, causing it to collapse on its own. At Realm City, people began asking who the person was that caused the battlefield to collapse. At the same time, they thanked Xiao for eliminating the monsters outside the city. Unexpectedly, the blind blacksmith approached him. He thanked Xiao for saving both the city and his son, John. To repay him, the blacksmith handed Xiao a book. It was called Page of Cruelty. It was an epic grade item that increased base attributes by 5%, critical damage by 10%, and critical rate by 10%. It was a fragmented page, clearly part of a larger book. Because of its incomplete state, its bonuses were weaker than typical epic items. If the remaining pages were found, it could unlock something far greater. Xiao noticed that the patterns on the page matched his emblem perfectly. He realized that the remaining components of the chapter of cruelty weren't limited to the Fang of Cruelty alone. Suddenly, both the book and the emblem began to glow. They fused together. Their attributes surged. The chapter of cruelty evolved into Heaven Destroyer grade. Its effects became terrifying. Attribute bonuses increased by 30%, with all attributes gaining an additional 10%. It gained a passive skill called Power of Cruelty. This ability granted supreme dominance, causing all skills to trigger critical hits by default, with a base critical rate of 50% and critical damage increased to 150%. Through cruel slaughter, Xiao could channel the chapter's power to deal 200% spirit-based true damage instantly. The critical rate for this damage was doubled. If the critical rate exceeded 100%, the excess chance was converted into critical damage at double value. This attack had a 15% chance to trigger instant death, and if the target's health dropped below 25%, instant death was guaranteed. The cooldown was 8 days. Xiao asked the old man where he found the Page of Cruelty. The blacksmith said he discovered it while groping around inside a monster cave. Xiao thanked him for the information and gladly accepted the gift. Next, Xiao headed straight to the War Merit Exchange Hall with only one goal in mind: to splurge. The guard recognized him immediately and asked how he could help. Xiao said he wanted a full set of level 50 epic equipment for the Beast Tamer class. Then he asked if they sold beast-taming eggs. The guard quickly escorted him inside. When the shopkeeper saw Xiao, he greeted him warmly and asked what quality of beast-taming eggs he wanted. Xiao answered simply, he wanted all of them. The shopkeeper froze in disbelief. Xiao repeated himself, saying the quality didn't matter. He wanted everything they had. The shopkeeper explained that it wasn't about war merits. Each person was limited to exchanging 10 beast-taming eggs. Xiao hadn't known about that rule. He accepted it and asked for the highest quality available instead. He preferred Transcendent tier eggs or higher, Monarch tier if possible. The shopkeeper told him plainly that they didn't carry Monarch tier eggs. They only had 3 Transcendent tier eggs, and even those were limited to 1 per person. Xiao grew irritated. Even that had limits. It made the war feel pointless. He demanded to speak with the person in charge. Before anyone could respond, an old man walked in. The shopkeeper stiffened when he saw him. It was the hall master. Xiao had just met the person in charge of the War Merit Exchange Hall. The man introduced himself as Halen. All decisions in the Merit Hall went through him. She said that he wanted to purchase beast-taming eggs. Halen had already heard about it and asked if Xiao's funds were sufficient. Xiao didn't realize that asset verification was required, so he showed his gold balance. It was the first time he had ever heard of someone verifying funds with the god of wealth. Halen's face went pale when he saw the number. There was over 60 billion gold in the account. He immediately asked if the god of wealth himself had descended. Without hesitation, he ordered that all beast-taming eggs in the inventory be brought out. The shopkeeper informed the hall master that a few days earlier, someone had paid a massive amount of war merits to pre-order an extraordinary grade beast-taming egg. Halen ordered that one to be included as well. Xiao thanked him and said there was no need to be polite. It was only a small effort on his part. He added that he looked forward to seeing Halen rise to the top-tier battlefield in the future. The shopkeeper carried over a huge chest filled with eggs. All beast-taming eggs and epic-grade equipment sets had been prepared for Xiao. In total, there were 3 extraordinary-grade beast-taming eggs and 1,040 commander-grade beast-taming eggs. The shopkeeper explained that the eggs couldn't be stacked and asked how Xiao planned to take them away. Xiao replied that it wouldn't be a problem since his storage space was extremely large. He absorbed everything into his storage. After transferring the money, Xiao thanked them. Holland could only comment that Xiao was unbelievably rich. At Dragon Phoenix City, that was where Xiao teleported. He saw how prosperous the imperial capital was. As he walked through the streets, people began to notice him. They knew he had entered the battlefield, so they were confused to see him return so quickly. Some thought the information must have been wrong and that he never entered the battlefield at all. Others argued it was impossible, since someone had personally seen him enter the teleportation array and the direction he came from matched. Xiao entered a building. A bald man stopped him and asked what he was doing there, then asked who he was. The man introduced himself as Lucas, the person in charge of the trial passage. Xiao said that he was there to take the level 60 advancement trial. Lucas was stunned. From what he remembered, Xiao had only just cleared the level 50 abyss trial. Xiao confirmed it and asked if there was a problem. Lucas then noticed Xiao's level. Sweat poured down his face when he saw that Xiao was already level 60. He exclaimed that the leveling speed was faster than a rocket. He told Xiao that he would arrange everything immediately. He shouted for Backman to hurry up and prepare the process. He threatened that if it wasn't done within a minute, Backman wouldn't get paid for the month. After that, Lucas rushed off to report the situation to the elder. The elder asked why he was panicking, especially inside the Holy Hall, a sacred place that carried the will of the divine tree. Lucas reported that Xiao had entered the level 60 advancement trial, and it was abyss grade again. The elder was shocked. Xiao had just cleared the level 50 trial, yet in only a few days, his level had jumped by 10. Xiao entered the room and greeted them. They immediately set up the projection for the level 60 trial. The level 60 trial location was a barren testing ground. Jagged stone spires stretched forward, curving inward like broken fangs. Xiao noticed that the monsters were only small mobs. He wondered where the bosses were hiding. Then he sensed something behind him. It was the corruptor of the abyss. He was relieved to finally find a boss and summoned his tamed beasts to attack. They released fire breath at the same time. The boss was dealt with easily. Xiao was disappointed that it only dropped a single fragment again. It was a fragment of the Stone of Annihilation. Its grade was unknown and couldn't be appraised. He had no idea what it was for. He decided to think about it later. Soon after, a world announcement rang out. Xiao had passed the level 60 Abyss Advancement Trial and obtained a legendary item, the Heroic Divine Radiance Stone. Some players cheered because their predictions were correct and they had won their bets. Others were furious after losing everything. New bets immediately started on whether Xiao would reach level 70 on the same day. The elders were stunned when they saw Xiao come out. Xiao was confused by the crowd gathered in the hall. The elder pointed at him and accused him of turning the entire battlefield upside down. Xiao suggested that they talk things out calmly instead of acting on impulse. The elder from the World Sanctuary noticed Xiao's heroic divine stone and immediately brought over a top-tier blacksmith. Xiao was impressed by how thorough their service was. The World Sanctuary's blacksmith introduced himself. Then he began forging. Xiao was surprised at how quickly it was finished. It truly showed the skill of a top-tier blacksmith. Xiao checked the stats of the heroic emblem, now at legendary grade. It was proof of a true hero. Only those who passed the purgatory level trial were qualified to obtain it. It represented the supreme glory of the Empire. After being reinforced multiple times using the heroic divine stone, its power increased significantly. Its base stats were plus 1,500, with 10% elemental resistance and plus 3 charisma. It had a passive skill called Heroic Strike. When a target's health dropped below 60%, Xiao's damage against them increased by 20%, and he could forcibly strip 5% of their maximum health points. This effect could only trigger once. Another effect, Heroic Power, activated when Xiao's health fell below 30%, increasing his strength and spirit by 30%. The elder linked arms with Xiao and said they needed to leave, telling him to review the details later. He personally escorted Xiao toward the battlefield. Xiao told him not to get too excited and asked him to let go. If people saw him being dragged like that, they might get the wrong idea. When Xiao stepped outside, people immediately began talking. They were shocked that he was already heading back to fight. Someone commented that he was terrifying, saying that passing the Ascension trial was child's play for him. Level 60 players were eager to strike it rich. Some even spent fortunes swapping their gear for agility-focused builds and stocked up on talismans. They were clearly hoping Xiao would have them lure monsters again. They told Xiao they would be waiting for good news. Xiao thanked them for their support. He entered the portal. He was surprised to see so many people gathered. For a moment, he wondered if they were there to welcome him. The third corps of the Holy Legion reported in. The Slaughter Legion and the Shadow Legion followed. He was informed that between 200 to 400 warriors had assembled. Xiao cleared his throat and announced that the operation would begin. Everyone was fired up and ready to act. They already knew their role: to lure monsters. Meanwhile, Xiao relaxed and took in the surroundings. Ebisu warned him not to fall asleep. If a massive horde appeared, he wouldn't be able to handle it in time. The commander of the Shadow Legion approached him and reported a problem. Xiao asked what was wrong. He was told that the objective couldn't be completed. Xiao looked at the man, Ellison, a top-tier assassin and the Shadow Legion's commander. He asked what he meant and expressed his disappointment. Ellison explained that they had tried every possible method. Even engaging in close combat to draw maximum aggro before retreating didn't work. Xiao quickly realized that the monster's behavior had changed. That made him suspect the battlefield rules had shifted. Since that was the case, he decided to investigate personally. He walked through the area. He noticed that there were no monster groups at all. He spotted a lone monster flying overhead. Gray took care of it. The bird was roasted instantly. Xiao observed that the monsters were scattered. He hadn't encountered a single boss. It felt like they had developed a unique defensive pattern. For now, he decided to return to the city. People were waiting for him and asked how it went. He told them that the bosses were hiding and much harder to find than expected. The adventurers were caught off guard and didn't know what to do next. Xiao advised them to disperse for now while he thought of a solution. He was exhausted and needed rest. Meanwhile, Prince Karami soon received news that Xiao had reached level 60 and even caused the collapse of the level 50 realm battlefield. He also learned that monsters on the level 60 battlefield had changed their behavior, slowing Xiao's progress. To the prince, this was good news. If Xiao rushed to level 100, he would become truly frightening. But at level 60, no matter how strong he was still manageable. Prince Karami ordered his knight An to track Xiao's movements. The moment Xiao dared to leave the imperial capital, they were to strike and kill him. Meanwhile, at the duke's mansion, Sophia was relieved to see that Xiao had finally returned. Xiao greeted her. He admitted that he hadn't expected her to wait for him the entire time. He thanked her for her hard work. She told him she had heard everything he did in the imperial capital. Just as she expected, wherever he went, trouble followed. The collapse of the level 50 battlefield would greatly reduce pressure on the front lines. Xiao replied calmly that it was nothing more than a piece of cake. She asked him if he had returned to Windleaf City for a reason. Xiao said he wanted to ask her for a favor. He needed her help contacting beast tamer merchants so he could purchase a large amount of materials for beast cultivation. She asked how much he needed. Xiao listed his requirements. He needed 3 transcendent tier beasts and over 1,000 commander tier beasts, all cultivated to their peak state. She was startled by the scale of his request, but she quickly reassured him that it wouldn't be a problem. He could trust her with it. That was a huge relief for Xiao. After settling the matter, he said goodbye. She told him that once everything was ready, she would send someone to notify him. Next, Xiao went to the workshop. Thor was surprised to see him back so soon. Xiao told him that he needed his help again. He took out several pieces of equipment. Thor was stunned when he saw that every single one of them was epic grade. Xiao asked him to enhance them. Thor said it wouldn't be a problem. After that, Xiao showed him another item and asked if he recognized it. Thor immediately identified it as a material used for writing forbidden spell scrolls. Forbidden spell scrolls were ultimate level skills. Magic-based professions could normally only use them in real combat after reaching divine rank. Unless he was mistaken, the crystal Xiao showed him was the mana source. When ground into powder, it could be used as ink to inscribe forbidden spells. However, writing forbidden spell scrolls required more than just materials. The scroll itself had strict requirements and needed a special kind of hide. That hide had to come from a rare creature. On top of that, the writer must personally possess the power to cast forbidden spells and have absolute mastery over multiple elements. Since the item was a mana source, Xiao decided to consult someone far more knowledgeable about magic. Meanwhile, Dolores was trying on a new outfit. Suddenly, Xiao teleported in. She complained that whenever he appeared, he always brought trouble. Xiao told her that he had a question. He asked if she had ever heard of a mana source. Of course she had. She asked why he was asking. Xiao showed her the crystal. She immediately cursed. She couldn't believe he managed to get his hands on it. She demanded to know where he found it, saying she wanted one too. Xiao explained that it dropped from an immortal tier boss. That instantly made her curious about where he had been wandering lately. Xiao noticed she hadn't been going out much. She replied that she was busy maintaining her health and hadn't paid attention to outside affairs. He then asked if she could write forbidden spells. She answered honestly. Not every divine-level mage could write forbidden spells. It required not just power, but extremely deep understanding across multiple magical disciplines. She confidently stated that she met those requirements. Xiao wasn't surprised. He had always known she was capable. Dolores told him that the mana source alone wasn't enough. He also needed the hide of an elf king. However, she already knew where to get one. Xiao was delighted and urged her to tell him immediately. She warned him to let go of her hands first. She explained that she was the only one who knew where to obtain elf king hide, but she had one condition. The amount of mana source Xiao had was enough to write multiple forbidden spell scrolls. She would retrieve the elf king hide herself, but when the time came, he had to share some of the scrolls with her. Xiao proposed a 50-50 split. It was a deal she happily accepted, and she left right away to get the hide. Xiao could only wait for her good news. He was impressed by how decisive she was. While waiting, he decided to check on his beast eggs. Ebisu was busy directing the maids, repeatedly warning them to handle the eggs gently. If the shells cracked, the beasts wouldn't hatch. The maids followed his instructions carefully. Xiao was pleased to see Ebisu managing things so well. Ebisu hadn't expected Xiao to set up a full hatchery, even though he was already working for him. It turned out Xiao had planned everything ahead of time. Still, Xiao pointed out that when it came to beast experience, Ebisu was far more knowledgeable. He told Ebisu that everything was almost ready. Soon, they would head to the island of Divine Grace to search for the holy artifact. While he was gone, Ebisu would be in charge. Ebisu complained about being ordered around, at the docks. Xiao checked the ships since the island of Divine Grace lay at the edge of the Sea of Despair. This journey would be made by sea. He couldn't help but marvel when he saw the sea god's vessel. It was truly magnificent. Alright, that's it for today's story. If you want the weekly chapter updates for this series, those will now be uploaded on my second channel, Manhwa Updater. So if you don't want to miss what happens next, make sure to check it out and join the update gang. Thanks for watching, stay cool, stay awesome, and I'll see you in the next one.